offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on the growth of Daniels.
Treating each practice, each rep like a game, full speed, whether it's carrying out his face, moving around to throw the ball away. It's like each practice rep he's getting, he's making it like a game, which that'll be a big help as we get into the season.
Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Marcus Mariota, Laramie Tunsil, Von Miller not playing tonight. The Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. around the NFL, according to Jordan Schultz. Nationals lost to the Phillies 11-9. Third baseman Brady House had one of the 3 errors on defense.
Yeah, you want the next one as soon as possible so you can kind of get the first one out of your head, but just got to focus on taking the right reads on those balls. I had a couple this week that didn't necessarily show, but I felt like it wasn't me.
Nathaniel Lowe and the Boston Red Sox are finalizing a deal. WNBA Mystics beat the Sparks 95-86. Tennessee named senior Joey Aguilar as their starting quarterback. The Vols open against Syracuse August 30th. Notre Dame transfer Steve Angeli has been named Syracuse's starting QB. Omaha forward Deng Mayer, who transferred from North Dakota this offseason, died Saturday in a drowning incident from Utah. Mayer was with a friend at the Black Ridge Reservoir in Harriman, Utah, when they began to struggle in the water. Mayer was 22. Byron Curran on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and most importantly, it's Brian Mitchell's birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, B.
37, baby.
37.
For the 20th time.
Happy birthday, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
How have you celebrated thus far?
How?
Bacon and eggs? Any good breakfast?
What did I have this morning for breakfast? Just had fruit.
I had a donut and
And some salmon.
and a drumstick.
Yeah. I almost, when I opened
The chicken's there, dude.
When I opened the refrigerator, all I smelled was Royal Farms.
I was down at the beach, drove back this morning, and texted the boys at, I don't know, whatever time that was, 7:30. It's like, is it too early to buy chicken?
Nope.
It was
never too early to buy
fresh
chicken.
out of the fryer, baby. There's also some steak in there. If you want some steak?
Steak? Got some salmon, too?
You know me, just a bag of meat. That's how I operate. It's game day, dude.
It is.
Did you ever play preseason games on your birthday?
Yeah. Yeah. A couple times. I think I returned a touch. I got a ball in my office, and I ran a touchdown on my birthday.
That's cool.
It's like, hey,
That'd be
may as
kind
well give yourself a present. Hell.
Well, it's game day today. I thought DQ had a great line Saturday when he explained that Jaden Daniels is going to play tonight, right?
Yeah.
And
I saw all these other young dudes getting it out, doing their thing. I need to
over
see
the
him
weekend,
too. Yeah.
And Quinn explained it's not going to be long. Don't go for a popcorn break or anything, but he'll be out there.
Yeah, but I hope he's sharp. A drive like Caleb had yesterday would suffice. 90-something yard, bang, 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 touchdown to Zacchaeus.
OZ.
OZ, baby.
Caleb looked good, dude. All those seam routes he was throwing.
He threw everything on time yesterday, on schedule. If he stays like that, he could be very, very deadly. But I wonder, because let's be real, when you do things and you've been practicing on it, it works. When that stretch comes, you resort back to what you normally do.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And then Ben Johnson, if he could get him to do it like that, bro, when he was hitting that back foot, he was letting it fly, dog. The one he threw down the middle to the tight end, it was
Great
on
ball.
a rope.
Well, and
right over the linebacker, boom, right in stride.
And they've got, Komet and Loveland, the first-round pick. So if you're a Bears fan, I thought that was really encouraging. Here's what Dan Quinn said about Jaden Daniels tonight. We'd like to see a few series, and we're excited to see the guys.
Few means three.
They're excited to get performing, too, so we customize it a little bit as a staff. We'll visit some tonight and tomorrow, but no, we're also excited to get the guys going. It's not going to be super long, so I wouldn't like to do an extended popcorn break or something.
Well, if that first drive is garbage, you're going again.
Yeah.
And second drive, you don't get that third one. It's probably 3 if things aren't going well. It's probably 1 or 2 if they go great.
I think if the first drive goes 11 plays and you score, ideally it's a touchdown, but maybe even a field goal. I think that could be the end. We are not going to see a number of players tonight, so we'll clear that up. Basically, all the veterans. Bobby Wagner, not playing. Von Miller, not playing. Zach Ertz, not playing. Laramie Tunsil, not playing. Then
When they going to play?
Then all the guys that are hurt, Cosme, Coleman, Noah Brown, Terry McLaurin's not playing. Mariota's not playing. McGee, Javonte Jean-Baptiste.
All I have to say.
And Jonathan Jones.
The output better be better than it was in that first damn preseason game. I don't care who plays. The look has to be better. Because you know what? People will start thinking, all right, what if things happen during the season? Then what goes down? You got that? So they better step up and play better.
You know what would be a good start? Don't give up an opening kickoff house call.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's real. That was real demeaning that day.
Yeah, dude. That was a tough way for things.
That was a little demeaning.
Speaking of demeaning, Jeff just handed us the show sheet. Shout out to Jeff. Did you see how Landfill kicked off the show sheet?
Landfill, you're a bigger ass than Mark Wimbush. At least he gave me 1 year older. You gave me 6 years older.
I'll show everybody.
That's
on
not.
the stream.
I thought that was correct.
63, dog.
You're not 63.
Hell no.
Oh. Honest mistake.
I hope to get there.
Honest
but
mistake.
let me take a little time, dog. Damn. Marcus said 58. Well, he did hit me last night to my man. It's almost an hour before you turn 60.
Why don't we dispel the notion?
What?
Today is your 60th birthday.
57.
Landfill? What?
August 18, 1968, brother. Hold on now. 1868.
What'd they say? 5 and up, round up. 5 and down, round down.
57. Ken Harvey.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I can pass rush today.
I mean, Von Miller can do it in his house shoes. So Saturday ended up being busy, right? DQ says Jaden's going to play. A bunch of other guys are not going to play. Basically, any of these veterans aren't playing.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to play against the Ravens. I applaud our friend Nikki Jabvala So the other big news from Saturday morning is Terry's coming off the PUP list, back onto the active roster.
Mm-hmm.
And Nikki snuck one into DQ. She said, well, you know, he's not going to be able to play Monday, but what about Saturday against the Ravens? And Dan Quinn is, you can tell he was like, wait, what? And his reply, it would be hard at that spot based on how quick the turnaround is from Monday to Saturday. Let's get back playing, and then we'll have a better sense for that. I wouldn't rule anything out, but I think that'd probably be a little quicker than we should. There's no chance McLaurin's playing against the Ravens. What I thought all along was that there was a real goal to have him in the joint practice against the Ravens. That was the goal. Was, all right, let's get him a little bit of real work against somebody else.
Yeah, but we're not having that.
Now they're not having it.
Yeah.
So where do you think this Terry thing is now? So he's coming off the PUP list. We won't see until probably Wednesday when we're back out there.
We probably won't
presumably
see,
he'll be practicing.
But I think the ultimate thing now is, let's be real. Their side made their move with the holding in and then asked for the trade. And now they just made their move on the other side. Well, now you're off the PUP list, which means you don't practice, you don't get paid. We can fine you. And I think it's at a point now where what I've said all along, what's the agent name?
Buddy Baker.
He works for Terry McLaurin. The employer is Terry McLaurin. He is going to have to come up with a decision based off of what he feels best for him, his family, not what nobody else says. And I think that's the point now, where the pressure is everything is in his lap now. Not theirs. It's in his lap now.
I do think, and I think they've all maintained a really positive kind of air about this. I do think taking Terry off the PUP list puts the pressure back on Terry now.
Yeah, but I think like everybody think every time something happens, stop thinking it means things are bad or good. It means it's another step in this whole process.
Yeah.
That's all it means.
It's that move. I checked in with somebody Saturday afternoon, and they're like, man, this is largely just procedural. Like, it doesn't necessarily.
But you're not going to let him be on PUP the whole year.
Right.
And if they want to try to get him to play by week 1, if that's going to work out, he has to come off of it soon.
And
So,
he wants to play.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
and look, that day when he was out there talking to Adam and the world went crazy, I kept quiet about the whole little situation. You know why? Because when you watch him talking, you see that desire and want to get on that damn football field from the player.
Yep.
So everybody else talk about all the little stuff that wants to get you to click and all that. I could give a damn about that. But I saw coming from that dude, I want to be out here with my boys.
100%.
And I also saw it, Adam. We want you out here.
Right.
But everybody else jumped to the other side. I just stayed quiet on it. But I saw that. You could see it in him. That whole little demeanor is like, damn. Because, like when we first started going out to training camps, I hated going out there. And I had been out of the league for how many years?
Right.
When I would walk out there and smell that damn grass, it's in me to go get ready to play. And I was still feeling that years later. Hell, he's still in it. So he has to feel it.
Right. I still maintain they're going to get a deal done and it's going to work out. That's been my stance for months now. I think whatever was going on with the DK Metcalf deal that we've heard repeatedly, I think eventually you got to just focus on the guarantees and not the AAV. We've said this repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
I do think for tonight is just an exciting night of football. Maybe it'll only be the first quarter, but Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow are going to be on that field.
Mm-hmm.
It's Monday Night Football. Like, there's going to be some juice. There's going to be some atmosphere. And just on like a straight up fan of the sport level, I'm excited about it.
Jay, this is the thing of it. You start seeing little signs. So I'm playing golf yesterday. As I normally do. And I'm playing with 2 people. And I hear them saying something about watching the Bengals. So I assume they got to be from Ohio. But they are originally from Ohio. They moved here. I think the lady's name was Jen. I think her husband's name was Rick. Then I started talking to him. She say, oh, man, I used to love listening to Lappin. I said, he going to be on the show tomorrow. So she's like, yeah, we used to live in she told me, I forgot the name of the neighborhood, Lake something. They used to live in which I said, well, if I remember, I'll tell them tomorrow. So, but these people start talking about how they don't know if they want to go, but they probably want to see Joe play a little bit. And you look at, and I'm like, well, I don't know if Jaden gonna play or not. Then y'all come in today, you say he's playing. Good. I need to see him play something. We need to see all of them play something, I think. But maybe this day and age is not like that anymore. Although Bill Belichick was doing this years ago, though.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
I'm really excited to watch Jaden. The offense looked good Saturday. The offense has been kind of spotty up and down. The Bengals gave up 250 and 2 touches to Tanner McKee. Like, you'd like to see Jaden just shred him tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And Debo's looked really good. You'd like to see Debo continue that. The Terry thing will be interesting. A lot of times, injured guys don't necessarily go to the games. I don't know physically where Terry will be, but it's going to be an interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, now that he's off the PUP list, it's no longer like, Cosby might not be there tonight. He's on the PUP list.
Yeah, but he's still in a position where he could be on it.
Well, and it's a real injury.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to watch unfold. I can't wait to watch it tonight. I am curious. DQ didn't rule out Lattimore when he listed off all the names that weren't going to play, but he also allowed, we'll see what else happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very curious if Lattimore plays tonight. I think it could be a great test for Lattimore and for fans to see kind of what we've seen, that he looks healthy and is running well and seems ready to go. I'm not sure how.
But, listen, man. I know what Lattimore told you. I know what they say and how they play it. My whole thing, listen, man. This season is coming. And other people are getting to a certain point. And eventually we are going to want to be at that point. And if we don't take the same steps these other teams are taking, we are a little bit behind. We can catch up, but we are a little bit behind. That's just the way it goes, man. And when the season comes around, whatever, they say you don't take shortcuts because they end up catching up with you.
Right.
Whatever we didn't do like everybody else did, we'll see it early. Number 5 can erase a lot of it. Can't erase all of it, though.
Something just caught up with me. I don't know what that was. How's my voice sound now?
Oh, you sound like you swallowed the frog, dog.
I don't know what that was. Yeah, like the Giants are going to be ready week 1, period.
Well, you think. Because, like, the Giants, basically, what I'm seeing from the Giants, they are doing Steve Spurrier when he first got here. They are going all out. And I can tell you one thing. What's the new linebacker they got over there? From Penn State?
Carter?
He better learn. The dude sitting outside of you, dude, that's a chip block. He's gotten caught by 2 or 3 of them already in preseason. Just rushing upfield, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, laying on his ass. They dropped him.
Well, did you see he responded on Twitter about it?
What'd he say?
It was really stupid.
Oh, they're going to be doing that? Yeah, they're going to do it to you every damn time till you figure it out.
So the video, the NFL put out the video of him getting rocked.
They told him, welcome. Welcome to the NFL, young buck.
He quote tweeted it and said, might be the only highlight of the Jets all season. And we put BTA, weak-ass chip, ate that MF like barbecue.
No, he didn't.
You got rocked.
And when they hit him, he back of his shoulder pad hit the ground first. I don't know how hell he talking about somebody ate that. Yeah, he ate it. He ate it. Yeah. After
and then he got up, and then the tackle leveled.
The tackle got him again and then laid on top of him. Okay? But the thing about it, I would get him all day. Because you know what he's now going to start doing? He's going to attack the running back, which means the lineman now gets the chance to chip you. You know what you're not getting? To the quarterback. That's what you're not getting. If you get caught up in that chip and all of that, you don't get to the end. So if any running back out there figure it out, start the game up, walk past him and say, I'm going to be chipping your ass all day. And his whole game will be screwed up because he shows right now he's not at the maturity level to ignore that little ish and go out there and handle what he's supposed to handle.
Well, dude, I hadn't looked at this, but just looking at his social media activity, he's a young man, right? He's what, 21, 22?
Yeah.
Seems immature.
Listen, there are a lot of people 21, 22 that are immature. A lot of them are not. There are a lot of people 30 that are immature. A lot of them that are not. He better learn.
I think there's somebody that works between these two radio stations that I've lectured about this. I think it's so lame to constantly try to like retweet your own hype, if you will. And Abdul Carter does a lot of it. like he loves retweeting his own highlights. And dude, he had now granted this was last month. He randomly was retweeting film from Penn State of him. I don't know.
Wait. About what?
A good play he made.
None of it makes any difference at this point.
It's a good play he made against what appears to be Wisconsin. Young man, you're in the NFL now. Don't worry about your Wisconsin tape.
Yeah.
He can play, though. We'll see how that goes.
He can play, but like I'm serious. That chip, boy, it's monstrous, dog.
I don't know how he could say it was weak. You got dropped.
Yeah, bro. The way that dude, and I saw it. I said, "Ooh, you can't get caught like that. You have to understand when that tight end or that running back is sitting outside of you, they're coming for one reason, and one reason only, to embarrass you, dude. And they got him big time. So he better figure it out real quickly.
One reason, and you know what, honestly, would help Abdul Carter?
Mhm.
Talking with a guy like John Leahy.
Uh-huh.
Because if Abdul Carter's looking to move, he might have to get out of Jersey after getting leveled by the Jets running back. If you're looking to move, or a friend, coworker, whoever it is, talk with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
Yep, talk to them just like Ashley did. Ashley had purchased her Upper Marlboro home 2 years ago, but it hadn't gained any equity for her. It had become time to sell, and John Leahy and the Fine Living Group went right to work, and it certainly didn't take long. The property was under contract within 3 days and sold for the very price that John and his team had recommended in only 2 months. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of the John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And maybe you want to sell your house, but you know you got to fix your steps, right? The outside steps are just kind of beaten down. One of them's got a crack in it. You don't want to pay for the cash that'll make your house more palatable to buyers, right? Talk to John. He can figure it out. He can front you the money. Say you need $6,000 to fix up your front steps, make that porch look nice. He'll front you the $6,000. When he sells the house above asking, because that's how he rolls, you give him the $6,000 back, and it's like it never happened, and your house sells for more money. Those are the kinds of things that make a huge difference, and that's why you want to be working with somebody like John. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. NFL football tonight at Northwest Stadium. The Washington Commanders against the Cincinnati Bengals. There has been talk about the potential of running back Brian Robinson Jr. getting traded. Head coach Dan Quinn this week on how impressed he is by his running backs.
Seen it as a deep group. You think of, guys who are the pass catchers coming out of the backfield, different styles of runs. So we use the term like A-back, B-back, meaning like Austin, where you're out on the edge and getting that and inside style of runs. So it is a deep room.
Quinn says Jaden Daniels and the starters would likely get a few series tonight against the Bengals. The Carolina Panthers are signing Michigan Panthers and former Virginia quarterback Bryce Perkins. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Coming up at noon, Dave Lapham's going to join us. Preview the Bengals, what we should expect tonight from Cincinnati. Since he's a good sports town, man. They love the Reds, love the Bengals. Terrible ownership, but what can you do? And then at 1 o'clock, Adam Kilgore from the Washington Post is going to join us. Had a really good story about Javon Kinlaw. Wanted to talk to Kilgore, who's been out at Commanders training camp covering the team for the Post. All right, B. The Terry thing is ongoing. And then over the weekend, one of the boys put it in there, I think. In the text thread, I'm like at the beach with the family. And then bang, text thread shows a Jordan Schultz report that the Commanders are shopping running back Brian Robinson. Third-round pick out of Bama going into his fourth year. I find it interesting. I kind of start to dig around, poke a little bit. First, there was the tweet, Commanders are shopping Brian Robinson. The follow-up tweet I found interesting. Commanders running back Brian Robinson Jr. has been highly productive through his first 3 seasons, rushing for 2,300-plus yards and scoring 20 touchdowns, all while coming back from being shot before his rookie year. Washington likes its running back depth, but Robinson is available for the right price. That
Everybody available for the right price.
right, you and I included. The follow-up tweet I found curious. Like, what I know is if AP is shopping Brian Robinson, he's not telling anybody.
Nope.
So the only way that's getting out is maybe the teams that have had phone calls about Brian Robinson are getting that out. Or maybe the B-Rob camp wants it out. I find it curious. We had
I find it very curious that it came out when it came out.
On an off day?
Yeah, like it did. I'm saying it was talk about that was pushed out. Oh, he's gonna be released. Then now, he's trying to be shopped. It looked like a one-up type deal to me. You know what I mean?
It was interesting because, like, I just on the big picture of the running back room, I understand there's real excitement for Bill Merritt. He can make some plays. Like he's an exciting young player, but he's also a 7th-round rookie that already had a shoulder thing pop up in the preseason.
Yeah.
I'm not confusing Brian Robinson with Walter Payton or Emmitt Smith. B-Rob has been pretty good and at times quite good.
Mhm.
He deals with injuries too, but you've got you've got a collection of dudes that all are going to deal with
some
injuries,
level of
most
injury.
likely.
Yeah.
I don't agree with this notion you get the same thing from Chris Rodriguez that you get from Brian Robinson.
If you did, if Chris was exactly what people are trying to say, probably wouldn't be on this team right now. Because he was released last year, released the year before, put on practice squad. Nobody signed him off of it.
I mean, we've talked about this going back a ways, like the I don't know if it was fans or what, but it seemed like there was this like excitement to move forward from Brian Robinson, which I just, what does the trade market look like for a running back going into the last year of his deal? Seventh, a conditional
Maybe.
sixth.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
I just think, I don't know. It's really
Be
interesting.
careful always thinking that the next thing is the best thing, because you end up keep trying to just, we're going to move on. That was the mindset we had before. We always wanted something new. Let's let some people go out there and do it. If the other guys come in and they are clearly better, I can understand that. But when they're not clearly better, why the hell are you wishing for it?
I think it's quite possible Bill could be better. We don't know it.
I'm saying it's not knowing at all. Like you stated, one preseason game got injured. We don't know how many of that come. And then this is no longer. Remember, he didn't play last year. This is a 17-game season now. You know what I mean? After you get through the preseason.
And then ideally, this team hopes they are.
And then you expect them to be in the postseason, yeah.
Credit to Ben Standig. I think Ben came on with us last week and was like, I don't know that Brian Robinson will be on this roster week 1. So it's interesting, right? Like, there is at least somebody is saying this somewhere.
Possibly.
I think what will be fascinating tonight,
how he plays,
the ball game.
Yeah.
Well, I think two things. If you are actively shopping him,
he don't play him.
He's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Brian Robinson doesn't play tonight, tells you a lot.
That rumors would go haywire for sure.
Well, like, I think if there's a world, like, you're letting Wagner and Ertz and Miller sit. Those guys are veterans with Super Bowl rings. Like, cool.
Yeah.
They're all 36, whatever they are, right? B-Rob's 25.
Mm-hmm.
Like, running back, he would absolutely play tonight.
And
if he doesn't, it's pretty telling.
See, the thing about it for me, though, Jay, I see these veteran days off, and I see guys that in their first and second year. So I don't clearly see it just like that anymore, because I see things there as people in their first, second, third year get the same love as people in their 10th, 12th, 15th year. So I don't understand football today, you know? So I watch it, and normally if it was like it used to be, I would be right along the line with you. But because of how it is now, I wouldn't just automatically jump and say something.
Yeah, I think the game will be super telling. I am very curious how that will shake out. I wonder if he wants to go. I just, the way that news has come out, and has anybody else reported that, Landfill, or
not that I've heard.
I haven't seen like a ESPN or NFL.com or anybody. So I just am curious where that's coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean, brother.
And why? Like, Brian Robinson's a pretty good back, tough runner. Well, not scared to throw a shoulder down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't know that you can recreate that. Maybe they think Bill is that guy. That element adds a ton of intrigue for me tonight. As far as, I mean, I don't think DQ said Eckler's down, right? Like, I
don't know.
I think we're going to see some guys tonight. And what they do, you know what I mean, will be really interesting. I was telling CK this morning. When we were in New England, because of the way the fields were laid out, like the actual physical location, a lot of people ended up watching the Pats offense against the Commanders starting defense. Drake May versus Bobby Wagner, for lack of a better word. And that's where all the fans were. That's what got a lot of the attention. But for a long portion of that practice, a significant portion, the Commanders' offense, Jaden Daniels and company, going against the Patriots' top defense, was on the field closest to us.
Yeah.
And we had this elevated viewpoint so we could watch both concurrently.
Yeah, like the all 20.
Right. But, most people that were kind of boots on the ground reporters on the field, you kind of had to pick one or the other. It wouldn't have been possible to watch both. Robinson looked fantastic.
Totally.
They were running the ball super efficiently.
Yes.
And the other day when Kingsbury spoke, he got asked about B-Rob, and he said as much. He's like, that's a guy you really see when the pads are on and we go in full practice.
Yeah.
And that element of toughness, dude, if you're an NFL running back, you're tough, period.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's the only guy that gives him that really physical element.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they want to not have that. But at the same time, they're making moves constantly.
Oh, yeah.
And
I mean, but it's like, let's be real. Coaches, front offices have viewpoints of what they think fits their stuff better. Look at Adam was over there in New England. I mean, in San Francisco. And you look at the type of running backs they try to get. Guys that are multifaceted. He may work for Cliff. But overall, somebody else may see we need a guy that's going to be a different type of guy. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And you look for that. And I know you can look for it, but if you don't have one that's exceptional at it, you deal with what you got and make it better. But you keep looking for a certain, like, when I got into this league, everyone they told you what you can be based off of. They have these size in their minds. I wasn't supposed to be as good as I was because I was not short and shifty enough, or small and shifty enough. I had a different way of doing it. Barry Sanders and Jerome Bettis are two different damn people, right?
Sure.
They both got it done. And then you always have to be that long, lanky pass rusher until Elvis Dumerville and Von Millers and all came along. This game is no longer what the hell you think in an office. This game is who the hell produces on the field. And if a guy that's different than what you think is producing, you might want to just buy into it some. Because I understand the analytics. You can analytically look and say, this guy might work better. That guy may be perfect size, everything. When he get hit, he probably can't, he don't want to deal with it no more. Some people just don't have the right ticker inside of them. So, it may be that. It may be that. But we'll see as we go.
It's game day, baby. All Odyssey Sports training camp coverage is brought to you nationally by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Game day. And it's an interesting game. Is Terry going to be there? Will B-Rob play? How does Jaden look? Who the hell's the offensive line? If Coleman, Cosme, Tunsil are all not playing? Lots of questions. Tonight we get some answers. Phone lines open at 11. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley. Ooh, what a tune this is, brother. Terminator 2 soundtrack. Woo, what a song that is. Happy birthday to B. Mitch. Happy Monday Night Football Day to all who celebrate. I tweeted out, going to be interesting to watch Brian Robinson's playing time tonight. If he doesn't play, it will be very telling. I got a lot of responses. A lot of people have opinions, Brian.
Oh, yeah.
Stat Logic Sports says should have run harder last year, the last 6 games, when he was hurt.
Yeah, he was hurt. And guess what? The line was hurt, too. The people that just blame him and don't understand the offensive line was in shambles, they tripped me out.
DJ Chark just got released by Atlanta.
Who?
He was a first-round pick, I think USC. Hasn't not a ton of production, but certainly an interesting prospect. Did you see the Eagles just traded for John Mechie? The Eagles, man, how he doesn't slow down.
How he gets it done. How he makes everybody that's competing against him work.
Chark, in his second year, thank you, Jeffrey. In his second year with the Jags, went over 1,000 yards, had 8 touchdowns. Kind of been injury-riddled the last 4 seasons. It's an interesting veteran receiver hitting the market. 6'3", 200 pounds, played at LSU. I think he was before the Burrow team, if I have my Bayou Bengals correct. The B-Rob thing is really interesting to watch. This dude, Josh Cohen, replied to me, Brian. He said, Chris Rodriguez is better. I like B-Rob as a person, but pure football, every time we call on Chris, he delivers. I'd like to see him, Austin, and JCM be the top dogs.
I would just ask the question, if that's what he thinks, why the other people hadn't thought that?
One question I have is a lot of people are telling me the Bears could use a running back. Eric Bieniemy was here. And Eric Bieniemy's now with the Bears. I don't know that I would draw that natural line there.
People look for they look for stuff to make them think, oh, this is an automatic. Not necessarily. Just because a coach was there don't mean that he wants everybody that was on the team with him.
Yeah. I think just like, okay, they know each other. That doesn't necessarily mean one or the other wants to reunite.
At all.
You know what I mean? I do want to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels, gonna play. Will Terry McLaurin be there? I don't know. Will Brian Robinson be there? I think so.
Yeah.
Like, if B-Rob plays tonight, 6 carries, I don't know, 27 yards, that to me is very much the expectation. If he doesn't play tonight, I'd be very, very curious what's going on. I think as of now, Eckler hasn't been ruled out. I think you'll see plenty of Bill Merritt. Corey Krosky-Merritt's going to get a healthy dose of carries tonight, just like he did in New England. Second half of this thing, I think you start to see Felton, some of these other backs, McNichols. It's an interesting spot, man. Lambert, what was your reaction when you heard the Brian Robinson trade report?
I guess I wasn't all that surprised based off what we had kind of heard from Ben on Friday. I think they've got a lot of quality running backs. I guess it's, you can only keep so many.
Sure.
I don't know this is necessarily that like they think B-Rob sucks. They just, kind of have 3 or 4 other guys that they might like better.
Yeah, and you're probably not going to sign him next year when his contract expires. I mean, maybe it's just a longer-term play.
I just don't see 3 or 4 running backs on that team better than B-Rob. I don't know what y'all see, but I damn sure don't see that.
I think Eckler is
I don't
better.
think they see it either. I think what it is, it comes down to the amount of money a person gets paid compared to what the other guys may make. But I don't see 4 guys better than him. And you can say Eckler is better, but he's also more expensive and he's a little older, and he gets injured more than him. So is he better? Is he available more than B-Rob? I mean, so you look at it, it's just a lot of stuff to go into it. You know, but the thing of it is people view teams how they put together their teams how they want to put together them. It may not mean anything about it. They think he's better. Just we want a certain style. And that certain style may fit what they want, but that may not be a better running back.
Joe is in Manassas. Joe, what do you think they should do with B-Rob?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show as always. And I just wanted to say, like, where there's smoke, there's fire. And Ben Standing saying that, like, last week or whatever, like, that makes sense, man, doesn't it? Like, don't you want to get something, even if it's just a 6th or 7th round pick, if they're going to get rid of him? You know, I understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, he's not the best running back. There's not going to be a difference between the 3 or 4 running backs. I got it. But, like, wouldn't you want to get an asset back if you're going to cut him or you're not going to run him that much? I mean, like, that's just business.
Yeah, I don't know what that asset looks like, but clearly where there's smoke, there's fire. Like, there's conversations going somewhere. Like,
yeah, like it's constantly building steam. I feel like if they're going to let him go or they're going to release him, try to get whatever you can for him. Like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's just business. That's just Peter's doing his job.
Appreciate the call, Joe. Thanks for listening, man.
Yeah.
Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You got the Terry situation. You got the B-Rob situation. How many situations we got, Landfill? How many situations do you want going into preseason week 2 Monday Night Football with Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow on the field tonight? Phones are open. Taking your calls next. It's B. Mitch Finley.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NFL football tonight for the Washington Commanders against the Cincinnati Bengals in the preseason. Head coach Dan Quinn on Jaden Daniels' workload tonight.
For he and a lot of the guys that are going to get some of their first playing time, I would say it's a little bit customized, but we'd like to see a few series, and we're excited to see the guys. They're excited to get performing too.
Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Marcus Mariota, Laramie Tunsil, Zach Ertz, Von Miller, Bobby Wagner, some of those who will not suit up. Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. to teams around the NFL, according to a tweet from Jordan Schultz. The Panthers are signing Michigan Panthers and former Virginia quarterback Bryce Perkins. Nationals lost to the Phillies 11-9, but made it close in the end. Interim manager Miguel Cairo.
It's more about confidence. When you practice, you should be practicing like it's a game. We battle back. Those guys, they were picking each other's up and, in the bullpen, keep us close.
Mariners and former Nationals outfielder Victor Robles was ejected from a minor league game after he threw his bat at the pitcher on a close pitch. Auburn will officially retire Cam Newton's number 2 jersey this season. The school will formally do it October 11th against the Georgia Bulldogs. Tennessee named senior Joey Aguilar as their starting quarterback. The Vols open August 30th against Syracuse. Syracuse goes with Notre Dame transfer Steve Angeli. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot going on in the world. Stanek was on the show with us last week, said he doesn't see, all right, I don't want to put words in his mouth. He could see a possible world where Brian Robinson not on the roster for week 1. I was like, I don't think they're going to cut him. He's like, no, but there's other ways. Then over the weekend, this Jordan Schultz report that they're shopping him. I can tell you from people inside the building wish B-Rob was more explosive. And who knows, man. Now you got but Patriots general manager Elliott Wolf doing a press availability up in New England. Our guy Phil Perry covers the Pats for NBC Sports Boston. Elliott Wolf basically advertising the Patriots would be willing to trade away a first or second round pick if it was best for the team. Now, that's not Brian Robinson related. That's not what that trade market will bear. That's Micah Parsons related, or Trey Hendrickson related, or maybe even Terry McLaurin related.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the GM is just coming out saying, yeah, we'll give away a 1 or a 2, which means other teams are like, all right, you got to give me 3.
The other team going to try to ask for more since you're offering that.
Right. These are interesting times. Cut day is a little more than a week away.
Yep.
And the Commanders play tonight. Best part. Phone lines are lit up, man. What do you think's going on here? Let's get to the bottom of this. Devon is in Rockville. What's up, D?
Good morning, fellas.
What's up,
Happy
brother?
birthday, B. Mitch.
What's happening?
I'm of course be excited just for football to be back in the season. But I'm with B. Mitch, man. I don't understand why if you got your franchise quarterback out there playing tonight, I think everybody should be out there playing to at least get the pipe started. It ain't like they about to go out there and play a half or a whole game, but I think the Von Millers, the Wagners, like they need to, for the coaches, y'all could want to see what it looks like before it hits real time and real game sessions. You know what I'm saying? Because we could just be starting out slow that way because everybody not playing together until week 1, you can hinder yourself with a slow start that way. You know what I'm saying? But I guess it's the new day and age of the way they do it. But if you got 5 out there, I daggone sure wanted to see Larry Tunsil. I know Brandon Coleman can't go because he hurt, and Cosme, he can't go. But why Larry you should want to see that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm excited. It's game day. It's B. Mitch, my big bro birthday, man. We going cook some good wings and sip on some bourbon while we watch this preseason game, man.
All
Love
right,
you
bro.
guys, man.
Got
Keep
you,
up
baby.
the great work.
Thanks for the call, Devon. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. I'm not saying that guys shouldn't get off tonight, but it is interesting that you're going to have Jaden out there with, I assume, Wiley at left, and then Good Jones at left guard,
Hmm.
and then Allegretti at right guard. Does that sound right? Connerly at right tackle?
I would guess.
I would keep Connerly at right tackle. That's what you want him to play in 3 weeks. Like, let him play that tonight. Let's keep these phone lines going. A lot of folks with a lot of concern about the Brian Robinson situation. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
What's happening, JP? Happy birthday, B. Mitch. You're the best, brother.
Appreciate you, brother.
Man, I don't understand, B. I really don't, man. What are these people looking at wanting to get rid of Brian Robinson, man? I think they're really setting a bad precedent. It's like they're getting rid of one of the foundations of their team, and I think I agree with you totally about the line. I mean, for anybody to think that offensive line was hitting on all cylinders at the end of the season last year, I don't think they're watching the same games we are, Brian. I don't understand it, man. I mean, that guy is a solid back. You know, he's been hurt. He got shot, and he keeps trying and trying. Let's give him a year behind a decent line and see what he can do. And, I mean, as far as next year goes, if they're just going to cast him aside, man, I don't like that, man. Like I told the boys the other day, man, I mean, that don't say much for the fidelity of the coach and the team to players, just like they're demonstrating with Terry. I don't get it, man. I mean, that's not a good precedent to set. And something else, too, man, B. Mitch, I got to say that I agree with Sean Payton and you, that, man, you got to put, and like Doc says, man, you got to put your hands in the dirt, and you got to play to get ready for the real live bullets and the real live action. And I know the phones are lit up. I'll get off here, guys. And hey, happy birthday again, Brian.
Appreciate you, brother.
And you, Monica, make sure you have a good day, buddy.
Got you,
Take
bro.
care.
Thanks,
Take care.
Mark. Good call there, man.
Yeah.
I do wonder. I think fans, by and large, especially if they go out and they're good, but like if you do trade B-Rob and then the Terry thing doesn't get done, you know what I mean? Like it's an interesting direction of continuing to turn the roster over. I don't know that those things are going to happen, but it's an interesting. It feels for an organization coming off an NFC title game,
Such a high.
yeah, it does feel like a crossroads.
Yeah.
And maybe that's silly because it's August 18th and they don't play a real game for a couple more weeks, but it just seems like there's a lot of moving parts all of a sudden.
Yeah, like everything was just positive, positive, positive. Now you're going like, whoa. But, you know, that's a lot of people. And listen, I listen to the people that call in, and it's a bunch of people that I know when they call in, you can tell if they're young or they're old. Young people just don't give a damn. They just want to switch up everything all the time. Change. And they don't realize sometimes when you change too quick, doesn't end up good for you all the time.
Let's try Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what's up, dude?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I don't know if I'm young or old. I'm 35, so I guess I'm in the middle, but I'll give you my 2 cents. When the draft happened, I was worried because everybody talked about how the D-backs, the pass rushers, and the running backs were some of the weakest rooms. We keep talking about, like, ifs. You know, if Kinlaw plays up, if McLaurin signs, you know, if all these things, and, you know, Lattimore, you know, reverts back to being a Pro Bowler, you know, then things are going to go well. But if Terry doesn't sign, if Kinlaw doesn't play well, if Lattimore gets injured, and if B-Rob is gone, I mean, it's a lot of ifs and the negatives. And I just think it's difficult to trust the running back room if, you know, a guy that's been there for 3-4 years isn't there, you know, performing as a number one. And that's what he was. I mean, that's what we were expecting.
It's a good call, dude. Certainly. I think every football team has ifs, right?
Yeah.
But B-Rob, to me, is not an if. He's a certainty. But maybe that certainty to them isn't good enough. Like, if you look at the explosive stuff, like I can tell you folks in that building want more explosive play from their backs. And mean, you don't have to look at numbers. If you've just watched, that's not his game. Maybe it'll come. Maybe it'll show up tonight. One thing I know they liked that Bill Merritt did in that New England game was his ability to get something out of nothing. There was a play, I think it was a third down, where he would have been – there were two dudes in the backfield when he got the ball. He was able to make them miss and get a gain of 1.
Yeah.
Like that, not having negative plays sometimes matters more than the amount of good ones you have. And a lot of moving parts. Thank you for the call, Sean. Appreciate you, man. Did you know what was going on in the background of his call? It sounded like a cat.
It was a kid, bro.
You think it was a kid?
Yeah.
All right. Edward is on the line.
It's a kid.
Eddie, what do you want to do with B-Rod?
Hey, man, what's going on? It's funny you actually know my name is Eddie, too, because that's actually what people call me. But first and foremost, happy birthday, B-Mitch. As I told my dad before, when his birthday comes through, y'all getting old, man, but y'all still setting the precedent and representing for us and setting a good example, though. So that's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah.
I just, here's the thing. I think there's good and there's bad situations. And I think the problem with a lot of fans right now is that we're so used to the bad situation 99% of the time that every little move a good GM like Adam Peters makes, we all get pissed. See, it was an Adam Peters we trust, right? Now he makes a move or there's some news out there about something, and it goes to Adam Peters I don't trust, or Adam Peters is making a bad move. When he didn't sign a bunch of people in free agency, everybody's pissed. Then he traded for Laramie Tunsil. Then he made that trade for Debo. We got to let him do what he wants. If it's true that he wants to trade B-Rob, I think there's something up his sleeve that he has that he's going to make a move. You got to remember, there's going to be some running backs that's going to get released after, the preseason. Maybe he sees a move there or somewhat. And then for the Terry situation, to me, I wanted to hit on that real quick. See, if you've never been in a contract negotiation, please stop talking, because a lot of y'all talking out of your butts. I have been in them 3 times. It's not easy. Now, it's not a football contract, but I've been in a news contract before. B-Mitch, GP, y'all know. You go in there, you know what you're worth, and you ask for it. And if you keep pushing until you get it, or you go somewhere else. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. Good call. I think that's a very fair point. Like, if you consider all the things that have occurred in the year Peter's been running the show, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it, no one is going to 100% agree with somebody. Nobody 100% disagree with somebody. You got to write the question things. Listen, I'll question, but still understand he's working to make the team better. But there are things you're going to ask questions about, because when I look at the running back room, I'm still looking for the 4 people that's better than him. Point blank.
Our guy Drew is on the line. Drew, what up, dude?
Hey, guys. Look, I think the discussion around around Brian Robinson is interesting. He's a Bama guy. I always liked him. And the Terry thing is still an ongoing saga. But really, I like to hear you guys talk about, we got a football game at home tonight. And what are we going to look for? What are the main things you want to see? Getting ready to get out there soon. So that's what I'm talking about. This other stuff, that could be the show for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But, we got football, man.
I'm with you, Drew. Hell, I'm tired of talking about all these hypotheticals. Nobody knows anything factual, so who gives a damn? Jordan Schultz said it. We don't 100% believe it. So we going to have a whole show about Jordan Schultz. Help with him.
What do you want to see tonight, Drew?
Well, one, I want no one to get hurt. I'd like to see Jaden come in, have a great first drive, and get off the field. And then, I kind of want to watch the bubble guys and see who's going to be making the team, right? And so I can't wait. And, we'll be there when the gates open. So,
all right. What is that, 3:30?
But no, we're going to be in line at 2:30.
Damn, dog.
Yeah,
that's so
they caught some rockfish yesterday, fish tacos. I mean, it's going to be a good time out there today. No Cincinnati food. Cincinnati food sucks.
All right, thanks, Drew.
Gotcha.
Appreciate
All
you,
right, man.
Tell me how you really feel, Drew.
Drew's fired up, dude. We're going to keep the phones going. Dave is in Frederick. Dave, what up, dude?
What's going on, guys? Happy birthday, D-Mitch.
Well, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, just I agree with what JP is saying. I think it's the explosivity, the explosive plays that B-Rob doesn't get. After last year, yes, he might have got hurt, but after he had that bad turnover game, he ran tentatively. He didn't try to make something out of nothing a lot of times, and there was not a lot there because the line wasn't playing well. But I think they're looking at something that they can get it, and a lot of times, even when he was doing great, he'd get to that second level, and he was getting caught from behind. And I think that they're looking at that he doesn't have that explosive play, and maybe they can get a little bit more of that, and they can turn those 5 or 6 yard or 8 yard runs into a 10 or 15-yard run that can make a little bit more, or those 20-yard plays. And I think that's where the difference is coming in. If they can do that, Jaworski Merritt, they might just say, well, let's try to get what we can for him, and we can put somebody else in there to be the third down ground and pounder.
It's not a terrible idea. I'm trying to think. What is the game you're referencing? He had the 2 fumble game against the Eagles, but they came back and won that, right?
Yeah, they did, but
yeah.
He got pulled in that game.
Yeah. I mean, you put the ball on the ground twice,
and he did not. And ever since that game, he did not. He, to me, and watching it and going through the tape, he did not run the same way after that. He
so
ran
the following week, he ran well against Atlanta. He had 13 carries for 60 yards. But week 18 in Dallas, was not good. But dude, think about how well he played in that Lions playoff game. Yeah, I think he had 2 touchdowns in that game, like 80 yards rushing. I appreciate the call, but your blinker's driving me nuts. We're gonna hang up.
Yeah, listen, man. You can see, just like we are expecting people this year to play better than they did last year, right or wrong.
Yeah.
He probably had a stretch last year, but things didn't work. It could be better this year. We don't know that. And if they're going to go and trade him, they're going to go and trade him. And to be honest with you, when the move is made, it's made. Nothing you can do about it. But I don't know if we go, who's had all explosive plays?
I would say Eckler's the
he has explosive plays, then he's hurt. I mean, so something is a negative with every running back they have. Nobody is completely perfect.
Right.
So we got one that goes explosive, boom, big play, next play, get hurt. One guy can't get explosive, but he can get you the ground and pound in a sense. We got other people over there who can't get on the field all the time, but when he shows up, he gets on the field, but you don't put him on the field all the time. So it's stuff negative about every damn running back we have. The thing of it is finding a way to get the best out of the guys. That's what we got to figure out on a more consistent basis.
I think that's really well said. Like, Emmitt Smith's not in that running back room.
Hell no.
You know what I mean? And I think they're all flawed in some capacity, but they also haven't really invested heavily at the position. I mean, Eckler's in the second year. I don't think Eckler has much. I bet if Eckler has guaranteed money on that deal, I bet it's less than $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he stands to make $5 million, but I think the guaranteed came last year. Like, he got the $14 million signing bonus. But
see, the thing, like for me, Jay, I went through this same crap. Okay, I've heard fans every year question what they should do. Every year I was in the league, and every year I came back the next year and played better, and they still complain. They still say stuff till I was gone. And I went to Philly, and y'all got pissed at the fact that I went to Philly. Well, you could cut me here. You didn't want me here. So I went to Philly, and I bust that ass when I came back. And I played better and better and better. So sometimes you got to learn to always stop just throwing out everything with the trash and realize that what you saw may get better if you just have a little faith in it or you work with it. It ain't always it's never one player's fault for any damn thing. You know, last year when I heard the 3-week stretch when, Brian Robinson, as soon as he touched the ball, he was getting hit. And now we feel he got to make that person miss. Well, he hadn't got the ball in his hand yet, and he get hit. So, but it's all his fault. The O-line was bad too. But it's today we just got more people with all of these opinions and don't have a damn clue of what they talking about most of the time. But that's what the world is today. Just give everybody a chance to talk about stuff that they don't have any idea of what they're speaking on.
There's a lot of people out there that have no idea what they're talking about. The opposite, though, are the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf for all your residential and commercial cooling, heating, plumbing, and pest control needs. JP Finley and summer temps are on the rise, hot as hell. Last thing you need is your AC going out. My crew over at Crop Metcalf can hook you up with a brand new cooling system starting at just $186 a month. You heard me, as little as $186 a month. And that includes all future service repairs, plus heating and cooling checks. One low monthly price, no curveballs, no nonsense. Or maybe it's your water heater that's been slacking. Don't wait for that ice-cold wake-up call. Crop Metcalf will install a new water heater starting at just $56 a month. Don't wait till it's too late. Do what I always do. Call the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf at 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
Getting ready tonight for the Commanders and the Bengals. It's preseason football from Northwest Stadium. Kickoff time is 8 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn said Jaden Daniels and the starters would likely get a few series today against the Bengals. Cliff Kingsbury on the growth of his quarterback.
Treating each practice, each rep like a game. Full speed, whether it's carrying out his fakes, moving around to throw the ball away. It's like each practice rep he's getting, he's making it like a game, which that'll be a big help as we get into the season.
The Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. to teams around the NFL, according to Jordan Schultz. Carolina has signed Michigan Panthers and former UVA quarterback Bryce Perkins. Nationals lost to the Phillies 11-9. They have a day off before the Mets arrive tomorrow. Former National Nathaniel Logan has signed a deal with the Boston Red Sox. Tennessee names senior Joey Aguilar as their starting quarterback. Syracuse names former Notre Dame transfer Steve Angeli as their QB. The teams meet August 30th. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines are lit up, man. My guy Jaime just texted me, B.
What do you say?
This made me laugh. Tonight's game, you know what they should call it?
What?
The Holdout Bowl. You got Hendrickson on one side and Terry on the other side. Has there ever been a game where two dudes have been holding out on opposite teams?
Probably so. But I don't think they're going to call it the holdout game. But they got two damn good quarterbacks. They're going to promote it by them.
Yeah. Jack is in Capitol Heights. Jack,
what's
up, bud?
Happy birthday, B. Mitch. What's up, JP?
Appreciate you, brother.
Man, I kind of agree with the. If it is time, man, it's time to get somebody else a shot in the backfield, man. You haven't hit 1,000 yards yet, which not even really 60 yards a game. We can't keep coming out here, man, and our franchise quarterback lead the team in rushing. But a thing that I don't get is how did everybody, coming into this year raved about Adam Peterson holding information so close to his chest that nobody knew what was going on. Now everybody know all of a sudden what he wants to do with Brian Robinson, how much he's offering Terry McLaurin. I don't get those things. And as far as Ja'Cory, Bill, I think he had him targeted. I remember Ja'Cory Krosky, he was at the top golf. I mean, so he had this guy valued as a target. So I think it's time to get somebody else a shot, man. Not being disrespectful or rude, but I think we need more speed out there, and there's nothing wrong with giving somebody else a shot. You don't know unless you give him a shot. Same thing with B. Mitch. I mean, somebody could say what B. Mitch was able to do, but you didn't know until you gave B. Mitch a shot. You know what I mean?
I want you. I don't think everybody know what Adam Peters is thinking. I think it's some speculations on a lot of this stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, if
I
there
don't
are
believe
trade
they know.
talks, it could be other teams leaking it. It could be people in the know.
So my question is, if one team called this dude and say, yeah, they reached out to us, does that mean they shopping them to everybody? You know what I mean? Like, could it be just one little one time he mentioned the guy's name and then they mentioned it to him? Or, as you stated earlier, somebody else may want this stuff out of here. That's the whole thing about media today. You put it out on social media, you got millions of people that see it. Whether it's a fact or not, it's a fact. That's how people take it. Just because somebody thought it or speculated, Ben sat on the show and said, I'm just speculating. I'm just trying to see. I don't know. Now today, everybody giving Ben credit for knowing. He didn't know. He said it.
Right.
So it's just weird to me. But that's the media today, brother.
Thanks for the call, dude. Appreciate you. Let's keep these phone lines going. People who don't hold a while. Ant is in D.C. Ant, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, JP, man? Thanks for taking my call. Happy birthday, B. Miss. You know you my man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, so I just want to say, everybody getting on B. Rob like he is some type of bum or something. Man, B. Rob can play. He play hard. He run hard. He run physical. The offensive line was having a lot of trouble run blocking and pass blocking in some of these games last year. So I don't think that is B-Rob was the whole problem. Just like you said on the last segment, B. Mitch, like every time he get the ball, he get in contact in the backfield or at the line of scrimmage. But since we got a better offensive line, like everybody's saying, then I think B-Rob should have a better season because it'll be more run lanes. And I don't know. It just don't make sense how everybody bashing this man, and he run physical and run hard. And just like Saquon, I know he ain't nowhere in the realm of Saquon Barkley. Don't get me wrong. I just want to make a point. Saquon ran for like 900 yards his last season with the Giants. He go to Philly, he run for 2,000 yards. That's not a coincidence, guys. It's the same person. He just had a better offensive line.
I don't disagree with that, but it is worth pointing out, like some backs break tackles in the backfield and have fewer negative plays. You know what I mean? Like there's a shiftiness that can help. I think Bill has that.
I understand that, JP. But everybody not Barry Sanders. Everybody not Saquon Barkley. I mean, for the most part, back in the days, Brian, you remember that's all it was downhill. That's all it was straight ahead. Coaches, they didn't even want you dancing in the backfield because, like, every year the league evolved. The defensive tackles is fast. The defensive ends is fast. Like, it's hard to run outside, so you got to have that guy that can run in between the tackles, that can run in these holes and take the punishment. I remember they used to get the running backs the ball. They used to get in the eye, get the running back the ball like 30 times. 35 times. They're talking about a first down back or second down back. Nah, these guys used to play first, second, and third down. That's called a complete running back. You know why? Because they can run the ball in between the tackles. They can pick up the block on the blitz, pick up the blitzing person, whoever coming, whether it's a linebacker, a corner, whoever coming, they can pick up the blitz. They can catch the ball out the backfield. Like running backs used to do a multitude of things, and not just because you can not have negative plays that makes you like some type of not like JP dancing. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. If you get the ball, you got to go down the field. You got to run hard, and you got to be physical. And most importantly, you got to have some guys in front of you that can block.
Thank you, Ant. Appreciate the call.
Appreciate the call.
I think we should put Ant squarely in the don't trade B-Rob category. Not a lot of wiggle room in Ant's stance. I got a question for you, B.
Yeah.
And it's your birthday, and I hate putting you in a tough spot. What's more likely? Getting a deal done with Terry or B-Rob getting traded?
Getting a deal done with Terry. I think the deal with Terry is most important for the success of this offense. And that probably should be the most important thing you're dealing with right now. So that's just what I think. It's not a report. Don't go say B-Mitch say they're going to sign a deal with Terry today. Because that's how stuff happens.
Let's go to Sean in Woodbridge. Sean, what's up, dude?
What up, Sean?
Players, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, and happy B-Day to you, B-Mitch.
Appreciate you.
So look here. Has anyone looked at the other scenarios? Now, with the Terry thing, they talking about Terry might get 29, 30. That's rumor. But Brian Robinson might be on the block only because maybe his agent, Phil Peters, ain't going to give him a second contract. There's too many scenarios to this. People need to chill out. The thing is Brian Robinson got something. Next year, he's not under contract. Wouldn't you think he would want to get out of there and go somewhere else for his second contract and deal with Peters? So, I mean, a lot of things could be going on here. I think people need to just look at more than one scenario and have two or three, going on. Because, they keep talking about the line was bad. Man, that's not what this is about. It's about money. It's that man's second contract. So the thing is I think this has to do more with the business of football than the physical of football. So the thing is I'm looking at it from a standpoint of if they do want to trade him, that's because they don't really want to pay him that second contract. That's how I see it. Might as well get something for him before he, just can roll and go where he want to. Yep. That makes sense. So the thing is I don't think it's Brian Robinson's ability to do things. I think it's contract situations. You know what I'm saying? He might want to roll before he had to deal with Peters. So that might be the case. But thanks for taking my call, fellas. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean. It's an interesting concept. Like, just hypothetically here.
Uh-huh.
You got a guy going into the last year of his deal.
Yep.
Maybe there was a extension offer that was rebuffed. I don't think that's what happened, but it is an interesting theory.
It is, but I think that right there, what you just did, is what's done so often.
Content game.
That's why we don't ever get anywhere close to anything, and we get so much into the weeds. We end up with 5, 6, 7 damn stories, and we get away from the actual original story. The guy, Jordan Schultz, said that he's being shopped, and we looked to see if anybody else reported it. Nobody else reported it, and when nobody else reported, you been around, I'm been around too. You understand? Well, guess what? They didn't get that from the team. So where did it come from? Did it come from his agent? Did it come from another team? And then you start understanding, is this really a report, or is somebody trying to get some stuff out there because they got to get interest in their guy? You see what I'm saying?
Well, and if you're another team and you trade for Brian Robinson, isn't he going to want a contract?
Yeah.
He's going into the last year.
So I'm thinking another team probably didn't do it. But then we get into these narratives and we talk about it, and we've gotten now a whole story going. You're promoting stuff that started from what?
As Ben pointed out the other day, the last year of a deal of anybody's contract, first round pick, 6th round pick, doesn't matter. The last year of the deal is when it jumps in price.
Mm-hmm.
You make the same amount of money you did your first 3 years in 1 year. Because a lot of guys don't get to the last year of their deal. That's why these things are slotted, and they're really not to the player's advantage. Maybe there's a financial element to this. I don't know that. I'm not sure any of us do. If you're on hold, stay there. Very special guest joining us next. We might have to call in the National Guard. Nobody go anywhere. Delay. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In the light of day. We got a lot going on in the world. The Holdout Bowl tonight. Commanders, Bengals, Monday Night Football. Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels on the field. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Deebo Samuel, Brian Robinson, maybe. There's a lot. B. Mitch.
I might be on the
celebrating
field.
his birthday.
Ooh,
What's up with Terry? What's up with B-Rob? What's up with Hendrickson? There's a lot going on in the world. And to help us make sense of all of it is our pal Chris Russell. Hello, Rooster. How do you do?
Hello, boys. Happy birthday, B-Mitch.
What's
How
up,
are we?
man? Thank you.
Sorry I can't be there with you in person, but the reason for this phone call.
And that's the reason we want to talk to you.
Exactly.
What the hell happened?
What the hell happened, Chris?
What the hell happened? I don't know. I'm still trying to unpack that myself.
Did you leave your keys in the car?
No.
So let's
Nope.
tell everybody what happened, because I don't
Okay.
want to put your business on the street.
Yeah.
I want you to do it.
Yeah, my car was stolen out of the radio station and building garage. I should point out it's not just the radio station garage, so it's not like an Odyssey radio station thing. It's just the building we're stuck working in. I have video surveillance through the building security of me driving in at 12:05, and
Very early for your show that starts at 2.
Exactly. I mean, I'm a studious young man. And then while I'm on the radio at 3:05, somebody different, not me, driving my vehicle out, never to return again. So I have video surveillance of all of that. And I'm currently screwed because I don't have a car. Or I don't have my car, I should say. And I don't have my laptop computer, and Tyler's clothes are all in my car. That is now gone.
Well, dude, that sucks.
It does.
On a human level, I'm sorry for you.
Thank you.
What the? Where? Like how? Where were your keys?
Okay.
Was your car open?
My keys were with me. My badge, which you guys know, operates the in and out of the garage, right? You've got to use the badge to get in the garage, use the badge to get out of the garage, except when you just push the ticket button. I guess you can get into the garage. So, yeah, all of that was with me. However, what happened was that day, as I entered the garage, my badge wouldn't work. So it was spitting out some weird computer error message, whatever. Eventually, I took a ticket button just to get the arm to move up so I can get into the garage. I ran into somebody from the parking company that runs the parking in the garage as soon as I went down the ramp. And I talked to him, and I said, hey, man, I said, can you help me? He's like, I can't help you. I don't work here. I don't work at this location, but call, whatever. Well, I had my window down. So I think, I don't know, I left my window down as I parked my car on the first floor, and I took my keys. I left my laptop in the back seat of my car, which sucked, and I must have left the window partially down, all the way down from talking to the dude, and I had my keys with me, my badge with me, and I went upstairs, and I did the radio show, and then I didn't have a car to return to.
When did you realize your car was stolen?
At about 4:20, 4:25, somewhere, where I was frantically looking for it and saw two cars parked where I knew I had parked it.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
What level were you on?
Level 1. Usually right where the security guard or the security guards kind of park, like one of those primo spots near the elevator shaft.
You were on level 1?
Yeah.
So the dude you were talking to, did you think he was really an employee?
You think that dude stole
But
your
that
car?
dude could have been the one that rolled out in your vehicle.
Well, he was wearing a Colonial Parking shirt. So unless he...
I saw a dude sitting on a corner on the thing today, and I'm looking at him like, what the hell? Why is this dude just sitting here?
I don't know. I mean, and here's the thing: why I would disqualify him, B. Mitch, is because that was 3 hours later that the dude stole my car. So, and he was
So they
wearing
got a video when the car left out?
He was wearing a white, like 3/4 sleeve type shirt. I could see that on the surveillance video. So
Oh.
could building security. He was wearing like a white 2/3, 3/4 ish length sleeve shirt with his arm hanging out my window as he drove literally out of the building.
That is crazy,
Yeah, so
dude.
let me make sure my car's locked.
Yeah, dude. Check my car too. Jeff,
Yeah,
go check all our
I
cars.
would say this, and our guy JT the Vic, who runs the Nationals radio broadcast, said his mirror got damaged or something to his side mirror last week as well. So I would highly encourage everyone to double check their windows. I mean, goes for anywhere. I mean, usually I lock my car, but I can't say that I'm perfect about it. But I mean, I had my keys, I have my badge, whatever. But there are some times where you just forget. I would just say this. I would highly encourage anybody, anywhere, any garage, any driveway, anywhere, period. No matter what you think of the area that you live in, lock your damn car, make sure your windows, double check, triple check, make sure you have your keys, all of that, and don't leave any valuables like a dum-dum like I did, leaving my laptop. The one day I didn't have my laptop, that I left my laptop in my car, that's the day it gets stolen.
So what happens next? Who's on the hook here? You trying to get the building to pay? Hit
I'm
up
trying to
CK
get my
for a new car?
I'm trying to get my insurance to call me back, but apparently they don't work on the weekends, despite it being a very large national company that I will not mention because they might be tied to a sponsorship. Yeah, I'm trying to get them.
They tied to the sponsorship. They sure not living up to what they say.
Exactly. I'm trying to get an insurance adjuster to call me back. I have called them. I have called repeatedly. I have filed claims. The buildings filed a report. The police have filed a report. Apparently, the parking company is going to file a report.
Who did you yell at first when you were going nuts looking for your car? Who were you screaming at?
I really didn't scream
Like
at anybody.
Ryan Clary? Who
No,
got the brunt
well,
of the roof?
I was pretty.
There's no way possible. I believe you didn't scream at nobody.
So I gotta be honest with you guys. I was more just stunned. I was more flabbergasted. Like, what in the world? And you know when you like you're convinced that you did something right, but you're like, wait a second, did I do that yesterday? And I'm confusing it. Like I thought maybe I parked in a different building or whatever. And then I went up to the radio station, right, after searching for my car for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, whatever it is, on all 3 floors. Couldn't find it. And I was like, guys, I walked into the control room, and Clary and Darius and a couple other people, and then CK were in there. And I was like, guys, look, did you all bleep with me and move my car because I had left my keys on the desk that I sometimes use as to sit at and do my loud interviews, JP, as you like to
in the middle
complain.
of everything.
So I had left my keys out there. So I thought maybe somebody messed with me. I was like, guys, the gig's up. I got to go. Please, give me my car back. And everybody was like dumbfounded. And so I didn't yell at anybody, but I literally thought somebody pulled a ruse on me and moved my car, I don't know, outside the building or wherever, just to mess with me, just because I'm messable with. And unfortunately, that
that's
did not
not
happen.
really a word, but
I'm
Detective Jeff has
I'm
a
not
question.
a grammar major, Mitch.
Detective Jeff has a question he want to ask you.
Okay, this might be Jeff's fault because he gave me frozen watermelon stuff.
Hold on.
On Friday.
So did they actually pay, like, the parking garage
to get out?
How
did they get out?
We don't know because, of course,
Inside
and this
job.
might be a little bit too inside the building. There's security cameras only in a certain location that can record footage of the cars actually exiting and entering the garage. So we don't know if to get out of the garage with my car and without the badge, how they got out of. Presumably they paid. I don't know. I mean,
They
listen,
paid $35. How much your car worth?
Well, $17, whatever it is. I mean,
Yeah.
but they got a car
$17
instead,
and
and
they
they
got
got
a
a
car.
laptop instead.
Jeff, as a guy that gets his car stolen frequently,
I only had my car stolen once.
You have a lot of car adjacent issues.
Hey, Rooster. Just send me a picture what your car look like. I'll be on it this weekend, bro. I got
this weekend, Jeff. I mean, like,
how are you going to get to the? Are you going to go to the game tonight, Roos?
I mean, I'm hoping I get a rental car in between now.
Ruth,
and
if you get to the game, if you get to the game, you could drive me back home.
Oh, thanks, baby. I appreciate that.
You can drive me home because I'm gonna have fun if you coming.
Okay. I mean, it's your birthday. It's the least I can do. I'll be in touch. But yeah, I'm hoping to get a rental car here between now and say 5 o'clock.
We've offered you bus fare to many cities.
I know.
I will contribute $17 towards a bus from your home in Chantilly.
I got 17
to Landover. That's $34.
That's very generous of you, JP. I appreciate it.
We gotta go.
Uber,
Luck,
I'll take
dude.
you home.
How much would landfill be willing to drive out of there at 2 o'clock this afternoon, or 2:30, or whatever time he gets done with you guys? Drive all the way back. Meet me at Zaxby's in Chantilly. I buy him lunch. Then he drives me all the way to Landover. And then either sits in the parking lot or goes all the way home and then comes back.
Landfill said we got a break. He ain't give you a damn thing.
He does like the Zaxby's offer, though. Good luck, Chris.
Thank you, boys.
All right, bro, later.
What a wild ride that was. Bruce got his car stolen from the work garage. Good God. Dave Lapham joins us next.
This update brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Commanders and Bengals tonight, 8 p.m. from Northwest Stadium. It's preseason football for head coach Dan Quinn. He says Jaden Daniels and the starters would likely get a few series against the Bengals, and he's been very impressed with the running backs.
Yeah, I've seen it as a deep group. You think of, guys who are the pass catchers coming out of the backfield, different styles of runs. So we use the term like A-back, B-back, meaning like Austin, where you're out on the edge and getting that and inside style of runs. So it is a deep room.
To that end, the Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. This according to Jordan Schultz, veteran cornerback Michael Ujamudia, who most recently played for the UFL's champion DC Defenders and also NFL's Denver Broncos, is signing with the Dallas Cowboys. Carolina has signed Michigan Panthers and former Virginia quarterback Bryce Perkins. Former National first baseman Nathaniel Lowe is signing with the Boston Red Sox. Seattle Mariners and former Nationals outfielder Victor Robles ejected from a minor league game after he was nearly hit by an inside pitch and then tossed his bat at the pitcher. Tennessee names senior Joey Aguilar as their starting quarterback. Notre Dame transfer Steve Angeli has been named Syracuse starting QB. The Vols and the Orange face August 30th. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Byron Kern on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia, and it's very cool. The Commanders' official account just tweeted out, "Happy birthday to B. Mitch." I like seeing that. One of the greatest return specialists in NFL history. Happy birthday, B. Mitch Live. I like that a lot. We're trying to track down our friend Dave Lapham, get a little Bengals preview, but we still have some folks that have been on hold a long time. My guy, Jonesy. Jonesy, what do you want to see tonight, man? We got football on.
What's going on, JP? Happy birthday, B. Mitch. It's Leo season, baby. Now,
100%. The Lions are roaring, baby.
Yes, sir. Roo, 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 roo. Yes, sir. JP, tonight, I want to see if we still got some guys out there hungry. I want to see an offensive line perform. Since we don't have a lot of major guys playing, give me next guy who's playing, trying to still make the team. That's what all I want to see. I want to see my defensive guys, active and making some smoke. We got the New York Giants, man, in a few weeks or less here. So let's make it look good, and let's get some other stuff done. Hopefully Terry's contract be taken care of. But other than that, that's all I got, fellas. Have a great day. Happy Monday. I'm out.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks, Jonesy. It's a good call, man. Jeff is in D.C. Jeff, what do you want to see tonight, man?
Hey, I just basically just want to see all the starters start if they can, just to see what they're looking like. And I don't want Brian Robinson gone, but all of this is just my opinion. And that's about it, really. And happy birthday, B. Mitch.
Thank you, man.
And if I can get something off my chest, like it take a couple seconds. Just want to do it real quick. I appreciate y'all for giving us the opportunity to come on the radio and give our opinions. And because some radio shows you hear them talking, that's all. But y'all give us the opportunity. But what I can't stand is some of us get up there think we know everything, like we played years or we work for the radio and TV stations. It ticks me off because some of us just think we know the answers. I know we give our opinion, but we don't know nothing unless we lived it. So that's all I wanted to say, and I appreciate y'all letting me get that out.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Only person here that knows everything is Jeff. At least he believes.
Commandante Tequila.
Oh, Lord.
How do you do, sir?
I'm doing great, you guys. How you guys doing?
We're good,
We're
buddy.
great,
you coming
man.
to the game tonight?
I think it's 12 o'clock now. Time for me to get busy.
Yeah, I'll be at the game tonight.
How the hell you going to be at the game when you live in California, dude?
Dude, I work in California, moved to California, and then I'm back to Maryland. That's a problem.
You back
to work
just for the game tonight?
Yeah, I've been here for 4 days.
Oh,
Make sure you take a photo with B. Mitch tonight.
Oh, I will, most definitely. I'll paint my face.
No, don't paint
my
your
lips.
face. Last time you painted your face, you messed my damn shirt up when I took a picture with you.
Are you going to paint your face like the Joker again?
I should, huh?
No.
It's a hell
Hell
of a
no.
Hey, Commandante Tequila, do you have
I'm
any?
upset when I heard about B-Rob, shopping for B-Rob. It's like shopping for going down Rodeo Drive. You know, to look for somebody that's really good and with great quality is like going to Rodeo Drive. You know, not the name brand, but the quality of a player. It's like B. Mitch. You know, something you look for a player like B. Mitch. Yeah, look for somebody great, you know, at Rodeo Drive. You know, something that's a good player.
Hey,
they're expensive, but then they're good players. You know?
Commandante, do you have any
Yeah.
advice for Chris Russell? His car got stolen. You want to give him a ride?
I would give him a ride. I don't think he'll fit behind my mule, but then we can go ahead and try.
Did you say a mule?
Yeah. See, I'm thinking of buying a wagon and come in with a mule.
Oh,
I think it's a great idea. Paint your face and roll in there with a mule. Thank you for listening. Thank you
Yeah.
for calling, sir.
All right.
See you later.
If I see that dude right, roll up somewhere with a damn mule. Oh, my Lord.
Buddy.
Oh, bro. That really made me chuckle right there, dog.
What are
Seriously.
you most excited to see tonight?
You know, it's like I'm telling you, I wanted to see more of the starters play because I wanted to see where we stand. I understand how football is today, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it, okay? But when I saw Caleb yesterday, I saw some other quarterbacks yesterday, I want to see my quarterback, but I don't want to see my quarterback without people because that's a tendency for him to not look as sharp as he is, or he can look outstanding. But if he, just like the guy said earlier, if the damn Bugatti can play, why the hell can the rest of the people play? And I understand that person been around this or that person been around. I understand all that stuff. But still, my Bugatti's going out there. I can have my Bugatti's out there. I can damn sure have my which is 001 Corvette out there. I can have my big truck, you know, out there. But the Bugatti, he's out there.
Right.
So it's just as I played my years and when I would watch preseason, I'm watching to see where I am and where people are so I can have an estimate of what we could be. And since I left football and now I watch it, I now understand how the rules are set up, but I'm also trying to see, okay, how can I see where my team is? I would ask the question to everybody out there right now, I ask you too. What do you know about this team right now? I mean, you've seen some other teams play that look a certain way. Like, I see what the Giants are doing. The Giants are doing just what Steve Spurrier did. They're trying to go all out to put the scores up there and look good right now. But I watched the Bears yesterday go out there, and they had their starters in, and they took them out. Same thing can happen with us. And you have a kind of a feel where they are. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You saw the Ravens play. You have a feel of where they are. I don't know if I think I had a better feel last year than I do this year. Although this is you would think the team is better in the second year, my comfort level was better last year than it is this year. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And this is not no knocking on anybody. This is just the comfort level of what I like to feel going into something. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm getting ready to go ride a 100-mile bike ride and I haven't rode anything over 45 miles, I'm gonna be a little upset because I don't know what I could do. But if I've done a 75, 80-mile ride and I felt comfortable, I know I could eke out the rest. Right now, I don't know. And I think most people that's been watching are unsure of where we really are because I think this year we spent a little bit more time on the off field than we did last year. We were focused on the field. This year we've been talking about Terry and other people more than we have been talking about the people on the field, and because we haven't seen a lot of them on the field.
They haven't. Even camp has been kind of low key. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's a natural growth process with how those things go. But still, like, I know the coaches and the players, they have a comfort level of what they think. I don't know how many people know.
Hard to know. Mike is in D.C. Mike, what do you want to see tonight, man?
Hey, how we doing? I'm looking to just see health, and a little more health, and health.
Mike, I'm with you 100% on that all the time. I believe in health, but you know what? You got to be able to. You know one thing I know about veteran players? At a point, they know how to play with a little lack of health. But if you never had to play with lack of health, then you don't know how to do it when it first happens. Like a lot of young guys right now, they get sore, I can't go. The old dude keep going through because he understands. I pushed through this before. That's what I'm just looking for guys to get to a certain level of what they can push through.
Right. Last year, we didn't even know what we had till week 3 and 4. The league's changed. So guys are expected out of college to know what the deal is. And for guys like B-Rob, who played well, he's a good guy. He's a good energy guy, good locker room guy, but he had some big explosive plays, but he did miss a lot of big 1-2-yard runs. And at the end of the day, his agent wants him to get in a good position to have a year before he gets paid. And he's in now a group where he's probably going to be number 2, number 3 best case scenario. And I don't believe any of this FUD news going around. I think it's through poor reporting and maybe his agent paying guys to say things. I don't know what's happening, but at the end of the day, it's going to motivate him to run harder, and that's all I care about.
I'm with you on that, brother.
Thanks for the call, Mike.
Appreciate you guys.
You know what? It's interesting. People want to point to different games that B-Rob had.
Mm-hmm.
And the Tampa, they were really ineffective running the football in the win over Tampa in the wild card game.
Mm-hmm.
In that game, he ran 10 times for 16 yards.
Mm-hmm.
The Tampa defense is tough. They're tops in the league, tops in the league against the run. He did have 4 catches for 22 yards in that game.
Yeah.
So, but it's like every game people want to point to and being like, oh, that's when they lost faith in him. He put the ball on the ground twice against the Eagles, right? The next week against the Falcons, he ran 13 times for 60 yards.
Mm-hmm.
4.5 a carry, right? The Tampa game was a bad rushing output. The following week against Detroit, he had 15 carries for 77 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Now, that Detroit defense was beat to hell, but still,
they
performed.
That same team that won the week before. The players, that same team that was giving them Minnesota hell, right? They gave Minnesota hell 2 weeks prior to that. So let's just understand this league now, and when you watch football, not many guys have the same level of play every week. There are some defenses that know how to take you out of it. Hell, Barry Sanders, who I consider outstanding, I think probably the best running back to play. Okay, I'll just put it out there.
Yeah.
Whenever he played against the Washington Redskins at the time, Richie Pettibone knew how to set up a game plan for him. He'll have 150 the week before we play him. When he play us, he didn't have no 150.
Right.
They shut him down. They knew how to attack him and how to string him out. And does that mean Barry Sanders was bad? No. But you come back the next week. And a lot of times, like in that first game against Tampa, you know what they said? They were going to make Jaden run the ball. And they hit him one time late and almost got him when the helmet came off. Remember that one?
Yeah.
So they were trying to make sure they were trying to make the young guy do the things he needed to do. So they just took B-Rob out and let him run. And I don't think people understand, like, defenses will dictate what happens. I've been in games as a quarterback. I've been in games as running back where 1 week I can't miss. The next week I'm like, where the hell are these people coming from? You know, I thought they had more than one person, more than 11 people on the field. Because you see the whole 1 week and you start thinking, oh, I'm going to start doing this every week. And the next week they are not there. And that's the time when the game planning and scheming and adjustments come along. But it's not one person's fault.
Yeah, man. The Brian Robinson stuff, if he gets traded the only thing I know is when a team asks a player to restructure a contract, you got to be ready to cut the player. That's how it goes. If they say no, what a team is really asking is you to take a pay cut, and if you won't take the pay cut, you got to be ready to cut him. If the trade conversation is real, then they got to be ready to release him. Because if you don't want him as part of your program, something seems off. But
It does. Seems strange.
I like Bill. I think Bill's a hell of a player. We've been talking about it for a while. Eckler had head injuries last season. McNichols is a good back. I do think the replacement level backs will be readily available, and more guys will probably get released on cutdown day. Like, I don't, if something happens with B-Rob, I don't think it, like the Terry thing, I think that impacts the ceiling of this team, having 17 on the field.
Yeah.
If Robinson is gone, I don't think it impacts the ceiling of this team, but it just seems unnecessary, I would say. Like, is there some roster glut I'm unaware of? Like, do they have to keep 7 wideouts? I don't think so.
Nah, not that I know of.
Maybe they want to keep 4 tight ends or something. It seems surprising in a way. All right, phone lines are full. We're going to take your calls. What do you want to see tonight? Plenty going on here. And I think in a lot of ways we're confused by the lack of transparency, I would say.
I'm happy by the lack of transparency.
Well, if you really want to be happy about transparency, you need to hit up Paul Henry because those windows are beautiful. They're clear. Paul Henry's windows and doors. Paul did a tremendous job for me and my family, and I know he can do the same for you at your house. I actually posted a video the other day and tagged Paul in it. Ainsley was outside with the sprinkler, just dousing the house. Not a drop of water got in. I got Paul Henry's doors out there, baby.
Yep, I love Paul, man. Paul's done a great job at my house, too. I told you all many a times he's done every window in every aspect of my house. He's done all the windows upstairs in my main house. He did stuff at the bottom. I had a detached garage. He did all of those. And then I had this pergola, a walkway from my garage to my detached garage. Paul came in, and they did a great job of that, put me a metal roof on that thing. They got all my little lattices up, got everything looking exactly how it was. And even inside now, they got lights out there. Remember, I sit out there, it'd be dark. I got lights and all. I talked to the guy the other day. He come and put me a ceiling fan out there, too, so I could keep that little air moving around. And the thing about it, it wasn't breaking the bank. Paul comes in, he does a great job, and he doesn't try to break the bank. He will get you the proper things you need. Don't try to sell the most. He get it to you fairly. Go reach out to Paul right now. You can get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact our good friend, Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Commanders football against the Bengals tonight, preseason from Northwest Stadium at 8 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn said quarterback Jaden Daniels and the starters would likely get a few series tonight. Not playing, though, Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Von Miller, Zach Ertz, Laramie Tunsil, and others. Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. around the NFL, according to Jordan Schultz. Veteran cornerback Michael Ujamudia, who played for D.C. Defenders, signs with the Dallas Cowboys. Former Virginia quarterback Bryce Perkins signs with the Carolina Panthers. His agent says the Colts are signing four-time Pro Bowl cornerback Xavier Howard. Nathaniel Lowe and the Boston Red Sox are finalizing a deal. The Orioles announced that Zach Eflin had what they considered a successful back surgery, and he will rehab at home. He is out for the season. Virginia head coach Tony Elliott confirms that linebacker Cam Robinson has a fracture in his collarbone and a procedure to fix it. He could miss a couple of games. Auburn will officially retire Cam Newton's number 2 jersey October 11th against Georgia. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Of love. Ooh, ooh, ooh. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brian.
What's that?
I can report, per sources.
Okay.
Landfill was about to buy Crocs, Commander's Crocs, until he found out the cost of said item.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think Commander's Crocs cost?
I don't know how much regular Crocs cost.
I don't know that either.
So I would say they had to be close to $75 higher than that landfill.
They're like 85. It actually appears that maybe they don't have Commander's Crocs, but the teams that they do have are 85. So I just kind of assumed that if I scrolled down, the Commanders ones would be outrageously priced, but I don't think they actually have Commander's Crocs.
Yeah, because they don't think they're real cool.
I Googled Commander's Crocs, and there's a plethora of Commander's Crocs. Now, these might be like knockoffs or whatever, but roughly $30-$40. Some site called eCrater, which I'm not really familiar with. I'm sure. What's the website Cody ordered me that fake ass Juan Soto jersey?
That was something out this country, so we don't know.
Temu, maybe?
Whatever you had. No, it wasn't Temu. That was something else. But I know that your jerseys was pink.
Yeah, it sure was. Thanks again, Cody.
Cody Best can find your stuff.
If somebody can find some Crocs from my man Landfill, burgundy and gold, preferred. Phone lines are lit up. Folks have been on hold. We're going to take them. Kenny G, what do you want to see tonight, man? Football.
Hey, what's up, JP? Happy birthday, B-Man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Hey, what I'm looking forward to tonight is the secondary. And, Jamar Chase cooked us last year. So I want to see what we're going to do against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
All right.
Dude, that's a great
I think that's a good one, man, because right now, I'll be honest with you, I believe our secondary looks better. But, hell, this is a great test for him. And
it's definitely better.
A young
It's definitely better than it was last year.
Yeah. And that's
Thanks, Kenny. Good call.
And that's the thing I'm saying, I just want to see him. I'm not expecting him to play no whole damn half or a whole game. But I want to see something. Something I can say, okay, that's what we got to look forward to.
Well, and let's be real. Without McLaurin out there, most of the practice work has been against guys that probably, you have Debo, but not a ton of definitive starting NFL caliber wide receiver play.
Yeah.
Tonight is a different beast.
Yeah, remember I told you, I said back in the day that 91 team, when you went to the game, it was relatively easy because you dealt with that across the line from you every day. You know what I'm saying? And Coach Gibbs made the ones go against the ones a lot. And when you got into the game, it was easy. When you don't have a level of expertise going against you, you lose a little something too.
go to Matt in D.C. Matt, what's up, man? What are you looking for tonight?
Good afternoon, gents. Happy birthday, B-Mitch.
Appreciate you, man.
You know, it's like the guy before said, you know, health. I wanted to say something about, you know, the expectations, the worries about tonight. The comfort between this year and last year's, because last year we didn't have any expectations. This year we're like nervous about, you know, are we going to be that good again this year? You know, it's like we're looking for signs, which we didn't see any in our first preseason game that we're going to be as good as we were last year. Having said that, if you have a quick second for a silly hypothetical, you had mentioned Mr. Barry Sanders earlier.
Uh-huh.
And this is really silly, but I've been having this discussion with football friends of mine, fan friends of mine. If Barry Sanders and Earl Campbell were both rookies, say on the 77 Houston Oilers, it is my contention that Barry Sanders would be the change of pace back, and the Tyler Rose would be the starter. Any thoughts on that, or is that too silly?
Well, I don't think it's silly. I think when you look at what Barry can do, they probably would have, because when Barry was a freshman at Oklahoma State, the workhorse was Thurman Thomas. Barry barely got on the field. But even when Thurman had an ACL injury, Thurman put a knee brace on because he didn't want to let Barry get on the field. Because he knew once Barry got on the field, he wasn't going to see it anymore. So Earl Campbell or somebody like that would have been the workhorse. And then as soon as Barry got a chance, the coach would have said, oh, hell no, this guy here could play. And he would have played him.
Thanks for the call.
Because he's remarkable, dude. And then the thing about Barry, a bad offensive line wasn't a detriment to him.
No.
He found a way.
Thanks for the call, man.
That's why he's a HOF.
Indeed. Ron is on the line. Ron, what are you looking for tonight?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
How you doing, man?
Happy birthday, B-Mitch.
Appreciate you.
Well, one of the previous callers had taken my little spiel. I was really anxious to see the DBs go against those wide receivers. Mainly Trey Amos. I really wanted to see how he stacked up against those two stud receivers.
I think Trey will be going tonight, won't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trey going to play.
I mean, he played
Trey
last.
going to play, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how he holds up against them.
For sure, man. Good call.
I like, and the thing about it, right now, from what I've seen in training camp, I have a comfort level with Trey.
Me too.
You know what tonight can make me feel?
Good.
Great. It can make me feel even more comfort, or I may say, okay, he needs a little more work. But I'm not going to completely fall out the thing no matter what happens. Because let's be real, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase can get people.
Get them.
It can make me feel even more comfortable about Trey as well.
Absolutely. If he can, I mean,
yeah,
those are dynamic playmakers. Devin is in D.C. Devin, what do you want to see tonight?
I want to see, like everybody saying, I want to see how good our secondary been, man, because a lot of people talk about training camp and then it looked different in the game against real competition, man. So I'm not real big on training camp hype either way, good or bad. So I just want to see it on the field against real bump, real dogs, real horses.
There you go.
I'm with you, bro.
Hey, happy B-Day too, B-Mitch.
Appreciate you, brother, man.
Thanks, bud.
All
right. I mean, if Lattimore's going, I want to see him. Those receivers are loaded, and Burrow is phenomenal. Like this is
in that first game, they came out looking like they were game ready.
Right. Drew was in Forestville. Drew, what do you want to see tonight?
Hey guys, how you doing, B-Mitch? Happy birthday!
Appreciate you, man.
Hey, how you doing, JP?
I'm good, bud. How's it going?
What I want to see tonight is an improvement with the special teams.
I don't blame you.
Hey, you and I both.
And another thing, Jaden's supposed to start tonight, so I want to see which receivers and tight ends they put out there with him, and which offensive linemen they put out there with him.
Yeah, man. I mean, Ertz is not going to go. Tunsil's not going to go. Brandon Coleman's not going to go. Cosme obviously still on PUP. So I think it'll be – my guess is – who started at guard in New England, B?
And I got two more things real quick, JP. I want to see the running back Bill again.
What's up?
Bill.
I said I got two more things. I want to see the running back Bill again.
Yep.
And I want to see Jeremy Reeves flying around hitting people like he did last week.
Revo comes to play, baby.
Yes, he does.
Thanks for the call, Drew.
I think everybody should watch Revo. Once you get inside those lines, don't give a damn if it's preseason, regular season, or the postseason. You have to play at that level or you get your damn self hurt.
Thanks, Drew.
Every time you step inside those lines, it's dangerous. You can't be half stepping. You got to bring the pain.
You know what I'm kind of curious about for tonight is Craycraft. They just signed him.
Yeah.
Will he be able to play tonight?
He should be able to.
Think?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I bet he wants to. So, trying to think through this offensive line. Connerly, I'm going right to left. Connerly, Allegretti, Biotish, Wiley at left tackle. Who's your starting left guard?
Paul might have to be. Chris.
Yeah, I wonder.
Because he played early last week. Well, it has been 10 days now. Damn, it was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. Good Jones, I'm curious about.
Julius, he played. He played as well.
Let's get a couple more callers in here. Our guy Jupe is on the line. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
We good, man. How you feeling?
I'm good. Hey, look, I want to see a whole lot of Ty Yao on that field. Just thrash them up. I want to see this team step on that field with ill wills, devilish intentions, demonic thoughts, toxic behaviors. I want them to come on that field letting them know what it is. That ain't nothing sweet over here. We come to put it down, lay it down however you want. You want it sauteed, grilled, you want it baked. We got to serve you this whooping all the way through. I want to see specifically, I'm with everybody else. I want to see Amos. I actually want to see more Keim. I want to see what more he's capable of. And but yeah, that's about it, fellas. You know, I just want to see violence to the fullest. That's all I got for you.
You speaking my language right there, babe. Come on, man.
Thanks, Juke.
It's football, people. I know everybody, we want help. Yeah, you want help. But I also want some intimidation. I want the other team saying, I don't want to mess with these dudes. I want receivers looking at film coming up to the next week saying, don't throw me no pass across the middle. They got some idiots back there in their secondary. I want people thinking like T.O. felt when he saw Sean T on the field. Gator arms. I don't want you stretching your arms out. I want you saying, hell with that. You know what I'm saying? I just watched a guy on TV the other day. They say, man, they were getting ready for Pro Bowl. And he said, man, don't throw me no balls across the middle of the field. And they threw a ball, and the dude he shortened it. It was Sean Taylor back there. And he said he went to the sideline and said, man, we about to have some problems with that dude right there. And that's when he hit that damn punter. No matter what it is, you're playing football, postseason, all-star game, it's football. Buckle them up. People out there be playing in preseason game with their chin strap unbuckled. Knock their damn helmet off. Make them understand this is for real all the time. No time to be shortchanging stuff. Taking it easy. When you step in those lines, ill intentions, just like Jupe said. Whether you're an offensive player, defensive player, special team, bring the pain, baby. Bring the pain.
Bring it. Well said, Brian. Well said. That got me fired up. That got me fired up to watch some football.
I watch Revo play, and I'm like, and other guys on the team with him, and they don't want to live up to that. Like, that dude brings it all the damn time, man. That's the way he's. And you talk to him off the field, the nicest dude in the world. Smiles all the time.
Just got a new driver.
But when he steps on that football field, ill intentions, baby. Ill intentions. And that's what life's about, man. Listen, bro, just like race car driving, you go out there on NASCAR being passive, pussyfooting around, you get ran off the track. You got to be as crazy as the people. When you drive in New York City, you cannot be passive and timid when you drive your car. You'll never get out because they ain't letting you over. You got to just bogart it. And when you bogart, you know where they go? Respect, dude. Because they not letting your ass over. You got to live like the people you playing against. So football is barbaric. Be barbaric.
Barbarians at the gate. Let them in your house with a new garage door. That's right. My folks over at Door Pro America, they changed my house, man. I had an old beater of a garage door. Hit up the folks at Door Pro America. They sent us this like Photoshop of all these different options we could get at our house. It was awesome. They installed it. The whole thing took like 3 hours. They kind of cleaned up my garage. I'm telling you, awesome experience, awesome service. And the new garage door with the MyQ app is a game changer, man. Say you got somebody coming over to check out the plumbing. Not like that, Landfill. You can let them in and out through the garage door. I'm not even at the house. I can just open it with the app. If you call today, you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Or you can check them out online at doorproamerica.com.
Just want to ride.
This is an appropriate song after B got us all fired up.
I told you why, man. Listen, bro. I got caught. I'm going to tell you, Landfill. Here I am, first year guy. First year guy. I think the guy's name was Keith Taylor. Keith, if anybody Raven, he'll be here listening. He was a safety. And I'm coming through the hole, and I see him, but I'm like, oh, my teammate. So I pull up. And you know you pull up and somebody, pow, and they hit you like, ooh, wrong mistake. And the right foot went up in the air. The left foot was still on the ground. And then all of a sudden, I'm going back, and then the left foot come off the ground. And the next thing hit the ground was the back of my head and the back of my shoulder pad. And I'm like, you got me, dog. He's talking about coming through here all soft. Okay. So the next time I came through the hole, I saw him. I ran through him like he had never, ever stood there. And I realized at that point, for the rest of my career, everybody was going to have to deal with that nonsense because I'm not getting caught again. I eased up for my teammate. And guess what happens when you get in the game? Oh, you got another veteran guy over there. So you take it easy. And he say, got him. He gets you. They ain't happening. I can tell you one guy who's not going to get got. 3'9" on that football team over there, he not going to get got. He doesn't know but one speed, full speed. And when you go full speed all the time, you know what normally stays away from you? Injuries.
It's a maniacal sport. You gotta go
Transform, baby. Gotta transform to a lunatic.
When we were in New England and you and Logan Paulson were just chatting, and he was saying like how far away he feels from his playing days.
Mm-hmm.
And you were like, yeah, man, you have to be a different.
You gotta be in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100% in it. Where I know people like to say, oh man, how much you weigh? And you tell them you're weighing it. Oh man, I weigh this. I could have played with you. No, you couldn't have.
Nope.
Because if your mindset hasn't been into that stuff, like, man, I will come out of games and I get asked questions by mine. I get asked questions by family members like, man, what is wrong with you? You get on that football field. I say, dude, I got to transform. I transform into a renegade, a maniac, because I couldn't do it if I didn't. Because if you out there thinking logically on the football field, you ain't going to make it. You know, when you were young and you swing at the swing and you flip out the swing,
yeah,
you never thought you could break your neck. You never thought you could hurt yourself because, you know, if you thought it, you would have never done it. Then you get a little older and you get on that same swing and you get up to that point where you will flip out of it. What do? You hold on to the chain and you come back down. You don't come out the swing. Now, because you're old enough, you think logically, I could break my neck. I could hurt myself. Ooh, I got this to worry about. I got to go to work tomorrow. So you don't do it. When you're young, never thought about none of that crap. So on a football field, you can't think about, oh, I could hurt myself. I could break my neck. This could happen. All you got to think about is, I'm playing a childhood football game. Try what you try. You know, I didn't care. I would leave the ground. I dive from the 5-yard line, wherever. And then you hit the ground, you get up, you run back to the huddle. Sometimes it stung you, sometimes it didn't. But you realize you were having fun. So the fun was the most thing I thought about. You know what I started thinking about getting injured? When I left the game and people talking about, man, what was this? What was that? I never realized none of that stuff when I was playing. I just did it. You got to be a psychopath, man. Straight up.
I love it. You're well suited for it. Let's bang out these last calls. Los is in Severna Park. What up, Los?
What's up, guys? Happy birthday, B. Mitch, man. Listen.
Appreciate you, man.
I'm turning up for the 9/9/2000 tonight, man, after your broadcast. You are doing the broadcast, right?
No, I'm not doing it tonight. They got the national team on
tonight.
tonight.
Turn up for the 9/9/2000s, all right? Listen, look, I'm going to give you the generic answer, man. I'm looking forward to just taking my girlfriend and her son to this Commanders game, cheap $12 tickets to go see Jane Daniels. He got an autograph by Jane Daniels, so he knows who number 5 is. He's only 6 years old. He's going to be watching. That's what it's all about, man. And if I can be real about it, I'm mostly looking forward to some pupusas right next to Section 130 in football and Michelob Ultra. Thanks for taking my call.
Some
Thank you,
pupusas?
Los. I didn't know they got pupusas in there.
Oh, yeah, pupusas, Section 134, between 130 to 134. They got a pupusa stand. They know me. As soon as I show up, they're like, "You want your regular?" I'm like, "Yep." They have.
That's
one
right where we normally do the
Kent.
show at, right there, right?
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And they have a stand. The same woman. She runs a stand at Camden Yards, at DC United, at FedEx or at Commander Stadium. It's the same pupusas. Listen, every time I go to the stadium, pupusas. Thanks for taking my call.
Don't say that too fast.
Yeah,
We'll say
easy,
the wrong
dog.
word,
Easy.
dog.
Thank you, Los. I once ate a pupusa on television, and the president of El Salvador tweeted me about it.
I remember that.
That was a
I
wild
remember
ride.
that.
Shout out to Moises Linares.
I remember that.
Mo, get us some pupusas tonight, dog.
What time you got to be in the stadium?
Heather just texted me. My first hit is at 4:15.
Ooh, boy. I ain't going to be that early, but I'll be ready. I'll be here shortly after that.
I think I'm just going to go there from here.
Oh, you think you should.
Andre's in Alexandria. Dre.
How you doing, guys? And I think it's B-Mitch's birthday. Happy birthday, B-Mitch.
Appreciate you,
I'm
Andre.
wrong, sorry.
Thank you,
Hey,
man.
good. I want to see them take the gun wrappers off my boy from Temple University, my old school, Jordan McGee. I've been waiting on him for 2 years,
Dog,
man.
he's hurt.
He's been banged up. Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Come on, McGee, man. You're making my school look soft, man. My boys get on me all the time. All y'all Temple dudes, all y'all do is get hurt. You know how your friends are, man. And I thought he was healthy. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
Damn.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate the call, Dre.
Sometimes you just got to learn how to have that mindset to play through it.
I do think one thing people are missing is like, man, don't take for granted that we get to watch Jaden Daniels play football tonight. Like, I can't wait to watch the secondary. I got questions about Bill Merritt, the offensive line,
Yeah.
the linebacker depth after Bobby and Frankie. Like,
But we know who's the straw that stirred the
there
drink.
are
though.
questions. But, we get to watch Jaden Daniels play football for the first time since January.
You know what?
Like, that is awesome.
All that stuff I just talked about, having that crazy mindset and all that. You know who has that, and you would never think it? Jaden.
Totally.
But you watch him, he smiles the whole game. He's like a kid having fun. But you know what? He just loves it. He's into it. He's the most competitive dude you're gonna find. But he does it in a joyful, joyous way. But I guarantee you, you talk to people on that football field, you know he is as competitive as they come. Talk trash to him. He normally pockets it, and then he remembers it later on and come back and get you. Doesn't say much to you. He'll smile at you when you say something stupid. Now, he'll slip some words at you too, but nobody else ever sees it because he's smiling with it. A guy that tells you you suck smiling, and a guy that tell you trash and he's growling at you, the person that just smiled at you and told you suck, that you look confused about that. Like, is dude talking trash while smiling to me? You know what I'm saying? And that's Jaden.
Something else,
He's
man.
a competitive dude, man.
Competitive ass dude. When we return, Adam Kilgore will join the program.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Counting down to tonight's preseason football action, kickoff 8 p.m. Commanders versus Cincinnati Bengals. Head coach Dan Quinn on how important safety Will Harris is to the team.
Will has brought a very good dimension for us in covering and playing man-to-man. I love seeing the battles with him and Zach. There's leverage and working. They really, really challenge one another. So I've grown to really appreciate the different skills that Will brings, and how can we feature him.
Quinn said that Jaden Daniels and the starters would likely get a few series tonight against the Bengals. Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr., according to Jordan Schultz. Veteran cornerback Michael Ujamudio has signed with the Dallas Cowboys. Carolina Panthers have signed veteran Virginia quarterback Bryce Perkins. Nationals make a nice comeback but fall 11-9 to the Phillies off until tomorrow when the Mets arrive. Nathaniel Lowe's going to sign with the Boston Red Sox. The Orioles say that Zach Eflin had successful back surgery, out for the season, but he'll rehab at his home for next season. Seattle Mariners and former Nationals outfielder Victor Robles has been ejected from a minor league game after he was nearly hit by an inside pitch and then tossed his bat at the pitcher. Virginia head coach Tony Elliott confirms linebacker Keim Robinson is out at least a couple of games with a fractured collarbone. Auburn will officially retire Cam Newton's number 2 jersey October 11th against Georgia. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kurt on The Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley, 1067 The Fan. A little bit of breaking news on The Fan. The Browns have named Joe Flacco their starter for week 1 in the regular season. Flacco. Also, breaking news, I can report this definitively. Jeff Walker told me in the kitchen that he's feeling himself because he ran 0.8 miles. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Mr. Adam Kilgore from the Washington Post. Of course, Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Kilgore, what's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, JP? Doing good.
I wanted to start because I really enjoyed your piece on Javon Kinlaw the other day. I think there's a lot of excitement about Kinlaw and this defensive line. Tell everybody kind of what you learned profiling him and talking with him and trying to just go a little deeper on it.
Yeah, so I think there's two parts of it, and thanks for that plug, JP. The first part is the guy just has an incredible backstory and has overcome an incredible amount to get where he is. He grew up around 4th Street, Northeast, through periods of homelessness with his mother, who moved here from Trinidad and Tobago. And so he grew up in those very difficult circumstances till he was about 13 years old. He moved to the suburbs of Charleston, South Carolina, with his father. That was also very tumultuous. That's a period of his life he does not like to talk about. From there, his grades were not up to snuff to qualify for big-time college football. And Will Muschamp, then the coach at South Carolina, had the idea to go to this rural community college in Mississippi, Jones County Community College, where he could take his GED, get prepared for college football. There he had really his first break of his life, where he met this really caring family of a college administrator there at Jones County. They kind of took him in. He really blossomed. 3-4 years later, he's a first-round pick. He's got $15 million in his bank account, and then off he went. From a football standpoint, his career really has not quite lived up to his draft status, the 14th overall pick in 2020. Part of that is injuries. In his second and third season, he played 10 total games. He just couldn't get on the field with health. So I think what the Commanders are looking at is a guy who, going into a guy's 6th year, making $30 million guaranteed. You're not often talking about upside, but I do think there's a whole other level that Javon Kinlaw can get to, where he's like a true, top 10, top 5, really difference-making defensive tackle. I don't have to tell you, JP. You take one look at the guy, and you're just like, how does he ever get blocked, even in the NFL? He's humongous man who moves. And the crazy thing about him, he's humongous, but he's proportioned like a running back. I mean, he does not look like a giant, Dexter Lawrence kind of defensive tackle. He looks like he could, if you just shrunk him down, he'd have the body of a running back. He's like that kind of just crazy athletic build. And the Commanders have been really impressed by what he's done. I mean, he's like disrupted multiple practices. The first play of the Patriots joint practice, he basically just put the guard in Drake May's lap before he could make a handoff. Jeremy Reeves said it was like watching Jaden Daniels' game-winning pass against the Bengals, like, the old NFL stick of "we got one." That was like his "we got one" moment for his teammates in camp. And so yeah, he's a guy where, look, I mean, I guarantee there's been writers in other cities where he's played, New York and San Francisco, who probably said the same thing, because when he's impressive and you watch him play a little bit and he has a dominant play, you're like, oh my God, this guy could be anything he wants to be in the NFL. But I think, at age 27, he's positioned to potentially really get there this year, and I think the Commanders are really excited about it.
When people go through stuff like he did as a young kid, they have a totally different mindset. Did you understand that about him as you talked to him? Because big guy, but he has perspective on life.
For sure. I think the thing that really stuck out to me about his perspective where he's at in his career is, at one point I was going to ask a question of like where do you want to sort of get better this year? What are you focusing on as far as your game? And the way I started to phrase it was like, okay, like, you're at a point in your career where you're pretty well established, and you stop me. He goes, no, wait, no, not yet. I'm not even close to the player I'm going to be. So I think he sees that in himself too, where he definitely sees he can become a more dominant kind of player in the NFL. And I think just his sort of, I think he's in a stage of his career where he's like really about sort of growth still. And he makes a point, like, because of his upbringing, he when he was younger, he couldn't afford to play football. He couldn't afford, it might not be an amount of money that most kids have to think about, but he didn't play football much at all when he was in D.C. And so he only started playing when he was like in his mid to late teens. Mm-hmm. And so in his mind, and justifiably so, he's still pretty new to the game. And so I think there's that room to grow as well for him.
That's crazy. Talking with Adam Kilgore from the Washington Post here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can read Kilgore's work in the Washington Post, WashingtonPost.com. You can give him a follow at Adam Kilgore WP on Twitter/X, whatever you want to call it. The Kinlaw story could be an awesome one, right? Like, we'll see how it goes on the field, but young guy gets to come back to his hometown and maybe become a stud player. Could be awesome. The other stories we're tracking kind of suck. We're stuck in this. We're stuck in this Terry McLaurin limbo. Activated off the PUP list, which is a step-ish, right?
Yeah.
Where do you think this thing is with Terry?
I'm semi down on myself for not being able to figure this out, but it's got to be one of two things, right, JP? It's got to be either, okay, like him and his camp and the Commanders have like some kind of tentative truce where it's like, look, man, you got to practice. We're getting close to getting this deal done. Let's just assume it's going to happen. We're on the right track. Get practicing, and things are going to sort out. Everyone's happy. Or it's, dude, we let you, get away with somewhat of a specious ankle injury, so we didn't have to fine you as mandated by the CBA for a few weeks. But you're healthy. The season's coming, and either you're going to practice and you're under contract, or we're going to have to fine you again.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if this is a sort of a happy moment, everyone's sort of moving toward agreement, or if it is a tactic by the Commanders to sort of add to their leverage and say, look, you're under contract. This has gone on long enough, and we're going to fine you again if you can't hold in anymore. It's either you're practicing or it's a holdout, which means we're taking money out of your pocket. And so I think time's going to tell. I think we're going to find out real soon which one of those it is, but I don't see any other scenario other than those two things. And gosh, get ready for a heaping helping of Terry McLaurin talk tonight on ESPN, because you know how these games go. They're going to be focused on Jaden Daniels in the game for about 2 or 3 series, and then it's just sort of like, becomes a talk radio show for 3 quarters. And what's the topic? It's going to be Terry McLaurin on one sideline, Trey Hendrickson on the other. And so get ready for a helping it out on ESPN.
I've done those games like that where it gets boring real quick.
It's the holdout.
Yeah.
But you know what, though? I'll say this. I think if the question is they don't respect me, they have really done everything that's shown respect. Because they could have been hard-ass from the beginning.
Yeah, and vice versa. Terry McLaurin told Dan Quinn he was holding out before, holding out before he held out, and told him he's going to request a trade before he did that. So it's been polite on both sides, I think.
Yeah, and I think that right there should tell both sides that, you know what, we going through the motions. We got just like this this thing that they did, taking them off PUP. That's just another step in the whole process.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's a good step. Unless it's a step where they're saying practice or we're going to fine you. But I would probably lean, given, as you said, Beam, it's a good point. The whole process has been pretty calm as far as these things go, and so it's probably not that, but that's one of the two potential scenarios we're looking at.
Totally.
Talking with Adam Kilgore, covering the Commanders for the Washington Post. The Terry thing we've all seen coming and brewing for some time. This Brian Robinson thing is even more interesting and just newer. They did draft a running back. Granted, it was a 7th rounder, but they drafted a kid that's looked good, and maybe that just means they want to move on. And then this report comes about the possible trade. Where do you think this B-Rob thing is headed?
Well, that's a good question. I'd be guessing if I would say where it's headed. I do, it's a very, very deep running back room. Even guys like Casimir Allen and Demetric Felton, who are probably 5th or 6th and 7th on the depth chart, have had really nice training camps. And as Cliff Kingsbury keeps saying, like, even guys like that will probably find their way onto a roster at some point this season. So the depth is there where it's definitely a position where they could make a trade from. Brian Robinson probably has as much value as any of the guys there. He's not under contract for very much longer, and so all the sort of data points add up for a potential deal. Although I do think, even though Chris Rodriguez and Jerry McNichols are somewhat derivative of his skill set, he does add like a physicality to their run game that would be very much missing where he dealt or where he traded. I would still be surprised if he's not the day one, first and second down back for this team, just because he does give them, like I said, I think he gives them some more muscle in the run game that they'd be lacking without him, even though that is kind of Chris Rodriguez's skill set as well. So yeah, as Kingsbury pointed out the other day too, like, he's an easy guy to kind of forget about during training camp because running backs don't get tackled. But he's just a tackle breaker. He adds a lot of punch and a lot of force in that part of the game. Not a 3-down back by any means, but they have Austin Eckler to fulfill that role, and maybe Bill Merritt to fulfill that role as well. And so I'd be surprised if they're going to say, you know what, Bill Merritt's at a great camp. We'll just make him the feature back with no experience at all, and let a guy that we really depend on walk or trade him for value. And again, if you're trading a running back at this stage of camp, what are you getting? It's not going to be enough, I don't feel like, to justify cutting loose what he gives you.
Totally.
It creates an unknown where you don't need to. For me,
that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Like, what is the roster push that requires you to make that move? Like,
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it either.
Like, I look at the running backs, and I understand everybody may have something that they do well. When I look at all of them together, he's top 2 on the roster. Right?
For sure.
They don't throw him the ball a lot. He can catch out the backfield. They run him 10 to 12 times a game, which I think if you want to get most running backs into a play, you got to run them more than that. Austin has an ability to break some big plays, but then he's had the injuries over time, and now the concussion aspect has popped up. Chris Rodriguez, he does some physical things, but sometimes he's not good in the blocking game. I think McNichols is excellent in the blocking game. He's done a lot of good things, but he seems to be that guy that's an addition, not a guy who could be your plus. Your main
reliable,
guy.
Can fill in the gaps, yes.
Casimir Allen, a guy who has all the speed and the possibilities in the world. That's why they keep him around. But he hadn't really made the move to say, this is why you're keeping me here.
No.
Bill is coming
around because he's good in terms in the return game too, I think.
Yeah, but Bill has come here, and he's opened up some eyes because he has great vision. He has great balance. He's
Great
hurt
cousins.
right now
Yeah.
too.
It's going to be.
Yep.
I mean, it'll be really interesting to see if B-Rob runs tonight or doesn't. Like, if he doesn't play tonight, would be very telling. I think that maybe they really are.
That'd be curious.
But
yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen. But I don't
think
know.
so either.
It's an interesting time. Well, and then Kilgore, I don't know if you saw this. Elliott Wolf is the Patriots general manager. He had a presser today where he just told everybody, he's like, yeah, we would send a first or a second round pick if we could get star players back. It's pretty unheard of for a GM 2 weeks before the season starts to just be openly telling people he's open for business.
That's the way to do it without being considered tampering.
I guess, yeah.
He's talking to everybody. He's not talking to a player. He's putting it out there for everybody.
Not saying, like, what do you think the chances are of something wild happening over these next 2 weeks with Washington? There's just a lot of stuff, and it doesn't – who knows what the hell it's going to mean. It might mean nothing, but it is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, inherently very low because if it had a good chance of happening, it wouldn't be very wild. But I mean, look, I have a hard time. Elliott Wolf can say that, but like, does it make sense for any team to give up a first round pick and then some, or a high second and a lot more, and then give the contract that a guy like McLaren or Hendrickson wants as well? I mean, that's just. Crazier things have happened, but that'd be really poor asset management to give up, the draft capital and then the contract and all the guaranteed money the player wants and all the cap space the player is going to require to get him in under there. That would still be a shocking outcome to me. I guess, look, if they're offering like a first and change, gosh, the Commanders would probably have to consider that. But even then, where does it leave them with a wideout in a year where they think they can make a run for the Super Bowl potentially? I don't think it makes a lot of sense on either side. But crazy things happen, and if a GM's sort of saying, "Oh, we're open for business," then I guess that opens the door for crazy things to happen.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, dude? Specific to tonight, talking with our friend Adam Kilgore from the Washington Post here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Kilgore a follow at Adam Kilgore WP. Read his work in the Washington Post. What are a couple things you're most excited to see tonight?
It'll be cool to see Jane Daniels back on an NFL field and an NFL stadium, albeit for a couple of series. And I don't think they're going to ask him to do very much. They have 3 projected starting linemen out, so the ball's going to be out quick, I would have to believe. I'm really excited. I think, the number one thing as far as like trying to pull something out of this as a takeaway is Washington's cornerbacks against Chase and Higgins for as long as they're in the game, which all reports indicate they're going to play. What a great test for the rookie Trey Amos, who's been, one of the, if not the star of Commanders training camp. And what a great test too for Marshawn Lattimore. He's at a point in his career where he doesn't have to prove anything, but he hasn't been in the field a lot the last 3 years. He didn't show the Commanders why they traded for him, mainly because of his health last year. And so, it'd just be nice to check it on to see where he's at. And there's no better litmus test than trying to cover Jamar Chase or even T. Higgins. And so where Lattimore is at and how Trey Amos sort of comports himself and plays against 2 superstars, that's going to be good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm excited. We have a friend of the program, our guy Drew, is a hardcore burgundy and gold fan, and he said he's going to get to the stadium at 2:30 for the game to start tailgating.
That's crazy.
What time are you going to get to the stadium, Adam?
I'm probably going to get there around 4:35. I like to beat the traffic.
Right. What do you think?
I'm going to have fewer beers than Drew, it sounds like.
I think a lot fewer beers. Adam, thanks for the time, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, Adam. Take care, brother.
All right. See you guys. Yep.
That is Adam Kilgore from the Washington Post. Go read that Javon Kinlaw story. It was really good. You can give him a follow at Adam Kilgore WP. What the hell? People have been calling all day. Phone lines are open.
Keep talking to
Who do you want to see tonight? 800-636-1067.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Cleveland Browns have announced veteran Joe Flacco will be their starter for Week 1 against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals are in town tonight for a preseason matchup against the Washington Commanders. Kick time is 8 p.m. Head coach Dan Quinn said Jayden Daniels and their starters will likely get a few series versus the Bengals. Commanders have been shopping running back McLaren Robinson Jr., according to Jordan Schultz. The Carolina Panthers have signed former Virginia quarterback Bryce Perkins. Nathaniel Lowe and the Boston Red Sox are finalizing a deal. Orioles announced that Zach Eflin had successful back surgery out for the season. Victor Robles has posted an apology for throwing his bat after getting hit by a pitch during a rehab game. He said he let his frustration get the best of him. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Cody Betts got receipts. He has video of this race.
I know.
I got smoked.
I videotaped it.
Great. Cody couldn't run a mile with me. I know that much.
No, he couldn't. He could walk a mile with you because I saw him walk about 8 miles that day before he got married. He was nervous as hell.
Hey, JP, I'm sorry, man. In the 20-yard race, I'm beating you.
Yeah, I didn't get out of the blocks fast in that
Nah,
video.
you didn't.
Well, I was wearing sweats in my defense. He had shorts on.
In the 20 yards, I beat you with jeans on, JP.
Okay.
And then tell him you want him in a 2-mile race.
Jeff, unlike you.
No, he got me in that.
When I realize I am beat, I don't pretend otherwise.
No,
you
JP,
would beat me in a 20-yard race.
I'll beat you in a 40-yard race.
I think you probably would.
But
I think I got a better chance.
A mile?
A mile, I think
You
I
got
smoke
it.
you.
You got it. Yeah. You got it.
Jeff, who do you want to see tonight?
I'm hyped for Josh Connolly. That's who I want to see. A lot of people, and it wasn't just the youngest in charge. It was other people on the sideline, too, saying they were underwhelmed. I like the way he looked last game. I think he's going to look better this game.
I think, in some ways, almost similarly to Brian Robinson, it is really hard to get too much of an evaluation
of an offensive lineman.
Yeah, especially like early in camp when they don't have pads on yet. Like,
I know a lot of people get pissed at me. They be like, "Hey man, what you think about this?" And I be like, "Can't tell you nothing right now, dog. They're not at the level I could give you an opinion on that." Well, you don't see it? I'm like, I don't see what you see, but I can't watch an offensive lineman who can possibly cut a lineman, a D lineman, not being able to cut him, have on no pads, that D lineman run around him, and he go, "Oh, the offensive lineman can't block." No, that D lineman know he can't get cut. So he's going to just run around the horn real quick, and he normally would be faster and more athletic than you. But once you can put that helmet on that knee, they change their little tune.
Totally, man. Herb is in Waldorf. Herb, what do you want to see tonight?
What's going on, fellas?
Doing good, bro. How you doing, man?
First things first, JP, play that funky music, and B. Mitch, happy birthday.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
One thing I did, and I'm not going to go ahead and say the cornerback because, yeah, I am looking forward to seeing what Amos and Frozone and Southeast Sean's going to look like. I'm actually looking forward to Debo, and not the Debo that you're thinking about. I'm talking about Javon Kinlaw and the rest of the defensive line, because that man is the mountain of a man. He is literally the mountain from Game of Thrones. I saw a picture with him and Lake Lewis standing with each other, and he is just like a massive human being.
Yes,
I want to see how that whole entire front seven with him. What's the kid's name? Johnny Newton.
Yep.
And the rest, Wise and Payne looked up tonight. That's who I'm really looking forward to because we didn't get to watch them on the first. I mean, we saw Johnny the first game, but we didn't get to see in person on the game about what happened with that defensive line. We heard that they got a lot of penetration against the Pats in the practice joint practice, but we never really got to see what they actually look like in the game, and that's what I'm actually looking forward to.
Good call, bro. Thank you, man.
Good call, man. Thanks, Herb. Made me laugh. Made me think. Good call. Let's go to Andy.
He's a mountain of a man, for real.
Andy, what do you want to see tonight?
I want to see our return game do something for once. I know kick returning is not easy in the NFL, but the last time we've had any success in the return game was 4 years ago with DeAndre Carter. I know Eckler did pretty good last year, but I don't want to have to rely on him. I want to see either Luke step up or Jalen Lane step up. I personally think that job's still wide open for kick return and punt return. I really just want to see some established return game this year. That'd be awesome.
Well, and how about a coverage game too? Because that did not show.
Yeah.
That did not travel to New England.
I think the first game they didn't have any opportunity in the punt return game to really get something going.
Well, I was impressed that Lane didn't fair catch that punt just before halftime.
And he almost came out the first one. The kick return thing. Listen. I don't care what position they play offense. I know people now. I said it last year, and even Izzo has said it's more of a running back thing right now. But you need the guy who has the vision to hit it full speed. That dude, Trevion Henderson, he never broke stride when he played against us. And right now, when I watch a lot of guys, I watch around the whole league, and I see guys catch the ball, and they're coasting. Then they start stutter stepping. All you're doing is allowing the people to get close to you. What he did before those guys can get past that 30, 35-yard area, he was back there with them. And they had no chance, man. And the coverage team got to be more violent. They got to come in. They get a 5-yard run at you. You're standing there. They should be able to hit you, extend, and dismiss and be able to make a tackle. And they got to get more violent with it, point blank. And I'm sure the coaches told them that all week.
They've had 10 days to stew on that. Thanks for the call, Andy. Appreciate it, bud. Phone lines are open if you want to hit us up, 800-636-1067. Lane is a guy I'm really excited to see tonight. We didn't see a lot of offense from him in New England.
Nah,
I'd like to see more targets, more opportunity for Lane. And then McCaffrey's another good one, man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a roster spot is in danger there. I mean, he was drafted last year, relatively high. And then he got sick in that Patriots game. Terry's not playing. Noah Brown's not playing.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be opportunity.
You have opportunity.
Jayden's out there. You know what I mean? Like,
and one thing about him, he will find you. If you're open, he'll find you.
There's a lot of stuff you'd like to see out there.
Yes.
And I certainly think.
But I'm with that caller, man. It's like that is a weapon. If your coverage team can be very effective and your return game gives you those shorter fields, that could be a plus for you, man. And I think the history of this team has been that, where the special teams was something that people look forward to and took pride in doing. That's what I like about Izzo and even Quinn. They put so much emphasis on it.
Right.
To where it's not you just out there doing it. No. You can basically throw the tide towards the side of the Commanders.
One thing I would like to know, Doug Kammerer, if you're listening, calls. It's supposed to rain tonight. I'd love to not have rain.
Well, I won't be on the sideline if it is. I'll stay in the suite. We got Little League football at halftime.
Oh, yeah? Who's playing?
It's about 3 or 4 teams.
Maplewood?
I don't know if Maplewood's there or not. If they are, I'm going to tell them that the great J.P. Finley say, y'all better not go out there and do like he did.
I was at the beach this weekend hanging with some guys whose sons are now playing for Maplewood, and I did not know this. So when I was playing 100 years ago, Montgomery Village had a team that was good and tough. And what has since happened is Montgomery Village and Maplewood have, merged.
Oh, really?
So
are most of the people from Montgomery Village?
I don't know.
I'm just asking, Jay.
A lot of the kids, my friends' kids that play live, around me.
Right.
But, dude, their summers are over. Kids are in two-a-days. I don't know if it's two-a-days, but they're
They
back
should be
practicing.
in two-a-days.
Both of Papa's little boys are playing, and he said on one play, I don't think this is how they should do youth football, but nobody cares what I think. When you played, was it by weight?
Yeah.
Yo, you know it's by age now?
But it should be, because when you get older, you're gonna be 15, and you're gonna be 15 weighing 180. Gonna be another guy 15 weight 300.
Yeah, it was always by weight when we were kids.
When I was a kid in the 6th grade, I go out, it's a 130-pound league. I had to play center because I was 130 pounds. So the other is 130-pound max weight. So I'm playing 130. I'm playing center. I'm the fastest guy on the football team. So we had a little Fumarooski play, and I would fake the snap and then run. And the coach said, "We're gonna move you to running back." I'm like, "I've been telling you that since I came out here." I mean, damn.
How long were you a center?
For about a game or two.
Yeah, I agree with it being on age. Because when I was younger, I was always a big kid. I was always
You couldn't
playing.
play. You had to play up.
I had to always play up.
Yeah. But I think it should
I
be
was
by
skinny.
age.
I was
Because
playing down.
I don't know. Like, the parents are like, "Well, that kid is bigger." That kid's gonna be bigger when he's 20 years old. And your son gonna play with him.
So my boy Papa's little son, Colton,
Mm-hmm.
he's, I don't know, 7 years old, I'm guessing, maybe 7 or 8. And apparently the other team had this big kid. And Colton just jumped on his back, and the kid just kept running.
But Colton did jump on his back.
Yeah.
He tried to tackle him.
Yeah, man.
You know, you could throw that weight off of him.
Cleveland Browns, man. They just signed that Texas wide receiver who could be a stud, but the charges got dropped, but it seems like there's still stuff going on. I think Bond is his last name.
Who?
Cleveland signed that dude, Isaiah Bond. Is that the right name, White Brian?
That's the
receiver.
Receiver, yeah.
He was good, man.
See,
obviously some off-field
that,
questions.
It was some off-field stuff, but they came out where the people saw nothing that would have caused him, and other person wouldn't even come forward. I hate that.
But they still haven't signed their second-round pick, Quinshawn Judkins, the other running back from Ohio State that was with Travion.
That brother can play too now.
They still haven't signed him pending an NFL investigation.
What's his investigation?
I don't. Like Brian, tell me if you know.
How many people you need to be being investigated on one team?
That's kind of my point. And, like, I don't know. Cleveland just starting Joe Flacco. You draft 2 quarterbacks. What the hell are you doing? You know what I mean?
It's Cleveland, though.
It's Cleveland, for sure. I mean, they might have. I think with Dan out of the league, I think Jimmy's probably the worst owner in the NFL.
Judkins had a domestic violence case in July.
Yeah.
Is it still pending, or did it get dismissed? Or
I think the charges were dropped, but they're looking into it.
The league's looking into it. Oh, you know, right? The league is God.
Yeah, I mean, the league will do kind of whatever they want there.
But make their people do the right thing.
Right. It's just Cleveland seems to. I don't know, man. I'm not going to worry about Cleveland. There's football on tonight with another team from Ohio.
Really?
I mean, as much as I always try to point out that, like, we talk about all of these things and just focus on getting to watch Jaden, pretty excited to watch Burrow, too.
Yeah, Burrow is a very
special
good one.
player, man.
Really tell you that team from LSU, man, how they can just have all those great quarterbacks come through there.
I mean, they got talent in the boot, man. They got talent in the boot.
They do have that.
Let's run through player props for tonight. I want rushing yards, receiving yards, passing yards. We're going to do that next. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Features Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer on the MVP race. Is it going to be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, hell, Jaden Daniels? Who's your pick to win MVP crown coming up this August? Or your champion, you can pick it in August. Who's going to be your pick to win the Super Bowl? It's going to be one of those teams from the East, from the AFC, or it's going to be the NFC. Will it be a new team that pops up and changes things? Will the Lions finally get over the hump? Or will the Commanders say, hey, it's our turn this year? Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. So visit FanDuel and start planning your future's best now, because Futures Day is one more day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years old, present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. This is how the story goes. Be Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Tonight, 8 o'clock, Washington Commanders taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. They played a lot in the first game, Joe Burrow and his two receivers, and they look fantastic. I believe tonight will be a good test for our defensive backs and also the defense as a whole to go against that team. Wow, that dude just got smashed. We're talking about kickoff return and kickoff coverage. This dude smashed him. I want to see that part of the game get a lot better. That first game, left a bad taste in my mouth. I want to see things get better. But ultimately for me, bro, this is about energy tonight. You know?
Especially after the last game.
Yeah, the last game, I just felt that they were.
It didn't feel like a DQ team out there.
Yeah, they did not have the energy that New England had. And I could understand the Tom Brady, they putting his statue up. But hell, once that happens, you got to match that. And tonight you're at home, you're in front of your fans. There's a fan base that was hyped all last year. And now you get a chance to go out there
Monday night
and
time.
Let them know that last week was that's not the truth. That's not how we really are. Let's show them how we are tonight. I want to see it.
This morning we posted our B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. Question: does Terry McLaurin coming off the PUP list mean a deal is near? 33% of voters said yes. 67% said no.
I think one may not have anything to do with the other.
Right. You know what you can do, though, is level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. All right, let's run through some of the numbers tonight. Joe Burrow, B. Mitch, over under 70.5 passing yards.
They throw the ball, bro. He threw the ball 13 times last week, just out the bat. Boom, 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 boom. I believe they're going to go a little longer. I think they're going to play it because they are concerned about starting slow.
Right.
And they came in the first game and they did. I think this game they're going to push it a little bit. Maybe the next game they don't play. So I'm going to go and say over.
Jaden's number is pretty low, which leads me to believe
They don't expect him to play.
I'm saying over with Burrow also.
Yeah.
Jaden's number is 48.5 passing yards.
I could go over with that. I think 2 series he'll get that. If he played 2 series. If he get 1 series, he could possibly get it too. But still, I think 2 series he definitely gets it.
When a number's low like that, it makes me want to go under. Like they're asking you to go over. I'll go under on that, White Brian. Sam Hartman, 85.5 passing yards. Sam Hartman, 85.5 passing yards.
85.5, Sam Hartman. I'm going to go under because I think that Josh may get a little bit more time tonight. Sam played a good bit in that first game.
White Brian, do they have a Brian Robinson number? I didn't hear a word he said.
Brian works in the radio. You don't understand.
I didn't see one.
Okay. That's kind of interesting. So they don't have, it doesn't look like a number for Eckler or Robinson, at least wherever White Brian shops.
Because, if you hear, certain people not going to play this, that, and the other, I think they automatically assume there's going to be a lot of young guys playing.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, 24.5 rush yards, B.
I'll go over on that.
Jamar Chase, this seems like an easy over right here. 27.5 receiving yards.
Jamar Chase, 24.5?
27.5.
27.5? They are trying to prove a point this year. I'm going over.
No Ertz tonight. Ben Sinnott, 12.5 receiving yards.
I'm going over. And the reason I'm going over because you can't get 12.5 yards and you're not proving that you can be that guy.
Jalen Lane, 18.5.
Let's go, Jay. 1 reception can get you that.
Deebo Samuel, 14.5 receiving yards.
I can see that.
1 catch.
1 catch. A little quick screen or something. Bang, bang. A hitch. Turn up field. Cornerback going to look at Deebo and say, damn, that's a running back. And back off of it. And that quarterback probably like, this is preseason. I'm not selling out for this.
T. Higgins, 20.5 receiving yards.
Why his higher?
It's a.
He's not gonna play no more than the other than what's called
Chase.
Yeah.
Chase is 27.5. Higgins is 20.5.
I don't know. I'm gonna go under on that one.
And then one thing we haven't talked about. I'd like Matt Gay to have a good night. Just make your kicks, dude.
Yeah, he did it the other day, 5 for 5. Let's do the same thing tonight.
And he ended practice later. I think
Yeah.
folks in Washington are just so jumpy about kickers that a dude misses a kick and everybody gets all up in arms.
But let's be real. We haven't seen a guy who's 100% in his whole career yet. So,
yeah, man. I think it'd be a good night for Matt Gay to have a good night.
mm-hmm.
I do want we'll make some official picks. Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Holla.
All right, Jeffrey, lead us off.
Okay, I'm going to bet on the Commanders' first scoring play to be a touchdown.
What is that odds?
Damn.
Plus 250.
All right.
All right.
Jeff's in the barn. Jeff calling his shot. Professor Landini?
I'm taking the Commanders plus 3.5.
Don't hate it. Brian?
I'm going to take them plus 3.5, and I'm going to take Bill Merritt touchdown.
Ooh, what's a Bill Merritt touchdown pay?
I don't know. I know it's not minus 200. I leave that for Brian to figure out.
Yeah, that's Brian's.
He's
plug.
young. He got that type of mindset.
White Brian, what do you got?
I'll go with the Bill rushing yards, 24.5 over.
Bing, bing, bing.
What you have?
Ben Sennett over 12.5 receiving yards. I never do this, but let's get crazy. Parlay with the over in the game. I see it at 43. White Brian, is that what you got? All right, I'm in. Ben Sennett over 12.5 receiving yards and the over in the ball game. Love that it's Monday night. Love that there's Monday Night Football on. Football, baby.
The guy that can't spell says scattered showers tonight, very light.
All right, so we'll be all right.
The guy that can't spell.
Richmond,
that was Greg.
Richmond John says, happy 32nd birthday, B. Mitch.
Thank you, Rich. It's right
Times
there.
3.
The stream can see you.
I don't care.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to everybody that called in. Football is on tonight, people. Keep it locked on 106.7 The Fan. We got all sorts of pregame, postgame.
Toby ready, man. Got on his Cooley jersey.
Toby's got a Cooley jersey, a Skins hat. The boys are ready. Grant's already at the stadium. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
Grant beat Drew.
Thank you to Adam Kilgore for joining us earlier. If you made it this far, White Brian owes you a beer.
Getting closer for the Washington Commanders and Cincinnati Bengals. 8 p.m. tonight from Northwest Stadium in a preseason matchup. Head coach Dan Quinn said Jaden Daniels and the starters would likely get a few series tonight against the Bengals. Cliff Kingsbury on Jaden Daniels.
Treating each practice, each rep like a game. Full speed, whether it's carrying out his face, moving around to throw the ball away. It's like each practice rep he's getting, he's making it like a game, which that'll be a big help as we get into the season.
Not playing Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, Marcus Mariota, Laramie Tunsil, Zach Ertz, Von Miller, and Bobby Wagner. The Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. to teams around the NFL, according to a tweet from Jordan Schultz. The Carolina Panthers have signed former Michigan Panthers quarterback and former UVA star Bryce Perkins. Nathaniel Lowe and the Boston Red Sox are finalizing a deal. The Orioles announced that Zach Eflin had successful back surgery. He's out for the season on a rehab at home. Victor Robles posted an apology for throwing his bat after getting hit by a pitch during a rehab game. He said he let his frustrations get the best of him. Virginia head coach Tony Elliott confirms that linebacker Keim Robinson, who could miss at least a couple of games because of fracture in his collarbone. Tennessee named senior Joey Aguilar as a starter against Syracuse. Orange will go with Notre Dame transfer Steve Angeli. That game is August 30th. Auburn will officially retire Cam Newton's number 2 jersey this season, October 11th against Georgia. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live on The Fan. It is August 18th, 2025. Danny's in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard, and I am at Northwest Stadium where the field looks immaculate. The stadium looks ready for football. Back in Landover, Maryland for Pigskin for the first time in 8 months. Tonight, Danny, bit of a dress rehearsal under the lights for the Commanders against the Cincinnati Bengals. This will be the closest thing to legitimate, authentic football we get in August. This is the tune-up for the Commanders.
It's as good as we're going to get, as you said, my friend. A number of starters or regular key contributors are not playing, which probably leads me to believe that we're not going to see as much of Daniels as maybe I want, and certainly not as much as you want. But, that's the key. This is going to be our one shot to see him. No Laramie Tunsil. No Brandon Coleman, obviously no Sam Cosmi for the indefinite. So I can't imagine they trot him out there for multiple series or into this, late into the second quarter, et cetera. I could be surprised by it, but they'll probably play it cautious without a lot of his guys up front.
Well, that's actually really interesting. How do you play this? Because it did seem like they were going to play him, and they will, right? He's going to play, I would think, at least a series, maybe a couple of series. But to your point, no Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. No Brandon Coleman at left guard. So how seriously do you want to make it? How much run do you want to get him behind a left side of the offensive line that could be Chris Paul at left guard and Andrew Wiley at left tackle? If he needs the work and you feel like you got to get him out there, then maybe they'll do it anyway. But I would think because of the offensive line situation, we could hedge a little bit to say less is more for Daniels tonight, and I don't have a big problem with that. In a perfect world, I want to see Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. I want to see Brandon Coleman at left guard, and if you've got your allotted offensive line in front of them, now let's go play a quarter and a half of football. But I don't think you got to get cute here behind some backups on the offensive line either. I think you can be reasonable. Break a sweat. Go have a drive. Put together 10, 12 plays if you can. If it's a quick 3 and out or you only run 5 or 6 plays, I think you could get him out there for a second drive and maybe coach it up to help get the ball out of his hand pretty quickly. I don't need anything long developing in the pocket, 5 and 7 steps down the field, and then you get him on the sideline to cut up with his teammates for a couple hours.
I'm with you. And I'd even, obviously it's not a great bit of reinforcement, but I trust my second-year player. I would say, hey, today, don't stand in there and take that shot to the chops like you did against Cincinnati in primetime. We're not doing that today. We're not doing the reach out the football, dive for a first down. It's not a toughness contest. And if there ain't nothing there, get rid of that football. I do not want him touched. I don't need him touched. I don't need him hit at all. Nothing to prove in that regard. I mean, it's in a little bit. If there was a starting offensive line, I'd feel a little bit better about it. But I would go the extra mile to Jaden Daniels to say, earlier is better. If you got to throw a YOLO ball down there on a 3rd and long, treat it as an arm punt. I don't care. I just don't want you taking any shots here tonight.
To that point, by the way, I said on Friday's show, I think it was, we were talking about positives with this team, areas where we feel really good. I do believe by the end of the year the offensive line could be a strength. And I think, Danny, this could be the best group they've had up front in a bunch of years. But right now, this moment, as Brandon Coleman's dealing with an injury and hasn't practiced in 2 weeks at guard, Sam Cosmi's not back yet, is not going to play tonight, obviously, and shouldn't be expected to play at the beginning of the year. I'm still counting on like a week 4 return. Maybe he starts the year on PUP. This is not what I'm hearing. This is what I'm speculating. They're actually saying otherwise. Right now, publicly, the last we heard was that they think he could be back for the start of the season. I just think that's a little bit unrealistic. But both your guards right now are unavailable. And then Tunsil, who's been in and out, and they know what he is. Tonight's interesting that he's not playing. Again, if you have Daniels out there, if Tunsil's available, I would play him. He's not going to be out there. So that means 3 backups. But Allegretti at right guard will be fine in replacing Sam Cosmi to start the season. But that's a Pro Bowl talent you're without. Coleman, I think, is going to be ready to start the year. You still have a few weeks, but this thing's lingering now. So the O-line, is high as I am on it this year, kind of long-term, I am a little bit nervous right now this moment,
That's
specific to tonight against the Bengals,
Yeah.
or just getting things started against the Giants, maybe the best pass rushing group you're going to face on your schedule twice this season. It's not like they're going to hit the ground sprinting, I don't think.
Yeah, hello, Abdul Carter. I'm with you. The on paper, when it all is together, gelled, etc., it looks very good. As you said, it looks like it's going to be one of the best offensive lines this org has had in some time, top to bottom. Hasn't happened yet, though, right? I mean, you remember some of the reports, whether it was different days in training camp, the Burgundy versus Gold inter-squad game, the defensive line dominated that day. And again, it's not, everybody's not 100%. I fully understand that. I'm aware of all the information. All I'm saying is, though, if it's going to happen, it hasn't happened yet. Like, I would feel better if this was, hey, these guys are kicking the defensive front's butt at this point, and they can't touch the quarterback, and hasn't been a play where the quarterback's had to leave the pocket or whatever. Maybe not realistic, but simply saying, I'd feel a little bit better about it. I'm with you in the sense that on paper, this is a really good group. See Tunsil, see Connerly, and how bright the future is there. But it hasn't happened yet. And that's the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause, and we're not going to see a big step in terms of putting my mind at ease tonight, as you mentioned, with 3 backups at a minimum going at least for the starters.
Yeah, it's just a different line completely when you're talking about left to right, Wiley, Chris Paul, Tyler Biotish, Nick Allegretti, and a rookie in Josh Connerly, than when you've got a Pro Bowler in Sam Cosmi at right guard, a guy that I think will eventually play in a Pro Bowl at left guard in Brandon Coleman, and the player that you just made your biggest splash acquisition of the entire offseason, spent a lot on, and will extend eventually, in my opinion. And Laramie Tunsil is one of the best tackles in football. Otherwise, tonight, in terms of players who will not go in this, the closest to a dress rehearsal we're going to get, defensively, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, who's been dealing with injury, a veteran, did not play. Coach's decision for Bobby Wagner, linebacker, and Von Miller off the edge. Jordan McGee, who they think is going to help a lot defensively this year, is hurt again. And then Jonathan Jones, the veteran in the secondary, who they're trying to get to 100%. I mean, what stands out to me there, first things first, Wagner and Miller, you don't need to play those guys. It's not like the defense is as reliant on continuity together as the offense. You want to be able to communicate and get everybody on the same page. But Von Miller's a hired heat-seeking missile this year that's going to come in on passing downs and try to close like a big league ninth-inning arm. Bobby Wagner, when the lights turn on, he'll be fine shouting commands, getting everybody to do the things they need to do pre-snap. The Jordan McGee one, man. Like, he was the story in the first few days of camp. Remember, we heard they're going to move Frankie Louvu down to the edge, and he's going to rush a lot, and they're going to need this extra linebacker. Jordan McGee's supposed to be that guy. Last year, more often than not, he didn't prove available. And we're in that situation again here in camp. Hopefully he can get right and get on the field. But this continues to linger now, and this has kind of been almost the entirety of his career, that it's promising. When he plays, he looks the part. It looks like they got a steal in the 5th round, but they just can't get him on the grass.
Yeah, we've done this before, right, where the promise of somebody is so exciting and so tantalizing, and you can't wait to see it, and you never get to, right? I mean, then Redskins and now stupid name have had plenty of these guys throughout their history, whether it was Bryce Love, the running back that was going to be a game changer from Stanford, or, a billion other dudes that you just never get to see. I don't know. I'm hoping this is just one of those precautionary injuries, and he's just nicked up, and eventually he'll. But at this point, GP, talking about McGee, it just seems like his own team can't get right. Whether it's his fault or not, I have no idea. It probably isn't. But so I'm bummed about that. This was going to be a great chance, I think, for him to get some minutes. In terms of Wagner and Miller, I think you said it. To me, if you're a gold jacket guy that's in your mid to upper 30s, that's fine. Play, don't play, whatever. I'd kind of throw Ertz into that group as well, where I don't necessarily need to see Zach Ertz, a guy that's been oft injured, and last year was remarkably healthy, given his recent track record. So I'm okay with those guys not going. Again, would have loved to have seen it, just because, again, there's not much time on the grass for these dudes, but, you trust a little bit that a veteran like Miller and a veteran like Wagner was able to put in their time and get to the point where they need to feel comfortable to be able to give you that full 17.
I'll be shocked based on the fact that Ertz, the number one receiving target, especially without Terry McLaurin, and the O-line, with the injury problems it has right now, is the depth chart that it looks like at those positions. Daniels playing slightly surprising to me, but it also tells me we're going to see very little of him. I think it's in and out, and it could even be, 4 or 5 play series, and you saw him this preseason, and now he's on to the regular year. I just saw that the Atlanta Falcons are already shutting down Michael Penix for their upcoming game, so he won't even get a snap as a second-year guy who barely played. He's got 3 games under his belt, and that is certainly the trend around the NFL. So I just wouldn't count on seeing a whole lot of Jaden Daniels if you were coming to the game tonight, but you will get to see the 5-car on the track for the first time since the NFC Championship game. I'm actually sitting at the stadium now. Danny is back in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios. I got to tell you, Danny, the stadium looks beautiful. They continue to do a lot of work. And I don't mean the aesthetics of the outside, like it's still Northwest Stadium.
Yeah.
But the field itself is gorgeous. And just walking in, like the paint, the carpet, the things they've done in the areas I walk in, the murals on the walls, it's quite literally a can of paint. I mean, it's the lipstick on the pig. It's what they're able to do, but they keep on shelling out the money. They dropped $70 million into this thing pretty quickly as an ownership group. And I think if you come here enough, you can tell. It's raining right now. There's no tarp on the field. It's kind of a light rain here at Northwest Stadium. I'll be curious to see if they pull a tarp out. But you got the ESPN crew pushing a lot of their equipment out onto the sideline right now for replay review, tent and whatnot being set up. So we're still far enough out from the game that it's the calm before the storm here. But I'm excited for Monday Night Football to be in town.
This is, you get a national telecast out of this thing, right? I mean, it doesn't
It's
count.
a Joe Buck, Troy Aikman fiasco tonight.
Doesn't count as a primetime game, but it sort of is, right? I mean, there's a reason people are going to be tuning in the first quarter to see perennial MVP candidate Joe Burrow, who is, on God tier at this point in terms of his quarterback acumen, with a couple excellent skill guys in his own right, to go up against the new phenom, the new kid on the block, Jaden Daniels, who's looking for a repeat performance of last year, which will hopefully put him into that kind of conversation as well, knocking on the door of that elite group of 4 horsemen. But it'll be fun, man. I mean, to me, the first one I was frustrated by because I didn't get to see a lot of the guys I wanted to see, and it was sort of such a lackluster effort. And again, I don't care about a preseason score. Some people do, some people don't. For the camera, sometimes they might yell about wanting to win the game or execution or this, that, and the other. I just want to see it look professional, and it didn't really to me. It looked like they were overmatched, unprepared, slow, lethargic, couldn't get out of the huddle, the 13 penalties, I think it was. I want to see a cleaner thing tonight, just to kind of set my mind at ease and make me think, that my sort of simpleton way of thinking that let's just double check and make sure people aren't reading their press clippings. Let's just make sure everybody's still about the work of football that has to happen for you to have the kind of season you want to have after last year's remarkable run. Counting on remarkable 2 straight years isn't the smartest way to go about your business with a more difficult schedule this year, a division opponent right out the gate that's desperate as all hell. To me, I'd like to see a couple milestones met where I'll feel a lot better. So I've got a little anxiety going into this game as well, which is strange for a preseason phenomenon.
Yeah, I don't feel that nervousness necessarily. I'm jacked up and excited to see the starters, and I just think the fact that you're going to play more of the 30 guys that didn't play in the last game. We went through a list of about a dozen players that will sit out, but for right around 16, 18 players, this will be the preseason debut. What I get really excited for and enamored with in games like this is the storylines of the young players that get to show out. We saw the story over the weekend about Brian Robinson being on the trade block. Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports suggesting Washington is interested in trading Robinson. Well, how did they get to that point? Why are we here? A lot of it has to do with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who will have his second opportunity to show his wares tonight. We've seen him, if you're out on the sideline in the media at training camp, if you're one of the lucky fans that got to go to one of the few open practices that there were, you got to look at him. But for everybody else and for the nation, frankly, as you're hearing this name now as this guy that you should draft in the late round in fantasy and all the fantasy podcasts, they're going to get a look at him tonight. I actually think the player I'm happiest for this evening in terms of an opportunity to put something on film, Trey Amos is going to play against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Like, the Bengals are treating this like a real football game, Danny. And Joe Burrow is going to be throwing to Pro Bowl caliber wide receivers tonight, and Trey Amos is going to be on an island for a couple of series. Sign me up for that. I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, that's one of those. You hope the young man's confidence doesn't get burst if he gets put in the blender by one of those two guys, those stars that they have over there lining up opposite each other. A combined, almost $70 million in cap space between those two outstanding receivers. But yeah, that's the kind of thing you sign up for, right? This is a great measuring stick moment for Amos and the rest of the secondary, frankly, guys. Sort of looking to make their mark against a really, really good offense. The offense wasn't the problem in Cincinnati last year. It was on the other side of the football, which we'll get to as we kind of talk about this matchup. But yeah, that's one of those. I think we got something. We talked about this a bit last week, things that we're excited about, some of the positives that have gone on. I think they've got a dude in Trey Amos. Now, if he doesn't perform well against Jamar Chase tonight, nobody does. Jamar Chase, went for 1,800 yards and damn near 20 touchdowns last year. So that's not going to be the end-all, be-all, but it's something that I'm really curious to see, something that I'm excited about to go, well, how about right out of the gate here, you get to go up against the best the league has to offer. Right? If you could somehow play Justin Jefferson next week, you'd get the top two on everybody's board.
If their secondary plays tonight like it has looked in practice, where their corner room is immensely improved, and it feels like they just have a much better idea of what they're doing in communication and the ability to play more man on the back end because they just like the matchups better one-on-one, and you could come out of this Bengals game and feel that way, then I think you could put in Sharpie. They're in a good place in the corner room. It's a whole different world to just go out and practice against Luke McCaffrey and KJ Osborne and put good tape out there. But when you're running around with this Bengals room, and I do really genuinely believe we'll get to see their starters for a few possessions tonight, probably at least a quarter, I would play Trey Amos for every snap I can. As long as Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are in the game, you're going to go. This is not like you'll do 2 series and get out. When they take their starters out, you come out, because this really is the ultimate opportunity for him to get tested. And, we're going to get a better look at the rest of the corner room as well. I know Jonathan Jones is an example we talked about as one of the guys that is not playing tonight, but Marshawn Lattimore's not listed. This will be a real tell. Finally, we'll get to see him against a legitimate star wide receiver. Does it look different than it did at the end of last season when A.J. Brown and Mike Evans were having their way? I mean, that's not a young guy by any means, but at least a learning opportunity tonight. That's why I really like these preseason games more than a lot of people that roll their eyes about them. I just think it's not going to answer any questions. It's not really going to provide any conclusions, but it gives you context and it gives you some clues on how the season is going to go. Real quick on Brian Robinson, we should address this. So the report yesterday from Fox Sports was that they're shopping him. As a show, for some time, you and I have been of the belief that they need to go out and try to do a little better on first and second down. I'm assuming you're not stunned. I certainly wasn't. What does this mean for his future, though, if they can't trade him? Is he on the roster bubble? Is he someone who could be cut? What does the running back room look like if they cut him? Is it still Eckler clearly on third down, passing downs, 2-minute, 4-minute? But is that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's music now, where he's your first and second down back? Is Chris Rodriguez, who's got some Brian Robinson to him and was more effective in a similar role, lesser opportunities last year, does he make the roster? Really, really interested to see what that report truly means. I think they're probably shopping him to try to get a veteran wide receiver in a deal where we'll give you our back that we don't need. You give us your wide receiver that may not make your roster. Because I don't know how much other value there is. This is, to me, it screams late round pick or like a 6th, 7th rounder a year or two from now for a running back who has averaged right around 4 yards per carry and who Washington's feeling like isn't a necessity to keep, who's got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, there's very little that I think would come back and trade that would make me want to do a trade. Does that make sense? Like, again, I'm not a Brian Robinson. I mean, as a person, I think he's a great dude. But as a running back, I am not a fan. But he would still be on my team instead of a 7th rounder because I'll face a 3rd and 1. You know what I mean? I'll need a bruising back to come in and do something here and there. But I'm not featuring that guy.
Chris Rodriguez could do that.
Maybe he could. Yeah, but I guess there'd be a $3 million cap savings, which, for this year, and I'm not sure how badly they need that. But to me, I wouldn't be that excited for almost any reasonable trade proposal. So I will say this, though, the second part, not to take issue with what you said, but I was stunned. I was really surprised at that report, and here's why. Not that I don't think he's good. I don't. I'm out on having him lead the team in carries. I've been very clear about that. But I didn't think they thought that. I thought they were going right back into the season with, it's the Brian Robinson show with a couple other guys to sort of supplement that, and this is the skill set that we value. Again, it wasn't like they went out of their way to address the position. They got a 7th rounder who played 1 game last year. Now, it turns out they might have found something in Krosky Merritt, but it wasn't as if this was a priority where they spent any dollars.
They didn't draft Travion Henderson.
Yeah, they didn't spend, in round 3, where the kid from Iowa, who I'm blanking on, Caleb Johnson, they didn't go get that guy. They didn't do anything other than barely lift the absolute minimum of a finger to go, 7th rounder may not make the team. We'll take this guy that played 1 game last year, not his fault because of eligibility issues. So I thought it was the Brian Robinson show again. And enough has happened over these last several months, apparently, to change their mind. A welcome change for me. I think they've gotten on board with what a lot of us have seen. A guy that, I know stuff wasn't block rate last year, but there's a vision issue, there's a quickness issue, there's a burst issue, whether it was injury or otherwise. I just don't want him leading the team in carries. So I was surprised by that report. But to me, this might mean his roster spot is in jeopardy, GP. If
he's not a starter, I don't really understand what the value would be. Because you're right, short yardage, goal line, he could be effective in those areas. I think Chris Rodriguez could do the exact same thing and is kind of a happy-to-do-it guy who's cheaper. B-Rob, if you remember, at times has bristled when his role has subsided. He has taken issue with play calling with Eric Bieniemy. He has had games after he didn't get touches during the Rivera era where he was surly or at his locker, didn't want to talk to the media or whatever. I'm not suggesting he's a bad guy. I think he's actually a good guy. But what I'm saying is, how would he handle Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt overtaking him on the depth chart and him just being around as an if necessary, we'll call you when we need you kind of option who may be deactivated at times? The Chris Rodriguez role. I don't know if that's something that he would be that thrilled to do. Now, we've talked about this with Terry McLaurin. You got a job, you're under contract, you got to do it. But is the juice worth the squeeze if he doesn't want to play nice in that regard to have him be that guy if Rodriguez can do it? You look at rushing DVOA, which is a per-play efficiency metric. It bases the intel on down, distance, score, the defense you're playing. It takes a lot into account. And when you look last year, Rodriguez was their best rusher at 34.2% in DVOA. Jeremy McNichols was second, 22.7%. And then the guys that got the carries. Eckler, third, 15.3%. Brian Robinson, minus 4.2% last year. So you had Rodriguez, who graded very well, then McNichols and Eckler, who were both okay, and then you had Robinson in the negatives. I guess for me, if he's not your starter on first and second down, then I'm not sure that I need him on the roster. And it would be nice if you could flip him for a veteran receiver. If you could get a late-round pick, I'm willing to do that. Not surprised, though, necessarily that they're shopping him, because being out at practice, they can't say enough about Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Now, you're putting some eggs in that basket that he can stay healthy, but they've got depth at the position. They like Demetric Felton, who's carried the ball in the NFL. He had their best preseason game out of a running back against the Patriots. I think they do think Chris Rodriguez can handle more of a workload. So we talked about it, man. This is a good running back room. It's not a running back room that has a star. There's not a 1,200-yard back here. It's quantity over quality. But there's a lot of guys that are probably about as good as B-Rob. Well, if that's the case, and he's got 1 year left on his deal, then why wouldn't you see if anybody wants to give you something for him?
Yeah, it's worth going fishing. I mean, again, you never know. The question I have, though, because I can't imagine anybody wanting to pony up anything of significance, is then what? Right? I mean, if somebody is in love and would have taken him, a pick or two after you did in the third round a handful of years ago, by all means, send me a pick, send me a player, send me something. I just can't imagine anybody's all that excited after what's been on tape over the last several seasons. So to me, the multi-million-dollar question then becomes, then what? Right? Is it, to your point, if he's not my starter, what is he? I can just do this cheaper with Chris Rodriguez or something else. Would he not take well to a backup, 100 carry season where he's really just a short yardage guy entering a free agent year? I don't know the answer to that.
More on Brian Robinson coming up in a bit. The other big story over the weekend, and we're going all the way back to Saturday morning, first thing before practice, was Terry McLaurin being taken off of the physically unable to perform list. Was this a mutual decision that suggests McLaurin and his agent Buddy Baker are ready to put down their swords and McLaurin's ready to practice? Or was this just the team hitting a button that it needs to push this thing forward, kind of telling Terry McLaurin what they think he needs to do now? Get into that next. Grant and Danny on game day. I'm out at Northwest Stadium. Danny is in our Half Street Studios. Commanders Bengals tonight. It's Monday Night Football. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders, Bengals, Monday Night Football tonight at 8 o'clock. Jaden Daniels and some starters expected to play for the Commanders. Bengals starters also expected to play some today. Commanders activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the PUP list, and they're also reportedly shopping running back Brian Robinson, according to Jordan Schultz. Other news around the NFL, the Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback today. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is practicing for the first time in training camp, and Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors hasn't practiced in almost 2 weeks with normal camp tightness in his back. In baseball, the Phillies beat the Nationals yesterday 11-9 to split the 4-game series. Day off today before they take on the Mets for 3 starting tomorrow night at Nationals Park. Also, Nathaniel Lowe, who was DFA'd by the Nationals this past week, is signing with the Boston Red Sox. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on The Fan.
No, I would say, from the medical side, contract, definitely separate. This is about his getting ready to play, which is, honestly awesome. And, it's just cool, to see him, getting closer, because now okay, steps are getting closer to return to being on the field. So he's worked hard, and just like the other guys have, they want to get back out there with the teammates and doing things. So I get that, but we just have a real process. We're not going to miss the steps and put them out there before guys are ready to do their thing in all the different locations. So that's where we're at.
Back live on The Fan, Grant and Danny ahead of Monday Night Football, the Commanders and the Bengals. Northwest Stadium, the site of the broadcast today. So, Danny, that was Dan Quinn on Saturday morning, just after practice. Saturday, the breaking news came down. The team released it. It was a litany of roster moves, one of which that they listed just kind of tucked in there as if nobody would notice.
In a little roster move sandwich.
Oh, by the way, Terry McLaurin's off the PUP list. And as you can imagine, the reaction in town was massive. And nationally, everybody who covers the league took notice and had opinions immediately. But we still don't really know what this means. You just heard the Dan Quinn cut. We'll play more of them. But he essentially talked about this like it's the continuation of a guy getting healthy. He's just happy that he's one step closer to playing football again, and he'll be out there with his teammates. But there's no acknowledgement of the contract dispute from Dan Quinn, and there is no proof, there's no reporting being done that the sides are getting any closer. So here is the million-dollar question, or I guess as it were, maybe the $33 million a year question. Was this a mutual decision where Terry McLaurin and his agent are taken off the PUP list here because they say that he's ready to practice, and as soon as they're back on the field after this game Wednesday morning, he's going to be working out with his teammates? Or was this just the Commanders on their own telling McLaurin, you're off PUP, you're ready to practice now, you're physically cleared, we've gone through the rehab that you would need for the level of injury that we think you have. And this is the team using its leverage to get him to start practicing. Because if it's that one, Danny, then this only means that this could be an escalation in the dispute, that this could lead to more acrimony. If it's the first one and McLaurin's actually going to start practicing, well, then this is a significant development, and it's very positive, and he's ramping up, and he'll be there against the Giants in Week 1. But I'm not sure that we know the answer to that question yet.
So I thought it was the latter, and I thought I was what do I want to say? How do I say this the right way? Like, out of step, everybody, it seemed to me, was celebrating this, right? As if to say, the next step is in agreement. The business of football has begun. He'll be on the field in no time. And I read it as they're basically just calling your bluff and saying, okay, enough of this pretending that you're hurt, right? That's how I read it. I read it as still acrimonious and still nothing is resolved. This was just the latest game in kind of the circling that's taking place, so maybe I'm off base here, but just that's what it looked like to me. Was the org one of the last things that they can do here before it gets really, really nasty and sort of the damage is irrevocably done? Going, okay, we've played along with your charade for a long time. That you're hurt, and I'm using air quotes for that. Your ankle. And Dan Quinn's been up there talking about his ankle and rehabbing. We all know that's nonsense. Everyone knows that's nonsense, but we've gone along with your pretending. We are now announcing, without announcing it, it is time for you to play football this year. That's what time it is. And when you're not doing that, you're going to have to answer some of the questions. Now, whether they do or don't, or conduct media interviews, or Buddy Baker's got to get his word out to some of the agents, that's on them. But to me, that's what this is. This was like a game of tennis where the ball just got ripped back into the McLaren court. Like, okay, we've removed every obstacle. You need to play football this year because you owe us this year, and it's now what are you going to do, McLaren? That's how I viewed it.
That's one of the possibilities. That's why I say there are two potential roads that we're driving down here. I just don't think we know yet. So you could very well be right. That's not how it was necessarily reported, and it's certainly not the conversation or the discourse, mostly from the media over the weekend, where it felt as though this was the start of McLaren returning to practice. But I don't know that that's what's actually happening. Until McLaren says something, or until his agent gets the word out, either publicly with his name on it or via Jeremy Fowler or somebody. For me, I'm in a waiting mode here. The team is saying he can now practice. That's great. He has not been off PUP until Saturday, so he is now physically able to perform. Is he going to perform? That's still the question to me. In fact, Dan Quinn was asked about this, and I want to let people hear what he had to say. So this was the press conference on Saturday. Quinn spoke just after practice, after McLaren was removed from PUP. Darius, this would be cut 2 on whether or not McLaren said he'll work out.
Yeah, that's all part of the PUP of like returning to play. Yeah, he's on the same trajectory as everybody else of doing the workouts and making good strides. So that was why the move was made.
There was a yeah in there. Right? I mean, but again, we do this return to play, same as the injured guy. Nothing about this is the same as the injured guys. So I just have to wait until practice. The next time they're on the practice field, Danny, it's going to be a massive story. Does he practice or not? If McLaren is still in a hoodie, standing on the sideline, talking to Adam Peters and Jaden Daniels with his, the strings pulled down, so he's kind of got the little eyes peeking out through a little hole in his hoodie, then this is no different. In fact, it might be worse because the team is just saying, all right, now we're telling you you're healthy enough to play.
Yeah,
and
when you're missing, it's on you. Right now, everyone seems to understand each other. We are now saying this year has started. It is time for this year. Then the future years we're still arguing about, and we should. It's the business of football. This football season has begun, and it's now beginning without you. Because that, to me, is the ultimate escalation.
So that's what you think is happening then?
It is.
You think he will not practice on Wednesday?
That is what I think. I am blaming his agent in this. I think there has been a gross misreading of how this whole thing would go, and I think it's now to the detriment, but I think they're too dug in. This is sort of the thing that I was worried about. So, again, maybe I'm off base, and this is actually everyone understands that he needs to play football to get ready for football so that he can still be himself and we can have a nice season. But that's my fear, is that, the trench has been dug too deeply and they can't get out of it.
So I'm going to go opposite you here and say that he does return to practice this week. And my only logic in this is I have no inside information, right? This is sheerly speculative. I don't think they needed to push this button or push these chips in with him being off PUP. It's a choice that you make. And so they are doing one of two things. They're either elevating the dispute, right? They're basically throwing, like we've had this stare down where we're looking at each other, but nobody's throwing a punch. Two drunks in the stands at a game, and we're just talking. They're kind of throwing the first punch here if they're taking him off PUP. And the game of chicken ends because they're going, all right, your move now. I don't think that's what they did. My guess is they were able to get some type of word from him that he was ready to start practicing because it's time to get ready for the season, and that's why they took him off PUP. But if that's not the case, then this thing's not ending, it's just starting. But I hope I'm right, because, man, would that be disappointing.
Yeah, 100%.
If midweek going into the final preseason game against Baltimore this weekend, he's not practicing and we find out now they're actually telling him you've got to practice, and he's publicly saying no.
So I wonder why I immediately jumped to that. And it seemed like the majority is on the this is harmonious. They've come to the understanding. Everybody seemed to run to that. When I say everybody, it's not as if I polled the entire fan base, but just whether it was social media or folks I talked to, et cetera, they took it as this very positive step. And it may be, even if I'm right, as if to say the team is now announcing it's about this year's business of football, so please show up and play it. So I wonder why I went that way. I was doing some soul searching about that, GP. I couldn't come up with a great reason, but it just didn't. Maybe it's just my sort of slanted angle towards what I feel like has kind of governed this whole process from the agent and the player side, where they're talking about market value and the market, and the team's going, yeah, there's no market. He's under our control for 2 seasons. So if it was an open market, you'd be right. It isn't one. So here's the offer. Here's nowhere close to what you're talking about. And then, some of the reporting that we've seen, I don't know. I get the sense that this was all right, man, here's how we're escalating this thing. Everyone now knows, even though we knew before, officially, your ankle's fine. You're cleared. You want to start filing grievances or start threatening to sit out or whatever. Now you got to explain it.
Danny's in studio. I'm at Northwest Stadium. You're listening to G&D. Coming up at 3 o'clock in about 20 minutes, David Pollack. Remember him from his work on College Game Day for years with ESPN. Excellent college football analyst. Want to set the table for the first week of the college season with him. The fall is looming. Also, at 3:30 today, we will scout the Bengals ahead of tonight's Monday Night Football game with Jay Morrison, who covers the team for SI in Cincinnati. Next, though, what would the Commanders' running back room look like with and without Brian Robinson, who is on the trade block? This is The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. It's Monday Night Football tonight from Northwest Stadium. I am sitting at press level right now, getting ready for kickoff, which is still some 5+ hours away. The Bengals will be playing starters this evening extensively. Cincinnati has become known for starting slower than every other team in the NFL despite being talented, and they vowed to their fan base going into camp this year to conduct themselves differently in August and to start faster. And they played their starters a ton in week 1 of the preseason. Burrow was 9 for 10. Jamar Chase was working backup corners. And they're going to do the same thing tonight. They're going to take this game seriously. They're going to play at least a quarter, according to their coaching staff, led by their head man, Zach Taylor. But I want to get into the Commanders' running back situation, Danny, while we have a few minutes. David Pollack's going to join us to talk college football coming up at 3 o'clock. Make sure you listen for that conversation, because I know he's always very, very good. With this storyline this weekend that Brian Robinson's on the trade block, how do you handle Robinson tonight, I wonder? I had someone tell me, well, there's a good chance they won't play him because when this was someone from another team, when we're thinking about trading somebody, then we're not going to play him.
Mike Garafolo has this literally moments ago amid speculation about his future with the Commanders. Running back Brian Robinson will not play tonight against the Bengals, sources say. It's a mutual decision between Robinson and the team as a trade before the cut to the 53-man roster remains a possibility.
All right, so huge news. So I'm glad that you pointed that out.
Yep.
Okay, so this tells me a lot, actually. This is not in a place where he's going to be on the roster, likely. That's what I hear there.
That's the conclusion. I see that, and I draw that same thing.
When you say mutual, that means the player doesn't want to play football tonight. Why doesn't Brian Robinson want to play football tonight? Because I don't want to risk an injury in an exhibition game for a team that doesn't want me. So this is in a place, like I had said a couple segments ago, where we talked about it. You said, oh, keep him around as a backup. If he's not a starter, I don't know how interested he is in being here, and I don't know how much they think it's worth having him around when Rodriguez or Felton can do some of that on the back end of the roster. Or, by the way, Jeremy McNichols, who was very impactful at times last year and right now may or not make the team if Robinson does. So I now move this into a whole different discussion. Brian Robinson either gets traded or is likely cut, in my opinion. I think if he was someone who would be on this team if he's not traded, we wouldn't hear that this is mutual. And I'm not dealing with certainty here. I'm just saying this is my takeaway from that breaking news from Mike Garafolo.
Yeah, right? I mean, it stands to reason. So as you're thinking about it, you go, what's the upside in playing tonight? It would be to put something on tape to earn your spot, to get your job back or whatever, right? To prove that you're better than the other guys. The mutual part of this isn't just the time I got dumped and I had to tell people it was mutual to save face. This was everybody's involved in this thing. In other words, hey, we'll give you a chance to win your job back or move up the depth chart. He said, nah. Right? I mean, is that how you read that? I mean, that's what it is to me. That means he's not going to be on this team unless there's some variable that I don't quite understand, either by trade or by cut.
Well, look, the team could couch it in a different way, and I'm sure they will post-game. They're not playing Laramie Tunsil tonight because of how important he is. They're not playing Bobby Wagner and Zach Ertz because they're known veteran commodities, and they could sell that. But this is not that. If you're looking to trade Brian Robinson, a guy that we all feel like was in need of a season, make-it-break-it style, where he elevates his game to get paid to stay around here, where you kind of know what he is at this point, and it's not what they've been looking for, as evidenced by them drafting a running back and him being the talk of camp and fans being so excited and kind of wish-casting Krosky Merritt into a more significant role. They can suggest whatever they'd like to on the back end of this story coming out that, oh, well, we know what B-Rob is. We want to look at the other guys. If it's mutual, that's the word to me in that report that's so significant from Garafolo. If the team just said they're not playing him, then fine, you know what he is. You don't need to see him. You're either going to trade him or you're going to protect him and he's not going to get hurt. But mutual means Robinson said, if you guys don't love me, I'm not putting my body on the line for you tonight in some way. Maybe he doesn't go to them first, but you're at least willing not to play as a bubble guy at this point. I think that tells you everything you need to know about where this is headed.
It does indeed. Man.
So change is what I was about to talk about with you, which is this running back room with or without him, but I think the conversation's still the same.
Yeah.
to reiterate, if Robinson's on the roster, he should be their first and second down back as far as I'm concerned. Because otherwise, I don't know why you keep him. If Krosky Merritt supplants him and is the, I'll use air quotes here, top guy with Eckler in the pass-catching role, then Robinson is no better than Chris Rodriguez in that short yardage capacity, and you're just keeping someone around who has been demoted and might be frustrated and salty about it. What's the point? Get younger, get cheaper. You can keep a Demetric Felton on the practice squad.
We'll get GP back on here in a moment. I heard that little phase out there, so Darius will work on that tech element of it. But to Grant's point, I mean, if this was a video game, it's obviously not, but if it was, you go, yeah, I have an accomplished player that I could just give a lesser role to. But, it's about human beings. I would hope that, for me, I would try to convince him to say, hey, there's still a role for you. I still need some goal line stuff. I need some short yardage stuff. But that's not realistic, right? If you've been a starter who's led the team in carries multiple times over, now you're demoted to whatever you want to call it, a second string, third string, et cetera. I don't view running back necessarily the same way. I just don't want, this is where I start this. I don't want him to lead the team in carries. That means on a down-in, down-out basis, I can't do you got to feed Brian Robinson the rock. You most certainly do not. You don't need to do that at all. That also doesn't mean, though, that they've got somebody where I'm going to give featured carries to. I think they've got a few guys that would probably stand to be or could thrive in that 10 to 14 range on any given week, GP, and I think GP is back. I just don't see the because there's no bell cow, there's no Derrick Henry, there's no superhuman Saquon Barkley type guy. There's nobody to me that warrants, I got to feature this guy 20 times, even if early downs he's getting stuffed. We're going to keep hammering him. I think that ship has sailed with Robinson.
Well, I like the room they've put together without him. They have done a really good job building this thing up because it looks like they hit on Krosky Merritt. So in the case of a 7th-round pick who they feel like is like a 3rd or 4th-round talent, let's just say Krosky Merritt was a 3rd-round pick. Because if he played the full season at Arizona, maybe he could have been. Who knows? Mm-hmm. How much different is this conversation? It's not surprising at all. Robinson is a previous regime's 3rd-rounder who's a singles hitter who has just not shown the ability to hit doubles. And let's add one more factor into this. We have not seen Deebo Samuel at practice, really, certainly not in preseason games at all, do anything as a running back, as a wide back, as they used to call it in San Francisco. He's almost exclusively played wide receiver. But of course he's going to carry the football as a back. Of course Cliff Kingsbury is going to do some of that Kyle Shanahan stuff with him. How many carries did B-Rob get in a given game? It was a lot of times, 14, 15 carries, something like that. And when he's in the game, you shout into a megaphone, this is not a passing situation to the running back. Like, that's Austin Eckler, right? Uh-huh. So you bring him in, it's like 13 for 60, 15 for 65, whatever it is. You're basically looking at 15 carries a game to divvy up. If a few of those go to Deebo, we're talking about, 10 or 12 carries for Merritt or Rodriguez or both? I just think it's an unnecessary thing to keep him around if you've decided he's not that guy on 1st and 2nd down. Not surprised by the news, and the fact that he's not playing tonight and that it's mutual, I think is very, very telling. He's Danny, I'm Grant, you're listening to The Fan. David Pollack gets us ready for the college football season, which gets going this week. As soon as we return, it's a Monday Night Football game night on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with the K. In football tonight, Commanders and Bengals wrap up Week 2 of the NFL preseason. Monday Night Football, 8 o'clock kickoff at Northwest Stadium. Jaden Daniels and some of the starters expected to play tonight, except for Brian Robinson. He is not going to play tonight amid trade speculation. Over the weekend, Jordan Schultz reporting that the Commanders have been shopping Brian Robinson. Also for the Commanders, they activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the PUP list. He's not going to play tonight. Other news around the NFL, the Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback. They also signed rookie wide receiver Isaiah Bond days after a grand jury declined to indict him on a sexual assault charge. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is practicing for the first time in training camp. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors hasn't practiced in almost 2 weeks with, quote, normal camp tightness in his back. Former Bills and Jags wide receiver Gabe Davis is going to be visiting with the Steelers tomorrow, and cornerback Xavier Howard is signing with the Colts. In baseball yesterday, the Nationals fell to the Phillies 11-9 to split the 4-game set with the Phils. Day off today for the Nats before they take on the Mets tomorrow. Nathaniel Lowe, who was DFA'd by the Nationals last week, is signing with the Boston Red Sox. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors, making a real difference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Commanders, Bengals, under the lights. Monday Night Football, Northwest Stadium. This will be the closest thing we get to a dress rehearsal this August for Washington. The breaking news of the day, as you just heard Toby mention, Brian Robinson will not participate in the game, so you can add him to a list of about 10 players that won't go tonight. But we're still going to see 20 guys or so, Danny, that did not play against the Patriots break a sweat this evening and get their first action of the preseason.
It is a big deal, if not for them, for us certainly, right? Answers so many questions. We'll be left with more after, how much game planning was involved, or how much did they care, or what do they want to see, what were they working on? It's always what the preseason leads us to until we finally get the results of the regular year. But, yeah, I've been hungry to see a number of their featured players. We'll get some tonight.
Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's welcome onto the show David Pollack, a guy whose work I've really enjoyed on the broadcasting side of things, covering college football for years. ESPN and other outlets. You can check him out on the Believe Network with a new show that he's launching. But also a former player in the league who was outstanding at Georgia. David, you're on in D.C. We're getting ready for Monday Night Football tonight on Grant and Danny. Going back to your playing days, I'm just curious, playing in the preseason where you're going through the motions, but you're told, hey, you're going to get a couple series, but you're on primetime. It's Monday Night Football. Buck and Aikman are here. The country's watching. What were those emotions like during the day, and how did you kind of square everything as you got ready to go out and put something on tape?
Well, I think it was weird because you were like, wait, this is a big deal. This is big time, but it's not really big time because it's not really competitive, and you're not really trying to win, which is, it's weird. I think you really start to look at it more like a practice or more like a scrimmage, like you're trying to get better. You're trying to do what you can to help and to be successful in whatever role that is. And then they understand too, there's a lot of people though that are fighting for a job. Like that's the most important thing. There's a lot of people that literally are like, they're trying to make a team. They're trying to make a name for themselves and trying to get on the roster and make a niche. So there's a lot more at stake. Obviously you don't see as much of the star players as you want to, but a lot of other people that are fighting to try to make a career in the NFL.
David, a lot of the kids that want to go to the NFL will be on display this weekend. College football, I don't know what are we doing, week -1 or like week 0.5 or 0.6. I don't know what it is, but a nice little appetizer kind of going this weekend, this Saturday. What are we going to find out? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, it's fantastic. You're right. Like we do have the week 0, which is strange, admittedly. But how about a great game, though? I mean, you got Iowa State versus Kansas State, and those are two, teams that are in the Big 12 that are. It seems like there's always a bunch of teams in the Big 12 that are very competitive that can win the league. And obviously Kansas State's there. Iowa State played for the league last year. Like it's in Dublin, Ireland, which is always
unique and different. The scenes we saw Florida State lose there to Georgia Tech, not too long ago, and it shocked everybody. But no, I literally looked at my wife on Saturday and I was like, baby doll, I don't have anything to do right now for like the next 4 hours. This won't happen again for a long time on a Saturday. And I was like, it is amazing because, football is right around the corner. And then, then you get y'all. I know y'all get no flack from your wives, from your significant others. It's like, that. This is my work. Like, this is my job. Like, I have to sit here on this couch and I have to watch this football game, and we're going to get a lot of football. And then, obviously, when you get to real weeks, week one, maybe the best week one we've ever seen in our lives with three top 10 matchups. Three of the top 10 teams in the country playing each other in week one is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I want to get into that in a moment, David, but you just said something that caught my attention. David Pollack is with us on Grant and Danny. I had a buddy over the other day. We were doing something at my house, and he goes, so, like, during the fall, what's that like for you? And I said, listen, man, I am the worst husband and worst dad in America every Sunday in the fall, and I just kind of go in knowing that. And my wife accepts that. Like, she'll get the kids out of the house as often as possible or not. But they're just kind of a family without a dad from about 11 a.m. until midnight on Sundays. That's the deal for me. I'm sure Saturdays are kind of similar for you.
Yeah, it really is, man. I mean, we get up in the morning and, like, try to do something. I try to do something active. I usually play basketball, work out, like, make sure I'm not, doing nothing for the whole day. But, the older my kids get, my kids are probably older than yours now, but, like, I got a 17 and a 15-year-old. Wow. And my 17-year-old boy, like, he'll be watching every game with me. So, like, that is – so if you want to be technical about it now, like, I got my son for sure. My daughter will be pinging back and forth. But, no, I think that every man follows their squad, right? Like, most people follow their squads and their teams, and they live and die with them. But when it is your job, like with the stuff that I do, man, you have to follow all of it, right? So you can go on – the different shows, and you can make sure that you're educated. And it's just fun to compare and contrast. And, everybody's got their different viewpoints and backgrounds and biases, and it's fun to have, educated conversation on who's the best. And then to do that, I think at a high level really requires you to actually watch and to pay attention and see what's going on for yourself.
David Pollack to get us ready for the college football season on Grant and Danny on this Monday. It's here. People, it's football season. I'm at Northwest Stadium getting ready for Monday Night Football, Bengals, Commanders tonight. So let's get into this week one, really, that officially starts a week from Saturday on August 30th. You mentioned it's an all-timer. We've got 1 versus 3, Texas-Ohio State, which is a playoff matchup. LSU and Clemson is a 9 and a 4. That's a nationally televised game on ABC. And then the following day on Sunday, kind of standalone, Notre Dame and Miami, 2 top 10 teams again, on ABC. But let's kick things off right off the top with Texas and Ohio State, that Fox noon kickoff at Ohio Stadium in Columbus. How good is this game going to be?
It's going to be awesome. I mean, it's so good. And you saw, you got a little tiny preview of it a year ago because the then defending national champions, the Michigan Wolverines, had Texas come up, remember, last year. So, Texas came up and handled business, and now Texas is coming up with the national champions again. With Ohio State, and obviously so many pieces, being replaced on both sides. But when you look at both, Ohio State, you're finding your quarterback. You're going to find all the things you need to find on the defensive side of the ball because you lost so many guys. But Ohio State still has the best offensive player in the country and the best defensive player in the country. So that's a good starting spot. But I think the biggest thing when I look at Ohio State is they're replacing also both coordinators. Chip Kelly goes to the NFL. Like, obviously, Knowles leaves and goes to Penn State, rival Penn State. Jim Knowles, their DC. So replacing both of those sides of the ball, a lot of pieces. What are they going to be out the gates? And Texas, kind of building. Like, there's not a state, guys, in America that has benefited more from NIL than the state of Texas. Why, you say? Great question. When they drive whatever car they drive to work that day and they open the glove box, well, they just found $3 or $4 million. Like, there's oil money that runs deep. And Texas and Texas Tech and Texas A&M have had more funds than anybody. And you've seen Texas, back-to-back Final Fours, Arch Manning, being talked about. Texas's defense is absolutely dirty. It's the best defense in the country. They got one of the best players at every level of their defense. It's stupid, man. Week one, we get, 1 versus 3, 2 great teams. Both of these teams are going to go to the playoff, but seeding purposes will really matter because they changed, the rules from last year. It's not just about, winning your conference to get a bye. It's going to be the most highly ranked teams.
Great David Pollack with us here on Grant and Danny. David, my neighbors are Clemson fans, right? They've got family down there. I think the dad went to Clemson. Like everybody, they love Clemson so much. And I was trying to engage them in conversation the other day. I was like, dude, I think Clemson's going to be nasty. And they're doing that thing where they're like, yeah, I think they'll be okay. Like, zero arrogance. So nervous for a team that, is in the championship picture. Like, I ended up just busting their chops for a long time. But I think this Clemson team is legit. You obviously have forgotten more about them this morning than I know my whole life. But it still seems they're, preseason ranked number 4, University top 10. They could run through a below average ACC. Like, they're legit, but Clemson fans are afraid of Clemsoning, I think.
Well, I think they've had a bad stretch for the last several years.
Yeah.
And so now you're trying to I'm not going to believe it until I see it. But I'm all in, man. That's their slogan at Clemson, and I've been all in for a while in the squad. Just they made a couple of changes that I needed to happen at Clemson. One, they changed their defensive coordinator. They got Tom Allen from Penn State, who's a baller. And I can tell you this: after knowing these coaches for all these years, there's not a better culture fit in America than Allen going to from what he is, from what he built in Indiana as a head coach to defensive coordinator at Penn State. Like, it's an unbelievable culture fit for what Clemson is. Second thing they did, they went to the transfer portal, guys. And I don't think that's compromising. I think that's smart for Dabo Swinney. Still go find your guys, the guys you want to have here, but you lose, 5, 10, 15 guys a year when you have the transfer portal. If you're not replacing them guys, it's impossible to keep a roster, not depleted, with so many holes in it. So, that along with, what did Clemson have when they won Natties? Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence. I could go through the list of Sammy Watkins. I could go through T. Higgins. I can go through Newt Hopkins. I can go down the list of playmakers out wide with a great quarterback. Cade Klubnik's a first-round quarterback. They've got weapons upon weapons. They got 4 guys that I can name right now that are absolutely going to play in the NFL that are dangerous. Their defense, when they were really good, they had defensive linemen like Christian Watson, Dexter Lawrence, Cleveland Farrell. Like, those guys were drafted very highly in the first-round, second-round picks in the NFL. They got those guys, man. They got 2 first-round picks at defensive line. They got a linebacker who's going to be drafted. They got a first-round cornerback in Terrell. Like, they've got talent all over the field. They've got also a chance to exercise some SEC demons, too. Last year, losing to Georgia to open, losing to South Carolina to close. Like, they've got LSU week 1, a chance to really show everybody, those Clemson fans, they're going to be either all in or they're going to be all pissy, right, after that game on Saturday.
Yeah.
David Pollack's with us. He's got a new show he's launching with the Believe Network, joining us on Grant and Danny. You mentioned LSU, so I'm currently watching on Netflix this SEC documentary series. It's phenomenal. But Brian Kelly fascinates me. I know he's not well-liked by a lot of fans, but it does feel like put-up or shut-up time here. They've lost 4-3 in 4 games in his 3 seasons. They get Garrett Nussmeier back. He shares an agent with Nussmeier, and in that show you can kind of tell. He's talking to the agent in his car, and he's like, dude, you're going to kill me if Nussmeier goes pro. Come on, man, you're going to kill me. But if they don't make the playoffs, what is the outcome for him, and what does that look like for LSU? It just feels like it's a year where they've got to do that.
Yeah, it's hard because if you're an LSU fan, they don't think like Clemson fans. Let's put it that way, because their last 3 coaches are Nick Saban, national champion, Les Miles, national champion, Ed Orgeron, national champion. That's what they expect at LSU. That's what they've come to expect, and they've come to expect great players. And also the other thing they've come to expect is great defenses. And I think if you're an LSU fan, there's a couple things you need to see. I don't think Brian Kelly's fired if he doesn't go to the college football playoff. Their out-of-conference schedule is not easy. Their SEC schedule is not easy. It's very, very difficult. But I think LSU fans want to see progress, specifically on the defensive side of the football. That was the last couple years have been bad. And when you look at that roster, they've got a bunch of dudes on that side of the ball. They've got a bunch. Whit Weeks was a superstar last year and going to continue to grow. Harold Perkins a couple years before that, superstar. They've got Dominic McKinley at defensive tackle now, who's the next guy that can step up and be a great defensive tackle who was highly recruited. They went to the transfer portal. So I think if I'm an LSU fan, I need to see progress on the defensive side of the football. That's got to happen. And I got to finish games, man. Like, they've just struggled so much to finish games, especially openers. Guys, they haven't won an opener at LSU since Joe Burrow was there.
Wow.
They haven't won an opening game since Joe Burrow was there. Like, and it ain't like it's been a murderer's row. They played Florida State twice. They lost to Mississippi State and Mike Leach. They lost to Chip Kelly at UCLA. Like, so they've got to start the season with some mojo. They got to play good in the Bama game. You can't get stomped out like they did a year ago. But defensively, I think, is the big deal.
Let's get to that bigger picture of the conference. How do you see the SEC going? I think at my last count, David, 77 ranked teams. I mean, it's unbelievable. The buzzsaw that is that conference, man. How do you see it going?
That was your unscientific last count?
I think it was, yeah.
I think it's kind of strange, man, when you look at the league, because I legit could see a world where 12 teams could make the SEC championship game. Now, some of that is schedule. Like obviously, some people benefit greatly from schedule. Missouri is one of them. Like, they don't leave their first 6 games are at home. Like, that's a great thing to have, and they avoid a lot of big time players in the SEC. But like, listen, this league is silly. It's really, really good. Obviously, it's talented, but I think the depth of it is what makes it really, really unique. Because like Texas, UGA, Bama, Tennessee, A&M, Ole Miss, LSU, Auburn, OU, Florida, South Carolina. Like, are y'all going to be surprised if any one of those 11 teams make the college football playoffs? I mean, I can literally give you one thing from each of those teams. Like Auburn, if they get good quarterback play, they got the best 1-2 punch at wide receiver in the country. Like, OU gets good offensive line play. Now bringing over Mateer, like, at the quarterback spot with the type of defense. Like, and these in Florida with Lagway and company, and I can keep going on, but here's the problem. They're all going to beat each other up, man. Like, they're all going to play each other. And then, I didn't even talk about Diego Pavia and the fun gunslinger that is with Vanderbilt. So, I think it's a league that's going to be a lot of 9-3s, man. I really do. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are really, really good. And because of that, how much does it penalize them because you look at Michigan's schedule, like, there's a great chance Michigan's not going to lose more than 2 games. Like, does that get them in the playoff over? And what might decide that, too, is they play Oklahoma, which will be another early season game that I think will be fantastic. But the SEC's got a bunch of teams that are really, really good. We'll see if they have a great team as the season goes on.
David, Penn State comes in ranked 2nd. Is that a little rich for you?
Well, I know why you say that, okay? I know why you say that, because you've seen Penn State and the history of big games and not coming up big in the James Franklin era. I get that. But here's what I'll say about Penn State. You need, obviously, you want to bring back, leaders, check. You want to bring back production, check. Like, they've got so many guys back. They got better on the defensive side of the football when you bring in one of the best defensive coordinators in the country with Jim Knowles. Like, he's a stud. They got the best 1-2 punch in the country, to me, as the coordinator spots, because they brought in Coltonecki a year ago, and their offense got way better. Now, year 2 with Coltonecki, Knowles comes in. The schedule is very good for Penn State. I think this is the year for Penn State. I really do. I think this is the year that they break through and they shut some people up, because there's a lot of people that are like, hey, have you seen him in a big game? Have you seen him in a big game? And guess what? I can't defend that, guys. Like, I can't sit here and lie to you. I mean, I can't do that. They haven't been great in those big-time games. But I think this year's, with all the experience coming back, with a couple of the additions that they made in the transfer portal, with their 1-2 punch at OC and DC, I think they're going to really have a special year.
David, before we let you jump, man, tell folks about your new show on the Believe Network.
Well, coming up with a name for your podcast is always a challenging thing, but I'm a big, dumb defensive lineman. So see ball, get ball made a whole lot of sense, because that's what you do. You see the ball and you go get it. And, listen, I love this sport with everything in me, like I was talking about the start of the call, man. Like, it's all we do is watch it and break it down. My buddy, who's one of the best, most intelligent guys that I've ever met in football and works for Pro Football Focus and does all the numbers, he does the show with me, man, and we'll give it to you straight, just college football all the time. We're going to have a guest on every week. We got Pollack coming on and Fowler and those guys coming on to preview the season. We got SVP, Scott Van Pelt, on Wednesday. So just talking ball, man, all the angles of college football, all the different teams, all the conferences, and just a heck of a lot of fun, man.
I love your passion. You're great at it, David. It's been awesome watching you turn into one of the best analysts covering the game. You played so well in the country. Appreciate you hopping on, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Have a great one, man.
Yeah, be good. There's David Pollack, ESPN and the Believe Network on Grant and Danny. College football, what a start to the season. 3 top 10 matchups next weekend. I keep saying it, Danny, but it's one of those like pinch yourself moments. I'm sitting here at Northwest Stadium, ready for Monday Night Football. Got the TV screen in front of me showing the graphics of Bengals Commanders with the countdown clock to warm-ups and the Monday Night Crew rolling out equipment on the sideline. We did it.
Yeah.
We got here.
I mean, before Labor Day, number 1 versus number 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no waiting around. There's no, like, let's schedule directional, Division II school that's getting $1 million to show up and lose by 60. 1 versus 3, just to start things off.
Let's scout the Bengals ahead of tonight's matchup. You'll see their starters a bunch. What are the storylines we need to know going into tonight about Cincinnati? Jay Morrison, who covers the Bengals, joins us next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan. Monday Night Football tonight. Commanders and Bengals to wrap up Week 2 of the preseason. 8 o'clock kickoff. Jaden Daniels and some of the starters are expected to play tonight, except for running back Brian Robinson. He's not going to play tonight amid trade speculations, which we found out over the weekend from Jordan Schultz that the Commanders have been shopping Brian Robinson. The Commanders also activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off PUP over the weekend. Other news around the NFL. The Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback today. They also signed rookie wide receiver Isaiah Bond, who went undrafted. He was signed, quote, days after a grand jury declined to indict him on a sexual assault charge. Other NFL news, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is back at practice for the first time in training camp. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Phillies 11-9 yesterday to split the 4-game set with the Phils. Day off today for the Nats before they take on the Mets for 3 at Nats Park starting tomorrow night. Nathaniel Lowe, who was DFA'd by the Nats this past week, is signing with the Boston Red Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on the Fan.
In 4.5 hours, preseason Game 2 will be getting underway at Northwest Stadium. That's where I'm sitting right now as we welcome you back into Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny is in our normal Navy Yard studios, but right now we want to get a preview of tonight's game and scout out the Bengals, so let's find out about Cincinnati's storylines. Jay Morrison covers the Bengals in Cincinnati for SI, and he joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Jay, how much should we expect to see the Bengals play their starters in tonight's Monday Night Football game here in the DMV?
Yeah, I think maybe 2 series at the most. Originally, Zach Taylor, the plan was going to be for him to see them for about a half tonight. This has kind of been one of the big steps in them trying to avoid these slow starts that have plagued them year after year, was to get the starters more reps in the preseason. But a couple of things have happened. One, the offense went touchdown on their first 2 drives last week, so they saw plenty last week. And the offensive line is a bit of a mess right now, and I just think with what they saw last week and the playing it a little smart and not trying to expose the injury tonight, they've decided to dial it back to about similar to what it was last week against Philadelphia, probably 2 series.
Jay, there are other teams that don't play guys a lot in the preseason, right? I mean, it's now kind of the normal trend line. Why has Cincinnati gotten off to such astoundingly horrendous, documented, oh my God, what the hell is happening there starts over the last several seasons?
The simple answer is Joe Burrow has always been hurt or dealing with something. He, in 2020, his rookie year there in Washington, he tore the ACL, so the 21 season got off to a slow start as he's coming back from that. He had an appendectomy right before camp one year. He was coming off the wrist injury last year. There was the calf injury the year before that cost him almost all of camp. This was in the works years ago. They were wanting to start playing the starters more in the preseason, but when you're not going to have Joe Burrow out there, they just decided to kind of go away from that plan, and they haven't played their starters. Joe Burrow played 1 series last year, and he played 3 snaps in 2021, and that's been the extent of his preseason reps. So he's healthy this year. He looks great in camp. He looked great last week against Philadelphia. I think that is the major reason for their slow starts, is the fact that he just hasn't come out of the gate healthy and looking like Joe Burrow.
Jay Morrison on the Bengals beat in Cincinnati. We've been dealing with our own holdout and then hold in here at training camp with Terry McLaurin at wide receiver. And you guys kind of wrote the original book this offseason on these with Trey Hendrickson, and now it sounds like the Bengals are willing to trade him. Get us up to speed on what's going on there, and is there some idea that maybe he wouldn't play in week 1 if he doesn't get a new deal?
Yeah, this is actually a sequel. It was Jamar Chase last year that held in all through camp, and he went out and won the Triple Crown. So the feeling is, if you're asking me, deadlines make deals, and it just makes too much sense on both sides for them to get something done
I've always kind of pointed to Labor Day weekend as when it made the most sense for them to kind of come to their senses and get this thing done. Bengals have a long history of this. When they signed Joe Burrow, it was hours before the Thursday night kickoff game between the Chiefs and Lions a couple of years ago on that Thursday night. About a decade ago, A.J. Green, the team is getting on the flight to fly to Oakland for the opener, and they come to terms with him on an extension. They're not very proactive. They take things down to the wire. If something doesn't get done, then yeah, Trey has said it. He's on record. He said he is not going to play on the contract this year. So it would behoove the Bengals to get something done. This defense was a mess last year, and the Super Bowl window is wide open with Joe Burrow right now, and they cannot have another defensive year like they had last year, and that's certainly on the table if Trey Hendrickson is not part of this team or if he's part of the team but is sitting out.
But do you guys buy that? We keep coming back with McLaurin to this idea that he just doesn't have much of a choice, that the fines are too substantial, that you have to accrue the season, that at some point you got to show up. Isn't that kind of how you feel about Hendrickson, or do you really think he would go to the end of the earth here?
Well, Trey's had a couple big deals. He signed a big deal with the Bengals in 21. He got a $21 million extension a couple years ago, so he's made his money. Is Terry, I think, still on his rookie deal?
No, this will be his third deal.
This will be his third deal. Okay, so yeah, I believe Trey when he says it, and again, he said it in May, and it's easy to say in May I'm not going to play, and maybe things do change when it comes right down to it with the start of the season. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if nothing gets done to see him start sitting out games, and then if Shamar Stewart, the rookie first-round pick, starts lighting it up and getting all these sacks, then maybe Trey loses some leverage. Or if the defense looks terrible, he gains some leverage. Either way, something could get done if he does miss a couple games, and I just don't see that happening. I think it's going to get done before week 1.
Jay Morrison with us here, helping us get inside the Cincinnati Bengals on Grant and Danny. What's the gap between them and Baltimore, in your view, in that division?
Razor thin. I mean, they haven't beat Lamar yet, but these games have all been so close. I mean, you look at last year in Baltimore, it comes down to a 2-point conversion. The game in Cincinnati comes down to a dropped snap on a field goal. The Bengals would have won that game in overtime if the holder didn't drop the snap. Their games have been incredibly close. So it's, on one hand, it seems like it's really, really a thin margin, but on the other hand, they haven't got over the hump. They haven't beat them yet, and so that makes it feel a little bit farther apart. But you look at the talent, you look at the way these games have played out, I think they're right there with them, and if they are going to get where they want to go this year, they've got to win one of those 2 games.
SI covering the Bengals in Cincy, Jay Morrison on Grant and Danny. Offense is a known commodity. They're elite, top 5 group in football. They're going to move the ball and score, so we'll leave that there. Make the case for us that this defense, without Hendrickson, is as good or better, because this was a 4-4 team when they scored over 30 last year. We saw them light it up. Burrow was almost perfect in Cincy in primetime against Washington, and they still lost.
So the case for them being better is you look at the way they've drafted. They have a ton of day 1 and day 2 defensive picks. They've almost primarily focused on the defense. They just haven't been able to develop these guys. That's why Lou Anarumo, the defense coordinator last year, was let go. They bring in Al Golden, who's the assistant coach of the year at Notre Dame, took Notre Dame to the national championship game last year. His last time he was in the NFL, he was the Bengals linebacker coach when they played in the Super Bowl. They just have a lot of faith in him getting the best out of some of these guys that either haven't got there or have been wildly inconsistent. At times play good, at times they don't. Like I said, a lot of first, second, third round guys on that defense. And, it feels like, and it's looked like in practice, like they are getting better. They are making progress. The preseason game against Philadelphia kind of goes against that the Eagles' second team really lit them up and has everybody concerned. You're hearing all these good things out of camp, and then they see that. But I do think that the change at coordinator and just some of these young guys getting a year more seasoned, there's room for improvement. They don't have to be great. You get that defense around 16 to 18 in the league with that Bengals offense, I think this team will be fine.
Jay, give me a couple players who have generated some buzz. Obviously, we know the stars, we know the Chases and the Burrows and company. Give me a couple of the young players, maybe, or guys that have made some noise in camp.
Yeah, so Shamar Stewart, the first-round pick, he was a holdout. He didn't do anything in OTAs, and he held out through the start of camp. It was about language in the contract. They finally got that done. He has been really surprising in the 3 weeks he's been out there. He didn't have a lot of sacks in college. A lot of Bengals fans weren't happy about the pick, 4.5 sacks in college over 3 seasons. But he's been disruptive. He's been strong. He's playing inside at tackle. He's playing outside at edge. Going to get a long look at him tonight with Miles Murphy out. Shamar's going to start. He's going to play a lot. And then second-round pick Demetrius Knight. They took him probably higher than a lot of teams would have wanted to, but he's really been good in camp. He's a 25-year-old married father of 2, just a remarkably mature, confident guy, and he has looked really, really good. The big question mark for the Bengals is going to be at guard, at Lucas Patrick. They signed him in free agency in the offseason. He looked really bad against Philadelphia. That's the one concern because their top 4 defensive linemen backups the top 4 offensive linemen backups are all injured. Once that first team goes out tonight, I don't think you're going to see this Bengals offense score.
Wow. Jay, before we let you go, just to circle back to playing time. So you're banking on a couple of drives. Quarter or so wouldn't shock you if they ended up playing 15 or so minutes tonight?
Yeah, they got the ball first against Philly, so the offense played the first 2 series. They were out, and then the defense played the first 2 series. That carried into the second quarter. I think it's going to look a lot like that tonight.
Jay, really appreciate the time and insight, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, thanks, guys.
There's Jay Morrison, SI, covering the Bengals in Cincy. Chilly's probably overstated and not quite the right word, but as I'm sitting here open window at press level,
it's not 100.
I'm telling you what, man.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, I just shook a little bit with some chills. I mean, it's misty. It's not like a rain, right? It is raining, but it's almost like a mist machine at an amusement park. And there's moving wind. And it is a little bit chilly, considering that it's August 18th. And as hot as I was the last few days this summer with the rest of you guys out and about, this is wild in terms of feeling a little more like football tonight for Monday Night Football. Hopefully the rain goes away, even if it's just a mist, and everybody can stay dry here at Northwest Stadium. We'll get you a double play next. As we close in on 6:30, we'll continue to set the table for the Commanders and the Bengals, including next hour, a deep dive into the running back situation and the breaking news of the day that Brian Robinson, who's being shopped by Washington in trade discussions, is not going to play in this game as they try to advance their chances of moving him. You're listening to The Fan. Brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. No matter what you need, they can take care of it. They will get you set up for a last will and testament or draft a will, a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Again, kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Live from Northwest Stadium, where it is misty, cool for August football. It's going to be pleasant tonight when this weather goes away and things are drier, but it's the Bengals and the Commanders under the lights with the whole country watching this evening. We'll get you ready for kickoff as we close in on the end of the show at 6:30 here on The Fan. Danny, let's get everybody a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
Being a grown-up GP, I'm able to spin a couple of plates. One is philosophical, one is the reality on the ground. And let me explain what I'm talking about here. I don't think kids should go to school until after Labor Day. You and I have had this conversation. Maybe the week before, if it's one of those, it's September 6th or 7th, just kind of how the calendar falls. But for the most part, that was always kind of the start of school to me. And I remember the joys of being a kid, and that summer seemed to last forever. Shout out Brian Adams. The second mine is the reality on the ground. The kids went back to school today, and thank God. Yes. Get them kids in school. You open that school up, you put them in that school, and you keep them there for hours and hours and hours. And you do it every day. Every weekday, no days off. You keep them in that school. They need to be in that school. So today was the first day of GP. It was an absolute cluster bingus, but whatever. We got through it. We did it. The boys are off to school today. But it is early. I understand that. It feels early. I understand that too. But thank God it started today.
I'm happy that you don't have to do dad stuff for them. I'm happy that you got some time to yourself and probably did whatever it is that you do. Played pickleball with some guy or played basketball with some person.
Just changed some diapers this morning, unfortunately. That's all that was.
Maybe you did that. August 18th, man, they can't be in school. Sorry. You got to wait another week, Danny.
I hear you.
You don't get to send them yet. This is stupid. This is dumb. It's generally about 94 degrees today, and there's 2 weeks left for you to go to the pool. The way we'll do the school calendar in Grantville, the way we're going to do it, it's so easy. Here it is. It's going to be the best. Wait for this.
Okay.
What's today? Is it a day of the week?
Yes.
Then the kids are probably in school. Mm-hmm. Has Labor Day happened yet? If the answer is yes, then we're in school.
Yep.
But if the answer is no, then we haven't started it yet. Labor Day's on a Monday, right? That next Tuesday, that's when we start. Every year, all the time, never any reason to navigate away from that. It's stupid, man. August 18th. And by the way, my niece and nephew in King George County, Virginia's doing great. They went back last week.
Yeah.
Last week they went back. It was like August 12th.
So the reason
I'm getting pictures in the morning of like what you want to be when you grow up. I'm like, why are we doing this today?
That? The reason they do it is because there's 7, I think it's an approximate number. I did an informal count. 700 days off now per year. So I don't do that. I'd sign up for the Paulson plan sight unseen. But I know the reality on the ground is there's like 7 Thursdays, there's 4 Mondays, there's religious holidays, then there's days that aren't holidays, but they're just like, yeah, we're not going to go. And it's so much not going to school. So they, instead of keeping them in until the end of June, they start in the middle of August. And that's what it is. But I'm telling you, I'd prefer that over the alternative. But like, to me, if you just, when you say school, it's school, school's open, then they just go. See what I'm saying? But the way they do it, they're pacing themselves. They know there's like, I don't think there's a complete week in the month of November or some kind of thing with the calendar. It's just this, it is unreal, the number of little tiny breaks that are so disruptive. So I get it. I get why they're doing it this way. I don't like it, but I get it.
Time for your boys' double play. So I got this text from the wife just a few minutes ago. This is pretty strong. There's a sign in the window at Five Guys, which was next to where we got the kids' haircuts today.
Uh-huh.
And it says that they now serve sliders. It says sliders are available for $1.99.
What?
Which I didn't know about. So my wife was curious. So she went inside with the kids and got a couple of sliders for everybody. Turns out, with tax, $2.35. A Five Guys slider. It's like the mini burger. She said it was a 4-bite burger, though. It's not like nothing. This is not a
shooter,
meatball. It's not like a flattened meatball. This is a good sized little burger. $2.35 with tax for this thing. Is this new? How have I not known about it?
So
when
I don't
will
know
I
that
first
it's an official
enjoy
menu
one?
item, my friend. There's some that have experimented with it. According to the Google, Five Guys Manassas are doing the $1.99 plus taxation sliders, and at certain locations they're doing it. I don't know that it's a universal deal.
Well, on Ox Road in Lorton, Virginia, Five Guys has sliders for $1.99. And I know this because I got a picture of the sign, and then 10 minutes later, my wife sent me a picture of the burger that she was eating. So that sign worked. Very simple. If you want someone to come in and eat a burger, put a sign on the window that says it costs less than $2.
Yeah, there you go, right? That's
with
pretty
tax,
awesome.
$2.35. Let's get a few of those. Let's feed a couple. We got a lot of children we're trying to feed. Let's feed them for like $6. We can get 3 sliders.
And that's the way to do it. Like for grown-ups, you and me are popping them like Tic Tacs, right? But for the kid size, the number of times I've ordered a full sandwich for the child, knowing it's a 2.5-bite situation, and then there's 93.6% of that sandwich left, and it's infuriating to me. That's the way, right there.
Beltway Blitz is next. We'll get you ready for football tonight. Talk about the teams in town you care the most about. And then at the bottom of the hour, coming up in about 35 minutes at 4:30 or so, Brian Robinson, likely to be moved? Question mark? Well, he's not playing tonight, and it's mutual. Him and the team have decided that with him being a trade consideration, he's not going to play, which certainly sounds like his days in D.C. could be numbered. We'll get into that more this hour on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Monday Night Football tonight. Commanders and Bengals at Northwest Stadium. Kickoff at 8 o'clock. Jaden Daniels and some of the Commanders starters expected to play tonight. Running back Brian Robinson not going to play tonight, though, amid trade speculation, which we found out over the weekend from Jordan Schultz. Commanders also activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off PUP over the weekend. Other news around the National Football League. The Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback. They also signed undrafted rookie wide receiver Isaiah Bond out of Texas. He signed days after a grand jury declined to indict him on a sexual assault charge. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is back at practice today for the first time in training camp. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors hasn't practiced in almost 2 weeks with, quote, normal camp tightness, quote, in his back. Former Bills and Jags wide receiver Gabe Davis is visiting the Steelers tomorrow. Cornerback Xavier Howard is signing with the Colts. In baseball, Nathaniel Lowe was DFA'd by the Nationals this past week. He's planning to sign with the Boston Red Sox. The Nats fell to the Phillies yesterday 11-9 to split the 4-game set with the Phils. Nats and Mets tomorrow. Off day for the Nats today. Then they'll begin a 3-game series against the Mets tomorrow. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on the Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 on a Monday night football game night on the Fan. Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet with you. I am at Northwest Stadium where the marching band is on the field right now between the 10 and the 40-yard line, warming up for the festivities this evening. Danny is back in our Half Street studios. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Commanders and the Nationals this segment. Let's get it started. JP Flame of the Sports Junkies, who you hear from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on the Fan every single morning. JP, little birdie's been chirping in my ear that you will be here at Northwest Stadium tonight, huh?
I will. My oldest daughter, who is a huge Commanders fan who lives in L.A., is in town, so we have a chance to go see a Monday night meaningless matchup, but we're looking forward to going out to FedEx despite what I hear about traffic.
What do you care about tonight in terms of players on field, things you're looking for, et cetera?
I think I just want to see when Jaden's on the field, assuming he's on the field with the first teamers, an offense that resembles what we saw during the playoffs. Obviously, you're not going to have Terry McLaurin, and some guys may not be on the field that will be there in week one. But I want to see a smooth running operation.
JP, we found out over the weekend yesterday the team shopping Brian Robinson. What's your level of surprise in that? And then how about the update today that mutually he and the club have decided he won't play tonight, which certainly feels like this thing's going to end with him not on the team one way or the other.
Wow. I didn't know that update, so thanks for giving me that one. But a little bit of a surprise. I mean, we started hearing some whispers that they weren't happy with him. Here's the thing. If you're not Brian Robinson, you don't really have anybody who's proven. Austin Eckler's the guy who was concussed twice last season. We know he's not an every down back. While we like what we've seen from Chris Rodriguez the last couple seasons, it's been very, very limited. Bill, great story, but again, unproven. Last year in particular, the first half of the season, Brian Robinson Jr. was pretty good. He had 6 touchdowns in the first 8 games. And he averaged about 4.3 yards per carry throughout the season. So it's something that's a little surprising because there's proven production there.
JP, what did you make of the team activating McLaurin off PUP?
I didn't make much of it. You know, it's funny. I was driving around over the weekend listening to some of the weekend hosts who do a great job, from AWOD to Linnell, and they were making a big deal of it. Maybe you guys are making a big deal of it. To me, it almost is like an administrative mood. To me, it didn't mean, hey, McLaurin's going to be practicing with this team on Tuesday or Wednesday. But maybe something will happen, but I don't have these great expectations that they will.
Do you think the offense can still be really good without McLaurin operating on all cylinders to begin the season? Is Jaden Daniels that type of elevator, in your opinion, of the guys around him?
All right, you used the word could. Could it? Yes. Josh Allen, remember last year before the season, everybody was saying the Bills were going to take a step back. They lost Stephon Diggs. They lost a bunch of players. When you have that quarterback, and Josh Allen obviously more experienced than Jaden Daniels, and he won the MVP last year, they can elevate players around them. Last year, De'Ami Brown was elevated, right? OZ, Olamide Zaccheaus was elevated. So could it happen? Yes. Obviously, Terry McLaurin would be a huge help.
Offensive line-wise, how good is this group going to be when they are fully assembled? 3 guys are not playing tonight. Obviously, one Sam Cosmi we're not going to see for a while, but no Coleman, no Tunsil. How confident are you that kind of their offseason upgrades, a place that clearly priority is going to pay dividends?
Pretty comfortable. Are you guys? I mean, the offensive line wasn't horrific last year, if you remember. Now, having Jaden Daniels scramble around obviously is a help, but just on paper, when you just if they simply added Tunsil and don't even worry about drafting Connolly, it should be an improved offensive line. Don't you guys think?
I definitely do. I think ultimately it's going to be one of the strengths of the team. If Connerly's at right tackle, Cosmi's back at guard, Biotish at center, then you have Coleman at left guard and Tunsil at left tackle. But on a night like tonight where Jaden's going out there, I wouldn't think for more than a drive or two. No Tunsil, no Coleman, and no Cosmi. It's just a different look. So I was telling Danny, like week 1 against the Giants, against a really good pass rush, I actually don't love how they're going to look or the matchup. But I think by the end of the year, as they come together and gel, I think it's actually going to be a really good group.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see, too, you know, when we talked about Brian Robinson at the beginning of this conversation, how is the offensive line going to improve? We always think about pass blocking, but how's it going to improve the running game? Maybe they are going to open up more holes for whoever's back there as the primary back for the Commanders.
JP, Zach Ertz was remarkably healthy last year. I say that because his track record over the recent seasons was that he misses a lot of time and is banged up. I expected that to happen last year. It didn't, to his credit, and he was awesome. I'm not expecting a repeat, though, this season. How comfortable with Ben Sinnott in that tight end room are you after Zach Ertz?
Not that comfortable. I mean, what have we seen from Ben Sinnott? We haven't seen anything, right? Bates has been primarily a blocker and, you know, dropped some passes at times. So not super comfortable. I don't like to bet on injuries, but you're right. That was the rap going in. He's an older guy who missed some games, but last year he had a great season health-wise, and maybe that's going to happen again.
JP, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. Hopefully I bump into you out here somewhere tonight. Enjoy yourself.
All right, sounds good.
Be good. Let's keep the blitz moving. This will be the first time I've ever talked about the Nationals with a marching band behind me, but let's make history here on the Beltway Blitz. Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com to help us do just that. Bobby, I don't care about the split with the Phillies. The results of games at this point don't matter that much. The first 3 of the 4, really the entire series, the Nats hung around with a World Series caliber club and competed, which I loved. But how about Cade Cavalli on Saturday? 7 shutout. He was incredible.
Yeah, I think it was an encouraging weekend. I know, like you said, like the results don't necessarily matter at this point, but I think splitting 4 games against the first-place club and a playoff club is important for these guys. And Miguel Cairo mentioned it on Thursday night when they came back and won that game 3-2, the opener, and was like, hey, it felt like a playoff atmosphere. Like, this is a good experience for our young guys. So, yes, while I think the day-to-day results don't necessarily matter that much down the stretch, I do think, like, getting this experience, playing tough games. I mean, they play a lot of playoff games coming up in the next, like, week and a half. So, you know, they're going to get a chance to do more. And, yeah, Cade was obviously a huge bright spot over the weekend. I mean, what an outing for him. A real tough challenge in that Phillies lineup. A lot of power hitters, obviously a lot of lefty hitters, and he handled them pretty much with ease. 7 shutout innings, 5 strikeouts, no walks. I think is huge for him. Not issuing any free passes, only 7 hits throughout those 7 frames. So, yeah, he was really solid. And every start for him, he gets more and more encouraging. He gets deeper into the game. His stuff looks really good. I mean, if he has a strong finish to the season, I think we have the right to be very excited for what his 2026 could look like.
Bobby, turning into the opposite direction here. Mitchell Parker, I'm making that Michael Scott cringe gif right now, looking at some of his trend lines and numbers. An ERA in excess of 12 in 3 August starts, only managed an inning and 2/3. I know Philadelphia is good, but man, oh man, it's non-competitive at this point with Mitchell Parker. A pretty violent regression. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's just tough. And, it feels like he has one bad inning each time out. And, obviously yesterday's start, Miguel Cairo not, having a very long leash with him, pulled him in the second inning after giving up 6 runs and just recording 5 outs. It's been tough. And it feels like it's always like the first or second inning. And, if you get out of the first inning okay, then you're still thinking like, all right, well, is it going to be the second frame this time around that's going to kind of blow up in his face? He's not been able to. He's really struggling against pretty much everybody, and it's been kind of a theme for most of this year. We saw him not have to deal with too much adversity last year during his rookie year, and when he did, he handled it well. It just feels like things are snowballing him right now, and like he almost like is already thinking about how things could go wrong, and then once they do, it kind of really gets out of control. So I'm not sure what the Nationals can do any differently with him. Obviously, they got to figure it out, and hopefully he can put together a couple of final good, encouraging starts going into the offseason.
Bobby, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me.
See you, bud.
Be good. You got it. We'll get back to the Commanders with Michael Phillips in a second, but Darius, give me an NFL sounder really quickly. I want to hit football for a moment. Danny, the Browns named Joe Flacco their starting quarterback today. This was expected. My question is, how long does he hold off the kids? Dylan Gabriel flashed. He did some really good things in the preseason game over the weekend. He and Shedeur Sanders have both now excelled when they've gotten an opportunity. I know Shedor's hurt, but that feels like he's keeping a seat warm until they can get one of those kids on the field for a bad team.
That is precisely what is happening there. For me, it's a month, or less. It's a matter of weeks, a handful of games here and there as the team gets off to a 0-4, a 1-3 start. Maybe they surprise somebody. But yeah, that's why you employ Joe Flacco at this stage. He's bounced around to multiple teams, multiple orgs to do this at this stage of his career. Kind of paced Ravens. When he was, led a team to a Super Bowl, has not been that guy in some time. He's this guy. He's the Case Keenum tier now. It's now can be renamed the Joe Flacco tier.
Other quarterback news, Matthew Stafford did do a workout with the team today. There was this weird, veiled answer from McVay and the staff over what he got done on Saturday, and we had to wait until today to get more information. I'm telling you, there's something not right about how they're reporting this whole back thing to the media. I understand that they're giving the information they have, but I just think it's lingering. I don't think they know a lot right now. Stafford is the difference between them being a Super Bowl caliber team and them maybe missing the playoffs, and their inability to get him on the field consistently right now has me going from picking them to win the West to now rolling with San Francisco going into the season. I don't have a good feel about this.
I do not either. And what's interesting is, for everyone that's trying to say, okay, he got on the field, what about what's happened so far leads you to believe he could do the rigors of an NFL season week to week, day to day, game to game, practice to practice, let alone a Sunday to a Thursday, because everyone plays on short rest at least once, with the travel and everything going in between. Like, alarm bells should be going off maybe way more than they are.
17 games, 18 weeks, man. 37 years old or whatever, with a back that is hooked up to weird wiring after he throws once and can't practice for 3 days in August. I just cannot trust him to go the distance. It's almost like, your phone is on 2% to start the day. It's like, I don't think I'm going to be able to get through the whole day.
I'm not going to make it
on this thing. Let's keep the blitz moving. Odyssey Richmond and the Richmonder is where you can find the work of our buddy Michael Phillips. Philly, I am sitting in the press box right now at Northwest Stadium. Bengals Commanders tonight, Monday Night Football. I feel like I'm 12 again. I don't know what to do with my arms. I'm fired up, man. A little rain falling. Let's play football.
This is the most excited people have been for a preseason game in a while. I think it helps that there's been all that noise around the Bengals. We're taking this seriously. We're going all in for a fast start this season. That gives it the juice, right? You're going to have an actual ones versus ones competition tonight. I feel a little bad. I didn't brave the traffic today. I am, however, all in for week one. We'll be sitting next to each other when they play against the Giants.
What do you care about tonight? What are you looking for? Player you're highlighting? Whatever. Just give me what's on the docket.
Give me some Marshawn Lattimore right there. I just think if this goes well, it fixes all your other problems. With Amos, you've got a guy who I think you can install as the number 2, and that works well moving down the line. He can be the number 2. He can grow. He can develop. Sanders still moves back to his inside position. That's natural for him. Igbinoghene is your backup. He's very good in that role. If it doesn't work, and I'm not saying Marshawn Lattimore has to completely deny Jamar Chase tonight. He's a great receiver. But what we saw against those great receivers last year was that he melted down. You remember the temper tantrum in the end zone. You remember what happened. Philly and Tampa come to mind there. That can't happen. And if that does happen, if there are those warning signs and he does look still a step slow, now you can't move Amos to 1. Maybe you have to bring Sanders still outside. That takes Noah Igbinoghene inside. It's a mess if it doesn't work. I think there's a lot riding on Marshawn Lattimore playing well tonight.
Brian Robinson shopped over the weekend, we found out. Trade candidate. Now he's not playing tonight, and it's mutual. What does that tell you?
I think he's gone. Rarely do we see this story, and it's not the first step, and he's gone. It tells me that they don't see a difference between B-Rod and C-Rod is what it tells me, that they think those are interchangeable. I get that there's a ton of hype around Bill, right? There's Bill hype out the wazoo in Washington right now. I get that. But I think this is more about they don't see any advantage to keeping him on short yardage over letting Chris Rodriguez do that dirty work. They were impressed with him last year. There's a million reasons this went wrong. He's previous regime, right? You start with that. I don't think he fits the Cliff Kingsbury system. You can go there. Final year of the contract. He's not going to be a piece in the future. But still kind of jarring for fans because he's a guy we rooted for a few years, and he's got that great story. Tough to see it end abruptly like this in the lead up to Monday Night Football.
Was the McLaurin removal from PUP mutual, or was it like when I got dumped and I had to say it was mutual to try to save face? Was this the team escalating, or was this everybody singing Kumbaya about this football season, Miguel?
I'm worried at how little everybody's worried, Danny. I was talking with somebody the other day who's an agent who's dealt with Adam Peters before. He said, all this talk of everybody's like, Adam Peters, $28 million, they're just going to meet in the middle. Is Adam Peters isn't necessarily meet in the middle kind of guy, and I interpreted this as let's get back to work. Let's play some football. That was fun. We had our talking time. You signed your autographs. Time to get back to work playing football. I'm a little worried about how this escalates, and I do think this is not a positive sign necessarily.
Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder. Jaden Daniels going to play tonight, which is going to be fun for people, but no Laramie Tunsil, no Brennan Coleman on the left side, no Sam Cosme on the right side, and no Zach Ertz, his number 1 target. I'm thinking this is a series and out, but are you surprised at all they are going to play him with so many of his key pieces not out there with him?
No Terry, no Noah Brown. Yeah, you run down the list. You got a lot of, you don't want to risk Austin Eckler either, given his injury history. I'm not surprised they're playing him. I think everybody wants to see one positive series out of these guys. The question is what happens if you don't get it. The best case scenario here is they come out, Cliff draws up a couple winners, they throw a touchdown pass on the first series, maybe Jaden runs for 15 yards at one point. Everybody feels great. The operation's fine. We can quit freaking out over what we've seen on the practice field. That's just the practice field. They're ready to play the Giants. If it doesn't work that way, that's when the tough decisions start tonight. Do you try it again with a second series, a third series? You don't want to play roulette with your quarterback here. That's way too important. But I also think we've gone a whole offseason here without seeing one positive drive from the first-team offense. And any of these joint practices, inter-squad scrimmages, any of that, that's an issue. And I think Cliff Kingsbury kind of acknowledged in his comments the other day, we've got some work to do. I think he wants to see that work done on the field tonight.
Give me a young player or two that you're excited to watch take on the Bengals this evening.
Man, it is time for Ben Sinnott to take that step forward, and I think this is a great avenue for him to do it, a great night for him to do it against the Bengals with Terry out, with Noah out, with Zach Ertz out. We need to see something that says, yeah, I can be the future of the franchise at this position. Yeah, I can make that second-year leap forward. I don't know if we're going to get it or not. That's my guy, though.
Michael, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Enjoy the game. Stay dry. We will chat soon, I'm sure.
It is raining right now, more of a mist, but that doesn't stop pregame warm-ups for the band, for the cheerleaders, and doesn't seem like it's wet enough on the field right now for any kind of issues. If it was really raining, they'd have the tarp out, and they don't, Danny. The field looks great, and I think they're anticipating this to just kind of be more of the mist machine than any kind of rain that actually affects the ball game. But let's get into what is a developing significant story here. Brian Robinson not going to play tonight. Maybe the end of the road with the Commanders. We'll explain next. Guys, it's GP. On Tuesday, August 26th, a week from tomorrow, FanDuel Futures Day. This is going to be amazing. A new holiday for football fans like me and like you. 24 hours of deals on all your favorite football futures bets. These are just your season predictions, right? The MVP you're taking a flyer on, Jaden Daniels. The team that you're crowning champion that people don't think is going to win the Super Bowl, the Commanders. Maybe you're going to parlay division winners, some dark horses together. Maybe you like, a team other than the Bills to win the AFC East. You're going to get great odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Cannot wait a week from tomorrow. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders, Bengals tonight for Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 2 of the NFL preseason kickoff at 8 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. Jaden Daniels and some of the Commanders starters expected to play tonight, as well as Bengals starters Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and plenty of the others going to go for Cincinnati. Brian Robinson not going to play tonight for the Commanders amid trade speculation, which we found out over the weekend. The Commanders also activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the PUP list. He's not going to play tonight, though. Other news around the NFL, the Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback and also signed undrafted rookie wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is practicing for the first time in training camp, and Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors hasn't been practicing in almost 2 weeks with normal camp tightness in his back. In baseball, the Nats, they off today after they split a 4-game set with the Phillies, 3-game series with the Mets tomorrow at Nationals Park. Nathaniel Lowe, who's DFA'd by the Nationals this past week, is signing with the Red Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on the Fan.
Back live on Grant and Danny, and welcoming you back to Northwest Stadium, where I'm hanging out on this Monday evening. Monday Night Football tonight with the Bengals. The developing huge story is what is going on the Brian Robinson front. Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports announcing yesterday via his social accounts that he'd heard from league sources that Robinson was being shopped by Washington. And while that wasn't stunning, today's news might be to a lot of people, which was that mutually he and the team have decided that he's not going to play today while the team sorts out his future. And that was Mike Garafolo of NFL Media. So what does this mean, Danny? Essentially, the team is making calls trying to trade him, and while they do that, they and Robinson both think it's best that he doesn't play. I take that to mean they don't want him to get hurt so they could trade him. Yeah. Robinson doesn't think it's worth playing for a team where he hasn't locked in a roster spot. How can we possibly take that today other than that his days are numbered, and we've probably seen him play his final Commanders?
I'm looking for another explanation. I can't find one. Seriously, if this was just a rumor, okay, that, hey, he's falling down the pecking order and they might seek a trade, you still might see him play tonight. Right? Trying to solidify, trying to climb back up those rankings, trying to make sure that everyone knows he's better than Demetric Felton or Chris Rodriguez or whoever you want to list. This basically says the nail is in the coffin. You're done here, right? And we both agree to that, and that's kind of all she wrote. If we can't trade you, we'll just cut you. That's what it feels like to me. Again, maybe there's some other element of it that I haven't considered or something at the 11th hour could change that, but that's how I'm viewing this.
Year 4 of his rookie deal. This is the final season for Brian Robinson that he's going into. I just looked up some of the advanced numbers for him because I think everybody knows with the eyeballs when you watch, there isn't the explosiveness that you want at the running back position. There aren't home runs or extra base hits, as I call them. It is a lot of singles, but maybe he gets more than is there. Maybe it's a blocking issue, right? When you actually dive into the next-gen stats from last season, would you perceive that Brian Robinson faces 8-man boxes a lot as a big physical thumper who's running downhill?
Anecdotally, I would say, nowhere, not like noticeably more. It felt average to me. I mean, Warren Sharp said he had the 5th easiest run defense schedule last year in the NFL and then produced lackluster numbers at best. So instinctively, I wouldn't say that he faced an inordinate number of 8-man boxes, but I could be wrong.
So the reason I would think sometimes a guy like him would have a higher percentage is when you look at the players who have the highest percentage of their runs against 8-man boxes in the league, it's a lot of times it's battering ram, goal line, short yardage guys. So like Gus Edwards last year as an example, or players like that are brought in and you sound the horn that they're about to get the ball and everybody knows it for the pushing match, right? I say that, though, to say that when you look at the numbers, and I think this is the Jaden Daniels effect where you're petrified of him and you've got to keep guys for him to possibly keep the football on nakeds and boots. Out of 90 qualified running backs, Brian Robinson was 41st in terms of the percentage of 8-man boxes he got last year. 41st. 40 guys more often than him as a percentage of their carry workload ran into 8-man boxes. So that should have boded very, very well for him. And yet and still, when you look at the numbers, he averaged about 4 yards per carry, which 3 years into his career is what he's been. He ranks 24th among NFL starters in rushing yards over expected per attempt, which is basically the metric that suggests, Danny, this is what you should get based on the chip data of where everybody is, and this is what you actually get. So if you have a plus number, you got more than the run was designed for and the blocking should have allowed for. If it's a minus number, then you got less than was there. He was 35th in terms of the percentage of his yards last year that were earned over expected. 35th. So, I mean, the metrics, the analytics, the deep dive stuff for the R&D department, which is growing with Washington, is not good. When they look up some of those numbers and they see the DVOA last year for Chris Rodriguez and Austin Eckler and Jeremy McNichols were all considerably better in the positives, 15% or higher, and he was at minus 4%. There's just not that many numbers, if you're doing it that way via the data, that are going to sing a positive song about him last year.
Yeah, even beyond that, 34% of his rushes went for 1 or fewer yards. I think he was for more and sharp, 20th in stuff rate. So that kind of bears out when you watch. There's too many of those. I think of the New Orleans game is kind of the classic, what I think of with Brian Robinson. There were exceptions. The Titans game where everybody ran for 100 yards, where he's running untouched, for 30, 40, 50. The freaky game against the Giants where he ran into a pile and everyone forgot about him and he emerged with a long carry. But for the most part, I think of that, you throw him in the line of scrimmage for 0. And now we're doing 2nd and 10, Jaden Daniels, please save us. Right? I mean, that's kind of what it was in that game specifically. It's not fair to judge him on one, but to me, that's kind of the microcosm of what I'm talking about. It tells you a huge percentage of his carries went for nothing. And to me, the hallmark of Brian Robinson, when it was right, and some of the yards per carry numbers are never going to be great with him, but it was what I always felt about Alfred Morris or some of these other guys, when it should go for 1, he's dragging a guy kicking and screaming for 2.5 and almost 3. Right now, the trade-off there is he's not breaking a homer, he's not making 7 guys miss and spinning off contact and making the safety miss 25 yards down the field. Just not who he is. But when there's only 1 there, he's getting you 3. And that wasn't the case last year, despite a slight improvement in his part on yards per carry. So to me, this is just not where the league is right now in terms of what you're looking for in a running back. Can you pass pro? Are you excellent out of the backfield? Are you a threat to break one? Or do you have wiggle? Do you have the cutback? Do you have the one and go? It's just kind of a different style from a different time. He is a plodding thumper that has now been forced to line up out of the shotgun for the most part. He's probably
I want to go into those numbers, too.
Yeah, he's better in an I formation, I would say.
Well, you would imagine. So I looked up some of these numbers. He averaged 0.6 more yards per carry, so well over a half yard per carry last year, better when they ran from under center with him as a deep back than out of the shotgun. Now, his shotgun numbers were not worse than his season totals, but that stands to reason because the vast majority of his work was that way, so that's probably going to be about your season average, which it was, 4.1. But when they gave him the rare carry from under center, he was actually up closer to 5 yards per carry. I actually think there is a path to him being a super helpful running back somewhere. I really do believe that. I don't view him as a 20-carry-a-game workhorse for a Super Bowl caliber team, but I think there are fits. There are teams that could bring him in. I think the idea of shopping him actually makes sense because if you want a bit of a workhorse, a guy that could solve the game away with 13, 15 carries in the second half, that gets better with those touches and is a big physical guy that leans on people and is hard to tackle because of how strong he is between the tackles, I think there's a spot for him. I just don't love him as a fit here. This is not the regime that drafted him. This is not the offense that they envisioned him in when they took him. It's very different than what Ron Rivera and Scott Turner were running. If you look at, as another example, RPOs versus non-RPOs, he was better on non-RPOs last year than the run-pass option stuff that they did. All of those little metrics add up to me to go, if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, am I better off when he's on the field than when Merritt is? No, I don't think so. We still have to see him prove it, and he'll get a chance against the starting defense maybe to get some work tonight. Put an exclamation point on their view of him. But I've said this since last year. When Chris Rodriguez comes out onto the field, who is a 6th-round pick, who they cut at the end of training camp last year, who may or may not make the team this year, I don't think you fall off at all from Brian Robinson. I would actually make the case, based on the numbers, that you get better. But if you want to tell me Robinson's better, that's fine. He got drafted 3 rounds earlier. He's gotten a lot more carries from multiple coaching staffs. You cannot convince me that he's significantly better than Chris Rodriguez, and that's a big problem.
It certainly is if you're Brian Robinson or part of his camp. Yeah, I mean, I said this, it just feels like I'm piling on the guy, but I said it when he was drafted a handful of years ago, even after his promising rookie year. And again, what he endured and went through is incredible. It's absurd that it happened, that he was shot in the leg and then, had a football season after that. Just insane. But it's just not the style that I'm into. And it's certainly not the style that fits this regime. The way Cliff Kingsbury's offense is spread you out, everything's quick hitting, it's, get guys in space, etc. There are 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 guys I'd rather have in space with the football in their hands than him. So that's kind of what would govern it for me. Now, I wouldn't just move on from it because, again, I think you said it. There is a place. I'm going to line up under center here and there. I'm going to have a 3rd and 1, and I wouldn't mind having that guy thump a couple times. But, if he's not into the spirit of it, in other words, if he's going to take it as a demotion and be tough to be around and kind of bring my vibe down, then I suppose we can move on because I've got Chris Rodriguez to do that, to your point. But it is, to me, I'm way more surprised than you, it seems like. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I thought we were going to do the Brian Robinson thing this year. And I thought that until, I read the initial report today that they were, or whenever it was, that they were looking to shop him. I'm really, really, really surprised that we've gotten to this point. Again, based on A, their off-field or off-season actions in terms of how they addressed the position or didn't really, and B, by the fact that all it took was a nice showing here for a couple of months from it looks like a 7th rounder and the rest of the guys that they've accumulated that don't have huge, excellent resumes in the NFL for being bell cows to look like they're going to move on from a guy that led the team in carries last year.
Yeah, I guess for me, the reason I'm not that surprised, I mean, I would have bet on him leading them in carries as recently as Friday. I mean, I'm not acting like I thought they were going to cut him or trade him necessarily. But if you were to have told me Friday afternoon they're going to do that, it would not have really stunned me. This is not them moving on from Laramie Tunsil or Terry McLaurin or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The running back position, I just view it, when you don't have a star like a Saquon Barkley or a Bijan Robinson from Atlanta, then it's kind of moving furniture around in a lot of ways. And the way they do it especially, I look at this as a number of carries that need to be divvied up. Think about it like a workload.
Yep.
Hours at the office that need to be handled by a number of people on your team, so to speak. They have, on any given day, somewhere between 13 on a low end and like 23 on a high end carries for their running back position in most games, or just carries in general that might be necessary. There's going to be games where Jaden Daniels runs 15 times. Like we saw that multiple times last year. He runs a lot. So the import of this running back carry thing goes down a little bit for them in their situation. Now you have Deebo Samuel, who will occasionally line up in the backfield, who more than any receiver in the league has some running back ability. So now the importance of your running back goes down a little bit as well. When you look at it, look at his average per game last year. If it's around a dozen to 15 carries, whether it's him or someone that's more explosive like Merritt, I guess my point is it's not that big of a deal for them to make a change here. Like for them to stick their neck out there and make a big move would be if they did something with a Marshawn Lattimore or a Daron Payne or some critical player making a ton of money. Robinson on his rookie contract makes next to nothing, is not their guy, and it's a position where week to week you could just find a dude. Like Timmy Smith went for 2 bills in a Super Bowl that one time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do know exactly what you mean, and it looks like that's the plan. It's not a lot of marquee names just yet, but there's depth there, and Eckler's going to have his role of he was on pace for probably about 100 carries overall. Obviously, a number of injuries, and they're scary ones, so I'm not diminishing those. But you would think you would keep him around that same number. You'd probably have Daniels in the 120, 125 carry. He went for 148 last year, right? Just what you'd budget for, both via scrambles and the occasional design thing. So of your 500 runs and change, you've already basically taken half of them off the board. So you don't need Billy the Bell Cow when you've got, Krosky Merritt, you've got McNichols, you've got Rodriguez. Those guys, 2 of those 3 guys, you could probably get to the practice squad a couple times and have them active certain days, game days, et cetera, as people get banged up. So you're going to do this committee, a true committee, I think, for the running back spot, at least for a while.
It's too early to say this with any conviction because I've just been at practices and seen him and then in the one preseason game. But here's the other part, and I don't like kicking a guy while he's down here in B-Rob. I happen to think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is an upgrade anyway, probably. I mean, that's just where I'm at on Robinson as a back. And so I've been clamoring for speed and twitch and burst and wiggle and explosiveness, I guess, to sum it all up. And Merritt's got that more in spades than Robinson can give you. And so it's addition by subtraction, essentially, if they go that route for me. Now, I don't know about Merritt's durability, who's missed some time this past week with his shoulder after really 1 week where he got some first-team workload. I can't guarantee you he can stay healthy all year. I think there's still major questions to answer in the running back room. But I think they're making the right decision if they move Robinson. Or even if they end up releasing him, I think they've got enough depth that I'm not concerned about it. But let's get into what a workload could look like for Merritt as a rookie, and maybe even as well how they would divvy up carries. Would it be Rodriguez or McNichols, the other guy in that makes the team? What do we think this running back scenario unfolds as if Brian Robinson is out? You can weigh in if you'd like. 800-636-1067. If you make your way to the stadium tonight and want to hop on the phone, that is cool with us. We got Joel Corey, who's a contracts expert, coming up in about 20 minutes to talk about the Terry McLaurin stare down. This is Grant and Danny on a game night on the Fan.
Rhythm for Daniels. Robinson on 2nd and 1. He's got the first down and more at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Brian Robinson!
Next hour, we're going to give you the Commanders players we're most excited to see take the field tonight. One of them's going to have to be Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. With Brian Robinson not going, he might get a chance to get some first-team reps with Jaden Daniels. Now it's going to be behind 3 backup offensive linemen, a makeshift front for him. And it's not going to be the unit he's going to be playing behind in week 1 of the season. But I remember when I covered the 2012 Redskins with Mike Shanahan, and the talk that year in camp was a running back in Alfred Morris, who was a late-round pick like Merritt. And as a 6th-rounder from Florida Atlantic, he was drafted after playing in the Senior Bowl as a fullback with the Shanahan coaching staff. And I remember, Danny, everybody thinking, I don't see why this guy couldn't get carries. And within 2 weeks of the regular season, we still kind of felt that way, but you hadn't really seen him prove it yet. There was a preseason game on a night like tonight against the Bears in the dress rehearsal. First carry, ran over a run-stuffing starting linebacker, broke a tackle, ripped off a 12-yard run or whatever. He averaged like 6 in his limited work in the game, and at the end of the night, you felt like he might have just become their starter. And I feel like tonight could be that night for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Well, before then, just in the Wayback Machine with Alfred Morris, you were the beat reporter at that point, and you got him on the phone with Holden Kushner and I, and he was still listed as a fullback. This was still very preliminary in the process. And we were going, hey, man, it looks like you got a shot to make the team. There's good buzz around the camp before he ran for 1,600 yards. Just seems so funny in retrospect. Like these massive things can have such teeny tiny beginnings. You don't know if they've unearthed the bell cow. You also don't know if they've unearthed a guy that's going to be part of the rotation and fine, and, who cares? I mean, I remember, multiple times over where Adrian Peterson was giving way to Antonio Gibson, and we're going, do they have something special here? It turns out it was fine, right? But, the promise of the unknown, especially at that spot, is always so intoxicating to us. But I can't wait to see a bigger sample against some first-teamers tonight.
Well, I just got a tweet from someone who says, maybe I'm in the minority, his point was, but an old guy in Eckler with an unproven 7th-round pick in Merritt and a journeyman in McNichols and a 6th-round pick who hadn't done much with like 90 career carries in Rodriguez, that doesn't sound like a great running back room to me. I don't love that for a team that wants to go deep into the playoffs. And my point to him is, so you add in Brian Robinson in year 4, who averages 4 yards a carry, and he gets a lot better? Whatever you thought of the running back room with Brian Robinson, you can't tell me it gets worse without him necessarily. The only thing that changes is experience level. The only thing that changes is you've been here and you've done it with him, and so you know what to expect, which is, frankly, nothing explosive or all that fun. But right. I guess the floor is higher, too, because he's not going to fumble a whole lot. He is going to be on the field for the most part. He can play through pain. He's proven pretty durable. So I understand if you're saying that the floor gets lower if you get rid of him. That's probably true. But I don't think the ceiling gets lower. I think it probably gets higher, actually. And I'm going to be difficult to convince that the room is worse off.
I'd rather have a guy with a little bit of a track record. Just if money's not a factor, if we move emotion out of it and any kind of other human condition.
But don't you need the track record to be good? Like any track record is worthwhile.
Yeah, it's worth something. Again, it's not worth a lot. As you said, I'm not crying over this. I'm not screaming that they're making a huge mistake. But in terms of the room, there's a slightly lower floor. I think that's fair. In terms of the ceiling, I'm excited about it because again, my only concern throughout this whole process was, I don't care who wins that number 1 gig, and I put that in quotation marks because I don't know that there is one here or that you really need it. I just can't do the bit where Brian Robinson was on pace, if he played the full 17, to carry the ball 220 times. That was the only thing that I wanted to have happen out of this was that he wasn't the dude, and they were just content to run him right into the line of scrimmage for 0-1 and then have Jaden Daniels bail him out on 2nd and 3rd down. That's the only thing I cared about when it came to this. So if you're replacing him by a committee of average or, a couple guys with upside, et cetera, I'm very into that because with the small samples, we talked about this a bunch, that Rodriguez has had, all he's ever done is thrive. And now with, Ja'Cory Merritt, now you're going, hey, there may be something special here. So, yeah, I'm totally fine with it.
clearly Merritt would be the great beneficiary and the most likely guy to start and be your first and second down back. Eckler might get a little more running back, ball carrying workload perhaps on earlier downs, I guess, although I think you still have to be careful with him at his age. But the big question I would have is who makes the team that wouldn't have? Like if you were going to keep three and it was Robinson, Eckler, Merritt, who's now the guy that's definitively in? McNichols last year played a lot, carried the ball a bunch, and was significant on special teams, was their kick returner. I think they'll probably want a running back to be their kick returner again. I don't know if that would be Eckler. Remember, he ripped off an opening return touchdown to start the season in Landover, Maryland. They got called back in week 1 last year. But I would think Rodriguez is the most like Brian Robinson. So if that's the case, then Chris Rodriguez might be the guy that replaces him on the roster because you want your third and a foot who's coming into the game more so than McNichols, who might be better on special teams. Rodriguez just being the goal line back might actually be able to get a leg up now.
I that makes sense to me. Like to me, if I care about types, now they seem to, and that's based on just looking over the last couple of years. I wouldn't care as much about, okay, do I have a bruising running back? Do I have a pass catcher? Do I have a scat back, a third down back, whatever? I would just sort of keep my best group.
Well, I don't think they think of it that way, but they need a guy that will be good in short yardage. That shouldn't be a skill set for Merritt, I wouldn't think. It's certainly not Eckler's skill set. So you would just think a bigger, more physical running back like a Rodriguez.
And it would be Rodriguez.
That's how he made his money. That's what he did in college.
And that's who it would be. Even though Eckler of his career, not now, I don't want to use him that way, but has had an unbelievable nose for the and one, the goal line, whether it's going over the top or whatever. But again, I'm not using him as much in that way at this stage, given the multiple concussions last year, the injuries, et cetera. So to me, your battering ram, I put that in quotes, is probably Rodriguez, which means you're sneaking McNichols to the practice squad and then activating him when somebody goes down, which at that spot seems inevitable.
Speaking of activating players, the Commanders have taken Terry McLaurin off the PUP list. He still needs a deal. We'll talk about a potential deal with Joel Corey next.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, cars with a K. In the NFL, Commanders and Bengals tonight, Monday Night Football, to wrap up Week 2 of the NFL preseason kickoff at 8 o'clock at Northwest Stadium. Starters on both sides expected to play, or at least a majority of them. For the Commanders, running back McLaren Robinson is not going to be playing tonight, though, amid trade speculation. We found that out over the weekend from Jordan Schultz. Other news for the Commanders, they activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the PUP list over the weekend. The Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback and signed rookie wide receiver Isaiah Bond days after a grand jury declined to indict him on a sexual assault charge. Other NFL news, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is practicing for the first time in training camp. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors hasn't practiced in almost 2 weeks with normal camp tightness in his back. Former Bills and Jags wide receiver Gabe Davis is visiting the Steelers tomorrow. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Phillies yesterday to split a 4-game set. They have the day off today before they begin a 3-game series against the Mets tomorrow at Nationals Park. Also, Nathaniel Lowe, who was DFA'd by the Nationals this past week, is signing with the Boston Red Sox. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on the Fan.
Grant and Danny getting you ready for football tonight. The Commanders and the Bengals on Monday Night Football from Northwest Stadium. I'm live right now, sitting at press level in the end zone. Danny's back in our studios, and we're pleased right now to go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show our buddy Joel Corey, a former sports agent who is an expert on all things NFL contracts and salary cap. Joel, it's good to have you back on in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Very well.
We're well. We're not convinced that Terry McLaurin and the Commanders are closer to a contract than they were a week or two ago, even though he is now off the PUP list and he's not going to be allowed to continue to kind of rehab in perpetuity. What do you make of where we are in this never-ending saga?
So I'm a little surprised that there hasn't been an agreement reached. One thing I'm curious to see is whether he's now going to have a hold-in since he is past the physical as opposed to getting cover for what potentially would have been a hold-in, because you can't do anything until you pass the physical. So that'll be telling to me. Is he out there going through full practice or trying to ramp up to practice, or is it going to be like Trey Hendrickson and nope, until the deal's done, I'm not doing anything?
Joel, what's his recourse? Talking about McLaurin's recourse. Now that I guess all parties agree that he's healthy, I don't know if that's the case. You can correct me if I'm wrong there. But so, what sort of could happen now on his end? What kind of levers do he and his agent have left to pull?
That's called the hold-in. And we saw last year with the 49ers that Trent Williams holding out didn't bother Kyle Shanahan as much as Brandon Ayuk holding in. Because in that situation, and there was more drama in that one than this one, that Ayuk wasn't practicing until he was either getting a contract or was traded to someplace of satisfaction. And the out-of-sight, out-of-mind thing seemed to be what Shanahan preferred as opposed to a healthy Brandon Ayuk being a distraction.
Joel Corey on Grant and Danny with us here on the Fan. So, Joel, I get that if he holds out, you can fine him $50K a day, and it's $811,000 if you don't play in a game like tonight. But when he holds in, especially when he's on the PUP list like he has been, he doesn't have to worry as much about the fines. How does that work from the team's standpoint, though? You know, are they able to fine him for conduct detrimental? When can, and how does that work for them to start levying fines? If they say, you're ready to practice, take him off the PUP list, but he still refuses to.
Yeah, well, teams have a lot of recourse. Most of them, for a core player they're trying to negotiate a new contract with, don't exercise their rights. The first thing you should do as a team is put in writing, spell out what the issue is. And in this particular case, one thing you could do is cite paragraph 2 of the NFL player contract. That's the employments and services paragraph. The most relevant portions needs to give best efforts and loyalty. Player will report promptly for and participate fully in the mini camp, preseason training camp, all meetings, practice sessions, all preseason, regular season, postseason games scheduled by the club. And also Article 42, which handles club discipline, and treat a practice where you aren't a participant as a missed practice, and there's a different fine amount for that for the regular season and also the preseason. It's less than the $50,000 per day fine, and also warning the player that they could be fined for conduct detrimental. The maximum fine for conduct detrimental is 1 week's salary and a suspension of 4 games. And suspensions aren't paid.
Our guy Joel Corey with us here on Grant and Danny. Joel, you wrote for CBS kind of an outside-the-box explanation or idea here for the contract. Let folks know what you were thinking.
Yeah, it is outside the box. The two sides are having a fundamental disagreement on value where they're not close. Maybe try to me, I've heard from an agent and also team execs that sometimes the right deal is one where both sides are a little uncomfortable or neither side is particularly happy with it. So from the base value, you come up with a compromise amount and then kind of make a bet on who's right. McLaurin wanting $33 million per year or the Commanders wanting a lot less. And there's a salary escalator, which you do see in a fair amount of NFL contracts, and the very uncommon salary de-escalator, where if a player doesn't achieve a certain statistical level, then he's going to lose money. But there's a way to extinguish the escalator by hitting something in the escalator. The escalator has to be high enough where it's something that wouldn't be easily achievable. So that's just the basic concept of the thinking outside the box idea.
Salary cap expert and contracts expert on the NFL business, Joel Corey, is with us on Grant and Danny. Joel, who do you think is more right? If the numbers that we're assuming, based on reports, are correct, the team saying that McLaurin should be down around $25 million per year, or the player who wants $33 or more million per year?
I think McLaurin's a little more right in this case. I think you're going to have a hard time if he comes off that 33 number, which I think he needs to, just because DK Metcalf, I understand why he's there. DK Metcalf is 2 years younger, and you are slightly more productive, but he's a physical freak in nature. Highest paid number 2 receiver is T. Higgins at $28.75 million per year. Granted, he might be a number 1 on a whole bunch of other teams if he got into the open market or forced to trade off of the franchise tag, but in Cincinnati, he's a number 2 receiver. Second highest paid number 2 receiver is Jalen Waddle with $28.25 million per year. So you get above that, then I think you got something to work with. If the Commanders aren't going there, then I don't know how you're going to get a deal done. One thing that McLaurin's camp should be asking them is, what production do you expect from Terry McLaurin at $25 million per year on a go-forward basis, since you're paying him for what you expect him to do, not for what he has done in the past? And based on that answer, that can give the agent some ammunition to work with to try to refute what the Commanders are thinking, or show the production for what they're talking about is more in line with potentially what the Commanders are thinking. So that would be a key question I would ask.
Joel, in your estimation, outside looking in, has somebody misread this situation? Thinking from the team side, maybe underestimated how, maybe dug in the agent and the player are, and the agent maybe underestimated the team in some way. Has anybody kind of misevaluated in your view?
Yeah, I think both have.
Mm-hmm.
One, I think there was the false security from the agent. We got a deal done last time in June. We can get one done fairly quickly. But this is a different regime, and how they think about things isn't the same as when you did the contract in 2022. And two, from the team standpoint, you don't pay anybody really on this team if you look at it. Highest paid player, someone you just acquired in a trade. Laramie Tunsil, you have to redo him next year at the latest. You got a rookie quarterback, so if there's ever a time you are going to, quote-unquote, overpay someone, now is the time, since you are in a Super Bowl window with a cheap quarterback.
Joel, am I wrong to say this, though? I feel like other than the gold jacket Hall of Fame types, Devontae Adams or somebody, there's not really a precedent for a guy McLaurin's age getting what he's asking for. Now, I know what his agent's saying. His agent's saying, don't worry about the age. We're going into year 7 and 8, and that's when guys get paid. And the team disagrees. They're going, yeah, they do get paid then, but you're older. And that's how they're on different pages. But am I missing one? Like Mike Evans, Cortland Sutton. I know Terry's a better player than Cortland Sutton, but the market for an older guy is the market, right? Who's gotten paid at his age that isn't, one of the greats at the position over the last bunch of years?
Well, the agent should contend. Mike Evans took a hometown discount to stay put because that deal was done before free agency, and he's a little bit older. You can explain away Sutton because last year was an outlier if you look at his career, and was he really the number one receiver prior to Jerry Jeudy getting traded? That's why I would get back to, what are you expecting him to do on a go-forward basis? You tell me what you expect out of him. Is it what he's been doing in the past? Is it a slight reduction, 70 catches, 900 yards? You tell me what you think this $25 million per year is worth, and then I'm going to take whatever numbers you think that he's going to put up and look at what the average production, the average salary is for that production, and go from there. But that's why I think that's a key point to ask. But you are right that from the standpoint of recently, the older receivers haven't gotten paid. But if you're expecting him to be the same player he is, which is the player he was when he signed a lot younger, then that supports the idea that maybe you should be paying him a lot more than you're offering.
Joel, in your time as an agent, the complicating part of this is we're talking about a future contract when Terry is under contract for this year. So sort of regardless, he owes a season. And I know that's his only leverage to kind of guarantee that future deal. But when would you advise or what kind of dialogue would you be having at this point where you go, hey, you got to still play this year, right, if we want to get the things that we want to get? Like, walk us through that, what might be going on right now.
Yeah, you have to give your player the worst-case scenario or the downside in a situation, because really Terry doesn't have a lot of leverage. His leverage is this team isn't what it will be with him fully out there. He's your deep threat. I know Debo has flashed that during training camp, but he's really a run-after-catch guy, underneath guy. So if you guys are going to get to where you want to go, you really are going to need a fully invested Terry. But at the same time, he's got to look at what's my alternative to signing. It's a potential franchise tag next year, which will be slightly over $30 million. And then if you play that out, you're going to be, because next year that's your season of 31, you'd be 32. That's not an optimal situation either. So at some point, if you haven't already, you got to come off of this $33 million per year number. Yeah, I understand why you want it. You're not getting it. And try to come up with a deal you can live with that you think the Commanders could live with.
Is there something to be said for, I know you've been on the agent side primarily throughout your career, but the Commanders could tag him, as you just said, at 30 and basically have him at 2 years and $55 million for the years that they want him for, even though it's a hard bargain, and I don't love how we've gotten here, that Peters is doing not only the right thing, but a really smart team thing. Just sit back, do nothing, tag him next year. He can be unhappy, but he'll be unhappy here.
Yeah, but do you really want a Terry McLaurin who decides to me, most players aren't healthy by midseason, and they ignore injuries to play football. You really want him, well, you know what? I'm hurt. I'm not playing through this, something you could have played through otherwise, and your season starts to go sideways. That can kind of be cutting off your nose to spite your face for him, but it wouldn't be the first time a player's decided, I'm going to try to preserve myself, and then that takes away his argument that durability is not a concern. So it could go sideways in a lot of manners.
This is also, and Joel Corey with us here on Grant and Danny, it's partly a game of chicken. You're hoping that somebody blinks first or somebody kind of backs down and then, sort of crosses that line there in the middle. What's the clock look like here as we're starting to look at the regular season a few weeks away? The preseason schedule is kind of odd. They don't play a real game for 3 weeks, but it is 3 weeks away, and he hasn't done much just yet. How could you sort of see this playing out with that kind of, ticking 60-minute style clock in the background?
Well, he's got to figure out, how long do I need to be ready to play and be the player I've been throughout my career so far? I think on one level, the new regime has proven their point that they can drive a hard bargain. I know one of their concerns has probably been, this is our first big negotiation. We don't want to set the tone that we can be pushovers or we can be taken advantage of. I don't think anybody's going to say that, regardless of what you get if there's a long-term deal consummated by the two sides. But he's got to figure out, when do I really need to start going to play football? Because he can't sit out the whole year. His contract would toll. One, he can't leave, because then that becomes a whole nother issue, because you could be sent a 5-day letter, and if you don't come back at the end of the 5-day period, the team has the option to put you on the reserve left squad list, and your season is over.
So let's get a prediction from you before we let you go. And our contract and salary cap expert, Joel Corey, always great here on Grant and Danny. You see his work on CBS, and he is just so sharp as a former agent on all of these matters and helps us navigate them. So give us a prediction on how you think this ends, contract, no contract, what it would look like. And then also, if you don't mind, just for my own curiosity, he's off PUP, but they haven't had a practice yet, really. Do you think he's going to practice as soon as he can now that he's off PUP, and that was mutual, or do you think that's just the team taking him off PUP and it won't change anything?
I'll address the contract part first. I think a deal gets done. I think it's a 3-year extension, so that runs New Year's 26, 27, 28. Whatever's in the first 2 years of the contract, 25 and 26, will be fully guaranteed at signing. The question is, where there'll be any guarantee in 2027, and when does that vest, in 2027 or 2026? I think it's a deal that both teams don't love. It's slightly over T. Higgins. Maybe there's some incentives and escalators for he can get closer to what he wants. I don't think he practices initially. I could be wrong, since he's off PUP, because then it's a hold-in, unless the two sides are starting to make movement and get close, and then he might feel better about practicing initially. But at some point, it wouldn't surprise me if the Commanders decided to start exercising their rights, which most teams don't in these situations for hold-in.
Joel, awesome as always, man. Really appreciate it. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Great insight from Joel Corey. If you're just joining us and you're thinking, well, wait a second, I thought he's off PUP. I thought that was the big story of the weekend. He is, and it certainly did get talked about, from what I gathered, as if this thing was over. The long national nightmare has ended. Terry McLaurin has shown back up to work. I'm not viewing it that way. It's possible he could practice on Wednesday and Thursday. We'll see. But all that happened really is the team has been saying that they listed him physically unable to perform with the ankle. They have now deemed him able to perform, and he's still going to have to make the choice as to whether or not he is willing to do that. But tonight, Danny, for one night only, Bengals in town, Monday Night Football, we got bigger fish to fry. Who are we excited to see take the field and get out here on this wet surface tonight where the rain is falling at Northwest Stadium? That's next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, Commanders and Bengals tonight, Monday Night Football at 8 o'clock, kickoff at Northwest Stadium. Starters for both teams expected to play, at least some of the starters. Brian Robinson not going to play tonight for the Commanders as he is amid trade speculation. The Commanders activated Terry McLaurin off PUP list, and the Chiefs placed former first-round defensive end Felix Anudike-Uzomah on injured reserve with a hamstring injury. He's now going to miss the entire season. The Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback, and Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is practicing for the first time in training camp. In baseball, Nats have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Mets tomorrow. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. And all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crowd Calf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on the Fan.
The rain has picked up a bit. It is continuing to fall at Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. It's where I'm joining you live today on Grant and Danny. Danny's back in our D.C. studios. Danny, let's go back and forth here on some of the guys we're excited to watch tonight. We do have a list of players that will not participate, including on offense, Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown at wide receiver. On the offensive line, no Laramie Tunsil or Brandon Coleman still dealing with an injury. Obviously, right guard Sam Cosme is still unavailable with his injury. Zach Ertz is also not going to participate, the tight end. So Jaden Daniels will be out there without his left tackle, left guard, right guard, top tight end, and top couple of wide receivers. Can't imagine he'll play a whole lot with that being the case. Defensively, the Commanders are not going to have Bobby Wagner, their Mike linebacker, on the field. Von Miller, their lead pass rusher they brought in, closer to 40 than 30. He will also not play tonight. But otherwise, of the 30 participants that missed out on the Patriots game, the vast majority will be on the field tonight. So give me the number one guy on your list of players to watch.
Trey Amos, come on down. I can't wait. What a test. Maybe the best receiver in the NFL. If he's not, he's second. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, you're going to see a challenge tonight for the secondary, for any secondary, quite frankly. Those guys combined for around 3,000 yards or so last year. They're incredible, and this is as tough as it gets. A great passing game for as long as they're in. That will be the hardest you get tested probably all season long. I want to see the kid.
He's right at the top of my list as well. I'll stay with the theme, though. I mean, same story for Marshawn Lattimore, right? He's going to run with Jamar Chase. He's going to be asked to flip his hips and turn and get back deep with T. Higgins or whoever it is. He's going to cover on a deep cross or a dig-in route, and he's going to have to plant on this wet surface and move around. When we last saw him at the end of last year, it wasn't pretty. But this team is betting big on a bounce back, and now we get to see him take on high-end wide receivers in this game. That'll be fun. I'll give you one on offense as well. Jalen Lane did not really do much in the preseason game against the Patriots. Not his fault, just wasn't involved. Ball didn't come his way, and didn't really have a chance to make a play or to have his moment, his opportunity to break out. Maybe that comes tonight. Is it a punt return? Is it a kick return? I do think as a wide receiver, you're going to see them involve him. I'd be stunned if they don't get him the ball in a couple of screens just to try to get him in space, to give him the chance he didn't get against the Patriots to make a play. He becomes very important at wide receiver, though, Danny. When you don't have McLaurin still and you don't have Noah Brown, it's Deebo Samuel, Jalen Lane as your front runners in camp that have had strong practice sessions. And so I want to see him in a game working against starters.
Javon Kinlaw, come on down. He's been one of the quiet talks of camp. You've heard a few folks say that how thrilled they are with him. They're betting big on Javon Kinlaw. They did not go after established stars or kind of a high-end open market. They went against a guy that, frankly, is underachieved. His story is incredible. Adam Kilgore did a wonderful piece on his background and what he's overcome to have been here, but his pro career has not been a smash hit. This is a guy that obviously Adam Peters and company know from previous stops, and he was readily available, and they're paying him like a front-end defensive tackle. You would think you would be able to see him. I just want to see what all the the reason for the excitement on their part is, right? I mean, in the past, he's been kind of a space eater. I mean, he's a monster of a man. He's enormous. I want to see some of the havoc wreaking. I want to see some of the bothering of the offense, some of the, quite frankly, disruptive tendencies that you pay a guy like that for.
I'll take the low-hanging fruit here. The story of the day we've talked about more than anything else on the show is Brian Robinson might be traded, and if he's not, is he going to make the team? As of today, I would say no, he's unlikely to, based on the fact that this report came out from Mike Garafolo that the team and the player mutually agreed that he wouldn't play tonight as they shop him. Well, the beneficiary there is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He might become your starting running back for the Commanders at this point. He led the team with 7 carries against the Patriots a week ago, had 24 yards, popped a 9-yard run at one point. I thought he looked really good. There were 2 particular carries that I loved that I posted on Instagram if you want to go check those out, where he made some really nice explosive jump cuts at the line of scrimmage. But he also had 1 catch against the Patriots for 8 yards, where he made a guy miss in the open field, got to the sideline, and picked up a first down. How many touches does he get tonight? I'm thinking it'll be something like, 6 to 8. It would be really telling, though, if he only plays a drive and then he comes off, and then it's the Demetric Felton, Chris Rodriguez show. Now you know. They're putting him in the bubble wrap. He's getting the treatment as if he's Jaden Daniels in his first-team offense. So I'm watching to just see what the workload looks like, and I'd love to see him flash a couple more times tonight.
I co-sign that one. Ben Sinnott, no Zach Ertz tonight. I need to know. They took this dude in the 2nd round, and Adam Peters said this is Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle. That's a pretty big standard to try to bear for a guy that didn't do an awful lot last year. I understand why. John Bates is the great inline blocker who they are paying like an extra offensive lineman. Zach Ertz was awesome, kind of a renaissance here for a guy that was almost out of football. So I'm not necessarily blaming him, but at the same time, I kind of am. If you were good enough, you'd crack the field. They'd find a way to have you, get more touches than a De'Ami Brown or Olamide Zaccheaus or Jamison Crowder, etc. This is an opportunity for him to showcase his wares. Again, last year in the preseason, we saw him catch and rumble and knock a couple guys stiff as he was getting, matriculating down the field on a catch or two. But I just want to see some of the skill set that had this group so excited that they drafted him in the 2nd round. Very little positive sample in regular season games. This is a chance for him.
I thought the guy that may have played the best of any of Washington's defenders in New England was Jeremy Reeves. And subsequently, I don't know if you saw the clip from Joe Witt Jr. when he spoke to the media, but he said Jeremy Reeves is their 3rd safety now, meaning he's surpassed Percy Butler. But on top of that, he said he's going to play a lot more on defense this year. He's earned it. He says it's hard to get him in there as much as we'd like to because he's so valuable and so important on special teams. But if you really want to be this team where your slogan is the way we play is not for everybody, we're going to arrive violently, nobody embodies that more than Jeremy Reeves, who flies around. Every tackle is loud and angry. He had 4 stops, broke up a pass in the end zone, really shined against the Patriots. I want to see if he can make it 2 in a row tonight because he is closing in on legitimate playing time on defense for the first time in a several-year stay here in D.C., one of the longest tenured players on the team now. And it's exclusively almost solely been special teams. He might be able to change that if he continues to elevate his game on defense.
Just kind of funny sign of the times where we haven't mentioned our 1st-round draft pick yet in terms of players we're excited to see, and especially a bunch of the young players. But Josh Connolly, I want to see more of what I saw in preseason game number 1, where you look at an athlete, look at a guy that is making it happen, maybe without some of the fine-tuning and all the pro technique and things like that, but getting away with things because he's such a special athlete in space, moving, handling some of the pass rush, getting to the 2nd level on some of those plays. Because the way they want to run this offense. It's get something close to the line of scrimmage, then let's all have a cavalcade of stars rumbling down the field with some lead blockers out there, and that's what Connerly's skill set would lend itself to. I just want to see more from him.
Ja'Cory Brooks, 5 targets, 5 catches, 59 yards against the Patriots, long of 16. He led the team with those 59 receiving yards. In fact, in that game, remember, there were 2 drops from Chris Moore. There were 2 drops from K.J. Osborne. Neither of those guys helped their cause a whole lot in terms of that veteran group. The one guy that may have was Michael Gallup, who caught 2 balls for 27 yards. But even in his case, there were 4 targeted incompletions his way. Brooks was the statistical leader in the wide receiver room. He's interesting. He had a really great start to training camp. Overall, I'd say he's been fine. He's had a few drops that I've seen that bothered me, but otherwise, this is a exciting, high-ceiling player, I think. Undrafted free agent out of Louisville. If you're going to keep an extra receiver around from the back of this roster, would you rather it be someone like Michael Gallup, who's been in the league for years, or a KJ Osborne, who's a bit of a journeyman at this point? Or would you rather roll the dice and see what Ja'Cory Brooks, who's huge, can give you? Danny, he's 6'3", 200 pounds. I mean, they haven't had a lot of guys with his size that can box people out and go up and get rebounds. So I like him. I think he's had a good camp, and I want to see him put 2 games together here after a strong showing against the Pats.
Same position, different dude. Give me Luke McCaffrey. At one point, it looked like there was something promising there, right? I mean, he wasn't getting the ball a ton early in the season, but the metrics kept telling you, hey, he's open. It's just sort of a matter of time as Jaden Daniels goes to Terry McLaurin, Zach Ertz, the kind of plays point guard with everybody else, and then the catches and opportunities and targets dropped off. The seas have parted. There is no McLaurin. We've discussed that a little bit. You may have heard some. There's no Noah Brown. There shouldn't be anybody in your way at this point. In the preseason, at least, let's get a few targets. Let's get a few of those things that were so promised. And for a guy, again, they took a third-round pick on for someone that didn't have a ton of receiver experience, a converted quarterback. Now's the time to kind of continue to show your wares, grow into the position. So idiots like me feel a bit more comfortable going into the season with him as your 3 or your 4 or whatever the number you want to assign.
Keim Medrano, linebacker from UCLA. The team didn't have a ton of contact with him before the draft, from what Medrano told me. He was a little surprised that they took him, but they didn't really need to because he has a very good relationship with and played for Ken Norton Jr., the former UCLA star, when he was coaching there, and Kane was in his early years in the program. I think they knew what they were getting. He had some really awesome reps against the Patriots. There was this play on a run, basically straight downhill with the starters in the game, and I think it was Drake May giving directly to one of the 2 lead tailbacks in that organization, and Medrano comes downhill, hits the center, drives him into the backfield, then knocks the guard down and makes the tackle. Just a really violent, physical, willing play. There was another power toss where going around the edge in the low red zone, down near the goal line, Patriots had an angle, and he blew up a lead blocker to help push the back toward the sideline. You could just tell that's a dude that likes throwing his weight around and is going to be a willing physical player in the run game.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. GB, a couple more other guys that kind of come to mind. I want to see more from Will Harris, right? This is a dude that, was a journeyman Jerry, was just sort of around, a couple different stops, increased role here with Washington. And I kind of want to see more of that downhill sort of thumping. How is he in coverage? Again, a great test this week against some really athletic, excellent wide receivers. I haven't actually checked to see if Chase Brown is going tonight for Cincinnati, but I would assume he is. Again, a dangerous triumvirate in terms of athletic scat back or great receiver, yards after the catch type dudes. A really difficult test for the secondary. I want to see more from Will Harris.
Who are you guys excited to see take the field for the Commanders tonight? You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. We'll read some of those responses. We can take your calls at 800-636-1067. I want to get into some position groups the spotlight could be on. And one Commander we didn't talk about who actually really needs to have a night that goes smoothly this evening. That's next on The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer is here in the Northern Virginia area, and your AC is probably working overtime just trying to keep your house cool and comfortable. What can you do to make a difference? Do what I did. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with new ones from Window Nation. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, it's a plus now, you could even get them with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 2 years, GP.
Yeah, Danny, your home's going to stay comfortable year-round. They're even available in over 1,500 styles, colors. They got all kinds of options for you. So you'll get the windows you want to protect and beautify your home. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau. My word, Danny's word. We love them. Over 3 million windows installed. You can trust Window Nation for quality and service. Hurry. Northern Virginia, this 50% off all windows sale ends soon, so don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION, wherever you are in the DMV. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. So some of the media was downstairs watching players come into the stadium so that they could get their arrival shots. NBC4, I see our buddy J.P. Finley and Scott Abraham of Channel 7 as well. And it's been noted that Terry McLaurin and Brian Robinson have not gotten to the stadium. Now, Scott Abraham of Channel 7 is saying he's not here tonight, and unless he's kind of gotten that intel from someone else. I don't know. It's only 5:46, like how we would know definitively that Terry McLaurin is not going to be here. If you told me that Brian Robinson's not, I would understand that. It sounds like they want to trade him. He's not going to play in this game. There's a little bit of animosity growing, perhaps, and we've seen him maybe play his final down here. The Terry McLaurin situation is different. He's been taken off of the PUP list. He is holding in, but it would be strange if he was not at the game. So curious to see, as we get closer to kickoff, Danny, what we find out. But it sounds like as of right now, both B-Rob and McLaurin, when players showed up and got into the locker room, were not among them.
Yeah, if McLaurin doesn't show up, I think that tells us all we need to know about the nature of the move of take him off PUP list, right? It was team procedural, escalate the conflict. I would hate that, to be honest with you. Listen, I understand you're not playing. No one would have thought you would have played, given the fact you got activated off PUP, 24 hours ago, whatever it was, 48 hours ago. But the idea that you wouldn't be there with your teammates, that doesn't sit very well with me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, at some point, I mean, we got to start.
If that's the case.
Yes, and
right.
We're working on a hypothetical here where supposedly he did not show up during the period where players are showing up. I think it's very possible he could stroll in at any point between now and kickoff. But if it works out that Scott Abraham's correct and Terry McLaurin's not going to be on site tonight, then it's one step closer to, for me, eventually, and I've said I'm waiting until probably like a week from now, but, man, the clock is ticking. The sand is dropping to the bottom of the hourglass here. A real escalation in my rhetoric toward him, which is he's been a great dude and a good professional for a long, long time. This is business. This is how the sausage gets made. It's ugly. But there are just certain expectations. You can hold out and you could be here sitting in a suite. You could sit on the sideline, on the bench, and talk to Jaden Daniels. If he doesn't come to the game, that would be a whole different ball of yarn. But, again, I'm not willing to sit here at 5:48 before an 8 o'clock kickoff and say definitively that that's not happening just because they didn't see him walk into the locker room yet.
Yeah, to me, it's awkward because we don't know. I mean, I'm looking at JP Finley's Twitter, Scott Abraham, where there's, hey, we didn't see him. Now, if that means he took another route and, as you said, went up to a suite or away from prying eyes, whatever. But the idea that even with that he wouldn't be there on the sideline with his teammates, because at a certain point, when you're holding in or you're doing this charade of an ankle injury, you're still supposedly in meetings with the guys, going to your position group, going over things, and you can still be helpful, still be the mentor, still be the guy that's done at a high level to the Luke McCaffreys of the world, to the Jalen Lanes of the world. You can still be in with your team. That's not. That is not good in my view. So, again, if he's not down there on the sideline come game time, I'm going to have some strong words and an opinion tomorrow. Not that he cares about that at all, but that'll irritate me pretty good.
Yeah, at some point you got to start realizing that the 2025 season matters and that you got to help the football operation as much as you want to get paid, and I understand that. You can have your cake and eat it too here, where you can continue this hold-in a way that tries to put pressure on the team, and that doesn't mean that you can't do some things that would be still a benefit to the ball club. But we'll get into that when we have all the information we need to really have that conversation. I'm not comfortable having it just yet. 4th and 11 from the 31-yard line in New England in the early going of preseason game 1. Matt Gay trots out onto the field for his first field goal attempt as a Commander, and he missed from 49 yards. Now, 49 is not a chip shot, okay? That's a long field goal. But 2 days of practices before that where he had struggled, then a missed field goal led to, over the weekend, about 10 days ago, the head coach, Dan Quinn, being asked, are you going to work out kickers? Matt Gay needs a good night tonight. He has had a much better week of practice, supposedly, from what happened in New England. When I saw him early in camp, he was completely automatic. He looked like a star. It didn't matter where you put him. Let's play tic-tac-toe. Let's line you up 3 rows deep on the 15-yard line, and there's going to be a guy standing right in front of you. You got to kick it off that wall and then go through the uprights. He was hitting it. So I was surprised with how quickly things got to a point where Quinn's being asked about bringing in kickers. But when all we see is that you missed in a game, you had a couple rough practices, it does change the conversation. So I would say he's a guy that if he went out tonight and missed a couple kicks in the rain, not ideal in a stadium that's not great to kick in, you could see them working some kickers out. I happen to believe he's really good. He had a great career with the Rams. He's going to be fine, but he needs to have a good night.
Yeah, there's too much track record there for me to say let's give up after a week of practice or I missed kicking a preseason game. Who knows where these guys are? It's preseason for everybody. So with kicker, we just sort of assume, yeah, kick the ball, dude, and that's it. There's no reading defenses. There's no game shape. It's just kick the football. But maybe there is. Maybe there are slow starts. I mean, I didn't go back and check his, try to find articles historically about how he started preseasons or off seasons or training camps and the like. But there's too much good NFL track record for me to do anything other than feel perfectly fine that he's, an above replacement level kicker and that's kind of their solution to it. But if he's disastrous tonight, you could absolutely see some of those workouts. I'm thinking like out of bounds on a kickoff, short on a 50-yarder, shanking one that's not even close. And you go, whether he's good or not, he is in an absolute funk right now. They need to do something else.
Well, I don't even think it has to be a disaster. Like you're talking about a terrible game. I'm saying if he misses a kick tonight, that's going to be a topic. I mean, the way that several practices went, and now multiple preseason games will have gone. They gave him a big contract, as you said, but you got to make kicks. Grant and Danny with you live from Northwest Stadium. Sam Hartman just walked back into the tunnel down on the field. Hartman, by the way, is another guy. You want to talk about players that need to have a better game.
Yeah.
I thought he sprayed the ball all over the place against the Patriots, just wasn't very accurate. Now, he's a guy that I would think will be in the org and moving forward they would want to have around. He's got a great relationship with Jaden Daniels. He's a nice project at quarterback they can continue to hone in and develop. But is he a practice squad guy? Could he beat out Josh Johnson as the third quarterback if they really want to play this thing with the third QB on the roster being a long-term developmental QB rather than someone that could play in a month? Because there's really no path, in my opinion, to you being able to sell me on Hartman being a better guy than Josh Johnson to win a football game in September, October. But maybe as the third quarterback, that's not how they're viewing the position. Regardless, you got to make it easier on them to keep you, and you got to make the competition stiffer by just playing a better football game if you're Sam Hartman.
I think that's very well said. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the third quarterback is what the meeting room. That's honestly what I care about at that point. If that guy plays, your season is a disaster. The plane has crashed into the mountain. There's no point to anything. Let me know about who they're going to draft. So to me, it's how does that guy get along? How does that guy push the first two? How does that guy support the first two? Veteran-wise, et cetera. Can you run some of the not practice squad? What's the thing? A scout team type stuff effectively. So to me, that third quarterback role is more about the dynamic between the top couple of guys than it is necessarily about that dude that's developmental. Is he going to turn into something? Respectfully to Sam Hartman, no. I'm not really that into the 26 or almost 27-year-old, I think is his age, guy is like a long-term project for something. If he's your answer, again, he'll be replaced by a 22-year-old, a 23-year-old out of the Big Ten or the SEC, et cetera. So, yeah, he could certainly use it to solidify his spot. Again, it's about that dynamic, and you can't have the drop-off be that bad.
Just over 2 hours away from kickoff, Zach Ertz just got a workout on the field. He's headed back toward the tunnel. Noah Brown is down there with the training staff, some of the other commanders who will not be participating in this game walking around the field, and many of the players starting to get loose out on the field as well. So if you're just joining us, notably, Terry McLaurin, Brian Robinson, during the time where players were arriving, not at the facility just yet, reportedly. We'll continue to monitor that situation. Let's hit the big storylines for the Commanders ahead of their Monday Night Football game with the Bengals. We'll do that next. I'll also find a couple of the beat reporters covering the team up here in the box to catch up with in moments on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altiser with your sports update on the Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Monday Night Football, Commanders and Bengals, 8 o'clock kickoff at Northwest Stadium. Starters for both sides expected to play a couple of series, including Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow. Brian Robinson not going to play tonight for the Commanders amid trade speculation. Commanders activated wide receiver Terry McLaurin off the PUP list. The Chiefs placed former first-round pick defensive end Felix Anudike-Uzama on the injured reserve with a hamstring injury. He's now going to be out for the season. The Browns named Joe Flacco as their starting quarterback and signed undrafted rookie wide receiver Isaiah Bond. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is practicing for the first time in training camp today. The Dolphins signed edge rusher Matthew Judon to a one-year deal worth up to $6 million. Former Bills and Jags wide receiver Gabe Davis is visiting the Steelers tomorrow, and corner Xavier Howard is signing with the Colts. In baseball, the Nats have the day off today after they split a 4-game set with the Phillies. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Mets at Nationals Park tomorrow. Nathaniel Lowe, who was DFA'd by the Nationals last week, is going to be signing with the Boston Red Sox. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altiser on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad, will help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. They power the Grant and Danny radio program. We'll bring Danny back into the fold in just a moment. He's back in our D.C. studios. I'm out here at Northwest Stadium, and I found, let's do the Collinsworth slide here, John Keim of ESPN. And, John, it's a busy day considering Monday Night Football. I thought we'd sit here and be talking about the players on the field, but the two big storylines for Washington, non-game related. Let's start with Brian Robinson mutually deciding with the team not to play. They shopped him, we found out from Jordan Schultz yesterday, over the last several days. Has he played his final game as a Commander?
Oh, yes, I do believe he's played his final game, because if you can't, you know this, Grant, once this gets out, it's a wrap. So if they're going to try and continue shopping him, if nobody wants to trade for him, I think the next logical step would be a release. So I do think he's played his last game.
How do we get here? I mean, did it escalate as quickly as it feels, or was this one of those things where maybe the wheels were churning behind the scenes for a while and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt put it in the expedited HOV lane?
I think it's not only Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt or Bill. I think it's also Chris Rodriguez has played pretty well for them this summer. They've talked a lot about their depth at the position, I think, for a reason. So you also have guys like Jeremy McNichols. Now, could a Kaz Allen or Dominic Felton do something? I don't know. But I think they like the four they have. And I think when you look at Brian, it's not like he's been a standout back here. The numbers just are okay at best. It's not all on him, but that's the result. So I don't, so I think this is something that, the other thing, Grant, is before the draft, there were two positions I was told that they would take. One was offensive line, the other was running back. So you kind of knew that they've been looking for something more than what they've been getting.
John Keim of ESPN on Grant and Danny live from Northwest Stadium ahead of Monday Night Football. Bengals in town to take on the Commanders. Starters will play this evening. What kind of value is there for a guy like Brian Robinson? When we hear they're trying to trade him, what are they looking for?
I think realistically, a low-round pick. I don't know, as you know, if you get a couple teams involved, maybe you can get something, because otherwise teams are going to know, like, well, if you're already shopping them and you're talking about your depth and you like these other guys, we know you're going to cut him, so why give up something for him unless you just think, like, this is the guy that could help us. So I think in that case, you're looking at 6, most likely like a 7th. I just don't think there's a lot of value right now, because we're also coming up a week from tomorrow with final cuts. There will be other guys available too.
All right, so then the other storyline involves Terry McLaurin. he's taken off of the PUP list on Saturday. That was at least covered to some extent. The discourse was as if our long national nightmare in D.C. is over. I'm not really viewing it that way. Unless it was a mutual decision where he and Buddy Baker decided he was returning to work to start practicing and the team felt comfortable taking him off PUP for that reason, this doesn't really change a whole lot. We're hearing that he's not here right now. He may not be coming tonight. Well, that tells me what I need to know. I don't expect him to be practicing in the next few days then.
So I think part of it too, Grant, is the out for that angle is they want to continue work on his conditioning. So I'm not expecting him on the practice field this week. So I'm expecting him to continue working on the side, get back in shape, because he hasn't been doing a lot of stuff lately, not in terms of conditioning. So get that, ramp that up for the next week or two, and then get back on the practice field at some point, either at the end of late next week or for the first week going into the season. So that's when we'll see what's his mindset. Because as you know, when he had his press conferences last month, nope, not getting on the field unless there's progression in the talks. Well, there hasn't been any real progression. So, but I think in a couple weeks, it's going to be either here's the final offer, take it, and you're back out there, or not. So
did that change how you feel about week one, McLaurin on the field, and or just how soon he'll be playing? Or was it just a technicality where the team had the leverage and this was a button they could touch?
Well, I think it's something the team had to do, because if you want to get him ready for the opener, and if he wants to be ready for the opener, you have to give him several weeks. So I think it was a necessary move. The other part of the equation is if Terry doesn't want to play in the opener, you're now costing yourself almost $900,000. I don't know. And then every week you miss, that's the check you're missing. How badly do you want to do that? And then it's also, are you going to hurt your value for next year too if you don't sign the extension and want to hit the market? So I'm leaning definitely toward him being there for the opener, but I think that's not a firm lean because there's a lot we still don't know, Grant.
Last one for John Keim of ESPN live at Northwest Stadium ahead of Monday Night Football. Let's actually talk about what's going to happen on the grass tonight. Looks like the rain is subsiding a bit. Be wet, slick surface, but I would imagine a series or so for Jaden Daniels behind a makeshift offensive line. No Ertz, no McLaurin, no Noah Brown. What can we take away from what we see, particularly from the offense, with so many guys filling in tonight?
I think that's a good question. I don't really know. I think, honestly, let's see how the backs look. I was told earlier this morning, a lot of Rodriguez, a lot of Jacory Krosky-Merritt. How do they do? How does Josh Connerly look? And does Jaden Daniels get out of here unscathed? That's the most important thing, because when everybody's back, it should look pretty good. My concern, Grant, is everybody hasn't been together. That's not a great way to start the season. But so I think I'm going to look more at how the young backs look. Does another receiver emerge at all? So I think those are the things that I'm looking for on that side of the ball.
Watch John on ESPN. Read his work, ESPN.com. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant.
Yeah, enjoy the preseason action tonight. So, Danny, as I plug you back in here from our D.C. studios, I like his takeaway. There is a lot that is going to be hard maybe to evaluate tonight with a makeshift group offensively. But if you're a running back who can make a play or two with a backup in front of you on the offensive line against the starting defense, you can help yourself.
100%. I mean, that's where there's opportunity, right? There's not opportunity for a quarterback to overtake Jaden Daniels. There's opportunity, for a middle linebacker to overtake Bobby Wagner and so on. There is some space to move up and down at that running back spot. Again, I've been as impressed with Krosky-Merritt as anybody else, but there's still no NFL deposits in the bank there. You don't have a 1,000-yard season somewhere else or something to that effect. It's a nice story. It's awesome. I'm as excited as the next guy, but does that necessarily guarantee he's going to outtouch Jeremy McNichols or Chris Rodriguez if he looks great? Or you can kind of go down the list. But yeah, I mean, there's no Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry in front of you at this stage. Roles are there to be carved out at this point. I think that's a great point.
One of the fun things about being out here at the stadium pregame ahead of Monday Night Football is being able to wave some of our buddies in the Beat Corps over, and Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports is sitting down with me right now. Mitch, there's a lot we can cover, but I want to start with the offensive line. Laramie Tunsil and Brandon Coleman on the left side are both not going to play tonight. So that means Andrew Wiley and Chris Paul. Big opportunity for those two guys. Paul's a bit of a survivor here now with multiple regimes, kind of always hangs around. He's a good showing tonight away from putting himself in another really good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chris Paul's a guy who's just kind of gone under the radar here in Washington for a while, but you think about, kind of the two main backup guards that you're looking at, and maybe one of them's a starter, and Andrew Wiley and Trent Scott. Both of those guys have that dual flexibility of being able to play tackle as well. You have Allegretti, who's also going to be kind of looking as backup center as well. So you might need an extra guard there on the roster. It's going to be interesting to see what they do at the back end of this offensive line group when it gets to cutdown day.
I was telling Danny this earlier. The O-line for me could be a strength by the end of the year. I actually think this could end up being the best offensive line they've had in years. That said, early on this season, it could be a bit of a struggle. And you look at the New York Giants in week one with the number of pass rushers that they're going to throw at you, and you haven't had a lot of time on the grass consistently for Tunsil. Coleman hasn't practiced in 2 weeks. I don't think Cosme's going to play for a few games. You can tell me you think I'm wrong. So that's a group where week 1 versus week 12 are going to be two very different things for me.
I agree. It's funny you say that because I've been saying on the Beltway Football Pod that I think this might be the best offensive line that the Burgundy and Gold has seen since the Hogs were there. I think this could be a very, very good group once they get a chance to gel. Every week they're going to see a good rusher. They're going to see a good edge rusher. You look at the Giants, I think, Josh, you look back the last year with Josh Connerly against Abdul Carter. Connerly got the better of him in the Big Ten championship game. Connerly looked really, really good in that game. And quite frankly, I thought Connerly looked really good in both the joint practice against New England and in the game there. So, I know there's been some, talk about the struggles for him, but you got to remember he's moving to a new position, moving over to that right side. And ultimately, we're seeing him incrementally improve as training camp has gone on. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to get confident in him being your day one right tackle starter, which allows you to move Andrew Wiley inside to start at guard, and I think that can be a solid offensive line there.
Yeah, he played a lot of guard for the Chiefs and was a starter in Kansas City on a Super Bowl team. Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, with us here on Grant and Danny ahead of the Commanders and the Bengals. We're at Northwest Stadium at the press level. Open air here, which is nice, although I will say they spent a lot of money on these speakers. It is loud in this stadium with nobody here right now. But if you're coming to games this year, rest assured you will be able to hear everything. I can tell you that based on the last couple of hours. If you were going to go binary scale, percentage of why Brian Robinson is on his way out, how much of it is about him? How much of it is the emergence of Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt?
I think it has to be about the emergence of Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt because, quite frankly, if Bill wasn't ready to go, you couldn't afford to get rid of B-Rob. And to be honest, I think I'm opposite of you here. I don't think that they should get rid of B-Rob. I think the train is off the tracks now, and we're probably looking at him moving on before the season starts. But I think B-Rob, not that I'm advocating for him getting 15 carries a season, but we saw them do it with Brandon Coleman at left tackle last year. Start the year with B-Rob and Bill kind of splitting some carries. Don't put the full load on a rookie seventh rounder right away. I mean, you look at the running back room as it stands, and not that you put a ton of stock in the preseason, but Bill has looked very good when he's out there. He got, 5 carries against the Patriots before he hurt his shoulder, and he was in a black no-contact jersey all week this week. You have Austin Eckler, who has had 2 concussions last year. You can like what you see from Chris Rodriguez, but he was a replacement player the past 3 years as well. So I think keeping a guy like Brian Robinson gives you a little bit more of a higher floor than getting rid of him. But I think we're beyond that now.
Are you surprised? Like, how did we get here? To your point, because I am of the belief if he's not your starter, I think Rodriguez can give you some short yardage stuff. McNichols plays special teams. You don't really need him. But it is odd to me that it got to this point this fast. Danny's actually pretty stunned by it. What do you think played into this on the B-Rob side of it? He's obviously not a guy they drafted, and he's not a perfect fit for Kingsbury. But while he's been maybe overall a disappointment, he's proven competent. He's okay. He's a Jag, but he's okay.
Right, and that's the thing to me about B-Rob is that you have the upper echelon running backs, the Saquon Barkleys, the Derrick Henrys. Once you get past that in the NFL, a lot of those guys are pretty replaceable. Bijan Robinson up there as well, and some others. But to me, I think it comes down to he's not their guy. We've seen this front office group get rid of folks who aren't their players and don't think that they can reasonably contribute a big piece to this offense. I just think that you're not going to – I don't know what return you're getting for B-Rob at this point. Maybe a conditional 7th-round pick. Once you put it out there that you're looking to move him, teams know that you're either going to move him or you're probably going to cut him, so they don't have to give you a whole lot for him. I think keeping him is more valuable than, whatever comp you may get, if any at all. So I think, you got to look at the explosive plays, and B-Rob only had 10 rushes for more than 10 yards last year. I think he had 2 rushes over 20.
By the way, that's a staggering statistic. 10 over 10 is tough.
He had 9 10-plus yard rushes called back last year also. So, you can look at it either way, but there wasn't a lot of explosive plays out of him.
19, still not great.
19 would have ranked in the top.
It's okay.
It would have been right in the middle of the NFL. I mean, you have those top-tier guys who put up huge numbers, but once you get past them, I mean, James Cook only had 21 10-plus yard carries last year. There aren't a ton of explosive running backs who are making big-time plays in the NFL as it lives today. So I understand wanting to get a guy like Bill on the field who has more explosiveness. I just think it brings a lot more question marks into that backfield.
Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. Let's end it with this. Prediction. McLaurin, how does the saga end?
I think it ends with them guaranteeing his contract for this season and him coming out and playing, and both sides being like, we'll figure it out next year.
In the next week or so, or when?
It has to be, right? I mean, I think Cliff Kingsbury was pretty direct about wanting to get his guys out there. And it wasn't just about Terry. It was about Brandon Coleman. It was about, probably Marcus Mariota as well, just other players that he wants to see out there. But at the same time, you need that time on the field. You can work out all you want, and you could be in the best shape of your life, but there's nothing like being out there in the pads, being forced to cut on a dime when a safety's coming across at you, and getting that work in and getting your body ready for an NFL season.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
Enjoy the preseason. I will be seeing you because we will sit right next to each other for the game in just a bit. That's Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports. Danny, what do you make of that? Mitch's take that, unlike maybe what I've been saying, even if Brian Robinson's fallen out of favor, there's still some value to him being on this roster.
That's kind of how I felt about it. I mean, again, the personal part of this thing aside, obviously that's a demotion. But at the same time, you're a pro, so if you'd like a future in this league, you don't pout and grouse and whine and sandbag things. You run hard when your number's called. You have that position. There's so much attrition, so much injury, so much crazy happens. It's like a reliever in baseball. The turnover is, light speed at this point. So to me, I wouldn't anticipate getting much in trade that moves me. I'd probably rather just have him, even if he's inactive on certain game days, et cetera, because I don't really need the cap space. I'm not going to use that $3 million for anything. So I understand Mitch's point there.
So let's look ahead to tonight. Kickoff is slated for 8 o'clock. We know the Bengals are going to play starters for what sounds like at least a quarter or so. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins against this Washington secondary. We're about to find out how much better these corners are. I've made the case throughout training camp that this team is way better off and more competent in man coverage, that Marshawn Lattimore looks a lot more capable than he was at the end of last year, and that Trey Amos is the real deal and is going to be a high-end starter on the boundary right away as a second-rounder. There's no such thing as getting any kind of conviction or real answers in one preseason game or in one quarter of action probably in August. But this is about as good a tell as we're going to get. To go up against those receivers and this elite future Hall of Fame type quarterback, maybe the best in the league last year in Joe Burrow, what an opportunity to find out exactly what Washington is right now in the secondary.
Yeah, Football Talk on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. No better time to do. I'd rather not do this in week 16 of the regular season as find this kind of stuff out. This is the time to do it, right? This is the best this league offers in terms of a quarterback receiver triumvirate or combo, right? There are very few guys that are better than Jamar Chase. The list might be one long, maybe two if you're the ultimate skeptic. And T. Higgins is the best number 2 receiver in the NFL. You're going to cover somebody excellent, and they're also slightly different, right? You think about how long and lean with some of that push-off and separation that Higgins can create. Chase, meanwhile, strong as a bull, explosive as all hell. Joe Burrow's going to put that ball exactly where it's supposed to be. get tested tonight, young man. Really that whole secondary. I mean, thinking about Sanders still, thinking about Lattimore, and you already touched on, of course, Trey Amos and company. This is as stern a test as you're going to find. For as long as we get it, I will relish it. So you're going to figure out where you stack. I mean, again, there's nobody on your schedule, despite a bunch of good teams, that's better in this area than this team that you're playing tonight.
All right, my player to watch tonight is going to have to be Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I don't know that he's going to get a lot more work than he did against New England when he had 7 attempts, but if he catches a ball or two out of the backfield like he did against the Patriots and runs the football 7 times, we're going to be able to bubble in a little bit more of the Scantron here. And I think he is one banner showing away. If he gets to work against ones especially, if he's out there against starters and Daniels is getting the ball out of the gun and handing it off to him and he's taking on Bengals tacklers who are on this first-team defense, I think you'll know everything you need to. That not only is Brian Robinson on his way out, but it's because Krosky-Merritt has supplanted him and is the guy. That is my big storyline on the field going into the evening. How about you?
There's a number of guys. We talked about Trey Amos ad nauseum throughout the show, but I'll pick Jalen Lane on offense. There's a difference between he's great in shorts and a T-shirt at practice, right, where he's running past people. I mean, how many of those guys have come and gone over the course of the years? For the Aldrich Robinson Award is kind of what I call it, the off-season winners. Can you do this when live bullets are flying in a real-type football game? Can you look all that athletic? Can you run the route tree? Can you be more than a gadget player and a punt returner? Are you an NFL wide receiver? Were you hampered at Virginia Tech because they couldn't throw the football down the field? Is there more to you than meets the eye Transformer style? I'm intrigued by Jalen Lane.
Are you fired up for this game? I mean, it's easy for me sitting here with the music blaring and watching the players warm up, overlooking the end zone in this environment to get the juices flowing, football season being back. You're going home to hop on the couch and watch on TV. I mean, I'm excited to just get to see the 5-car on the track. We have not seen Jaden Daniels play in a game since the NFC Championship game at Lincoln Financial Field. What's your general kind of emotion going into tonight? Does it feel like a normal preseason game to you?
No, it feels like extra weight on it, and there's nervousness. Number one, because there's hadn't been a ton of good sample from the offense. Number two, where's Terry McLaurin? That story to me, until I see him on that sideline hanging out with his teammates, I've got some questions, and that's going to kind of govern how I feel about this whole process. It's either a black cloud hanging over everything and everybody, where he's no longer part of this thing for this year, and I'll be really frustrated by that, or it's just kind of regular run-of-the-mill preseason game where we're going to see a small sample of the offense. But for that offense, to me, GP, what if they don't play well tonight? That's kind of the overarching thing, is when you do this, we're only going to get them out there for a really small sample in the preseason. You don't have the joint practices with the Ravens anymore, and the only time we've seen them move the football or try to was a disaster against New England, a series or two tonight. What if they go 3-and-out a couple of times? Then what? That's where I'm going to have some of those butterflies. So to me, I'm a little more nervous than I normally would be for a preseason game.
I don't think anything that happens on the field tonight, ideally, because injury aside, right, nothing that happens is going to be a bigger story tomorrow than the fact that Terry McLaurin isn't showing up this evening, if that doesn't happen. And in talking to somebody about him not being here yet with the club, they essentially said the same thing, like, yeah, there's a good chance he's not going to be here. If that's what we're talking about tomorrow, it's not going to surprise me, because we now have our answer. If he no-shows this evening, he's not a part of the team for the preseason game, after being taken off the PUP list. You just heard John Keim say he thinks taking him off the PUP is essentially to just get him back to doing conditioning during practice. Well, now we know. This was not mutual. This was not him saying, okay, I got to start practicing so I'm ready for week 1. This was just the team using their leverage.
Yep.
And this was not really a McLaurin decision in any way, which tells us, start of the show, we were wondering kind of what we need to know. Him not showing up tonight would answer that question, that nothing's changed, and maybe to the other extreme, things are actually getting worse.
That's what it would be to me. It would be worse. I mean, because at a minimum, okay, you're holding in, we're allowing you to go on with this ankle charade, and we've played along with it too. Now we're not letting you do that anymore, and now you're not there with your teammates. You know, like at least if you're not running around on the grass, you're there in the meeting rooms, you're eating meals, you're doing, anything that's not physical, which is a lot. The demands of the day in training camp, preseason and stuff, there's a lot of stuff that's not just practicing. They've limited practice windows, limited time in pads, on the grass, etc., due to fear of injury. You're doing everything but that. And that everything used to be a lot, or is a lot of stuff. Now you can't even bother to do that. when the business of football for this year is getting going. So that would be certainly an escalation, as big a one as I can think of. And for me, something that I would hold against Terry McLaurin a great deal.
Commanders camp coverage and preseason activity on the Fan, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. For the fellas behind the scenes, Darius, Ryan, and Toby, and for Danny back in our Navy Yard studios, I'm Grant saying so long from Northwest Stadium. Nick Ashew will have you covered next, up and through kickoff tonight. No Nats baseball, which means you'll get all the Commanders content you need during this Monday Night Football matchup with the Bengals all evening long. Thank you for listening. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.